In a demonstration of his skill, the young master reflects, "Is it big enough?" A butler observes, commenting that although it is the largest mansion in the village, it is not yet perfect. Meanwhile, two maids, amazed by the magnificent structure, exclaim, "It is incredible, Master Van." The boy confirms he has this ability. In the blink of an eye, a sumptuous house appears. Before her, a group of people, including the butler and several youths, observe the miraculous construction. A statement is made, "Together, we will make this village prosper." The story begins with a man reflecting on his life. After graduating, he moved to the big city almost a decade ago. Every morning, he faced a crowded train to go to work, where his dedication resulted in more and more tasks and overtime, even on the rare days off. He had no energy to read his favorite historical novel, barely getting the last train home. He feels lethargic every day, without any sign of change. His monotonous life consumes him while eating a simple meal. Shortly before his sleep, the protagonist reflects on how his life became boring, feeling a deep longing for his quiet and beautiful hometown. When he opens his eyes, he is taken by a strange feeling. The room is unknown, with a floating crystal and opulent decoration. He looks at his hands and realizes, shocked, that they are tiny. The scare gets worse when you realize that your whole body has shrunk. Curious and confused, he approaches the window to peek outside. Through the window, he sees a completely different world, a vast property with an imposing gate. Suddenly, a voice calls him Master Van. Van's 12-year-old maid, Till, comes running into the room, warning that the place he was looking at is dangerous. The boy, still suing, comments on the beauty of the garden. Till is baffled to hear him use such complex words, questioning how he, just 2 years old, could have learned them. The young man wonders. He was an employee of nearly 30 years living in a small apartment in Tokyo, and now, just 2 years old, he has a new body and a new maid. He concludes that it must be a reincarnation because it still retains some memories of this life. To confirm, he asks the maid, "Your name is Till, right?" "My personal servant," and she confirms with enthusiasm. Continuing to test his memories, he introduces himself. "My name is Van A. Ferdio, right?" He then recites the names of his new family. "My father is the Marquis Jalpa Ferdio. My brothers are Mersha, Jardo and Sesto, right?" Till, surprised by the boy's intelligence, asks how he knows the names of Jardo and Sesto, since he rarely sees them. The boy, with his arms crossed, ponders his situation. Despite having the memories of this life, a question remains in his mind. Where is this place? In the dining room, all members of the Ferdio family are gathered. The father and head of the family, Marquis Jalpa Pilati Ferdio, presides over the table. On the table are also the sons, the firstborn Mersha Lago Ferdio, 14 years old, the second son, Jardo Guy Ferdio, 10 years old, and the third, Sesto Ferdio, 8 years old. While the family eats in silence, the little Van is surrounded by servants who patter him, impressed by the calm with which he eats his vegetables without spilling anything. He reflects that the situation looks like a VIP client in a hostess club keeping the memories of his life in Japan. He feels reborn in this world, although everything still seems unreal. He decides to try his best. Your brother Jardo seems visibly nervous and tense during the meal. The father, Jalpa, maintains the daily routine of asking his children about his activities. "What will you learn today?" He questions Jardo. In the morning, they do nothing, but in the afternoon they receive proper education for age and fencing training. Jalpa then turns to Sesto and then to his youngest son, Van. He notes that Mersha, aged 14 and a half, is already treated as an adult and is busy with practical training in the field. The Marquis taped the 2-year-old and asked directly, "What are you doing today?" Little Van, with a serious expression, answers, "There are so many things I don't understand, so I would like to learn first about the culture and history of this country." The answer leaves everyone in the room, including his father and brothers, completely amazed. Jalpa explodes in a laugh, impressed. "What a great boy, just 2 years old," he exclaims, commenting that his youngest son, left by his late wife, is his greatest pride. He believes that the boy inherited his powerful fire magic and his wife, Mila, and can hardly wait for the magical fitness assessment at 8. In this world, magical aptitude is crucial. The nobles usually have one of two types. The warriors for elemental arts, specialized in attack to protect the house and the people, or the healing arts. Any other aptitude is considered a disgrace. Van's father and brothers possess aptitude for the 4 elements, but he believes that other spells could be useful depending on how they are used. The Ferdio family is a military aristocracy focused on a superpower. They pride themselves on their fire attribute, strong in attacks. The technological development of the country seems to be between the Middle Ages and the post-medieval period. but magic is the most important weapon. Van understands that he is in the kingdom of Suduya, a great country on the western continent of Grant, whose king gradually expands his territory, having promoted his father from Kansunergi for his efforts. He continues to question Till about the world, learning about magical beasts that attack ships on the high seas and the existence of other races such as elves, dwarves, and beasts, which are rarely seen for having their own settlements and cultures. The maids think Van is saying very complicated things and suggests he take a nap. However, he replies, "I'm not tired. I asked all this because I wanted to know more." The maids marvel at the 2-year-old Prodigy. He continues his studies on his own, asking Till about magical tools and how crystals and gems can store magical power to create items based on each other's ability. One day, the 49-year-old chief butler Espada, a talented man who has served his father for many years, approaches Van. "Master Van, you're 2 now. I assume you're studying the alphabet and simple numbers. How much have you learned?" Van, who had never spoken to him before, feels a chill. With an intimidating look, Sword repeats the question, "What's wrong? Would you like to tell me what you've learned so far?" Van thinks to himself that that is not the way to talk to a 2-year-old, but decides to answer, saying that he can understand and listen well. He admits he doesn't know much about writing. Sword then changes the focus. "How about the numbers?" The boy, a little hesitant, answers that he knows a little bit about addition and subtraction. Sword tests the boy, asking how much is 2 plus 3 and 7 minus 2. After obtaining the correct answers, a moment of silence settles before the butler states firmly, "I will be your instructor twice a week, Master Van." The experiment was hell. Sword lessons were not for a 2-year-old, and the amount of material was overwhelming. Yet, in a matter of weeks, Van became literate and learned about the system of aristocracy, methods of war, and how to rule a territory. For the next 2 years, he studied and worked constantly. In addition to the lessons, he began fencing training, which he found amusing, as if he were at a party with a Mako in a tatami room. During training, Till defeats him and celebrates. The other maids, however, are outraged by her insolence and demand that Master Van punish her immediately. With Till celebrating his victory, the other maids insist that the insult to their master cannot go unpunished. The maids press, stating that such disrespect for a noble is a grave sin and that punishment is necessary. Van watches the scene, thoughtful. To the surprise of all, Van's punishment is just a gentle petal on Till's forehead, closing the matter. Till, thrilled and relieved, agrees that the matter is closed. 2 years earlier, at 6, Van observes a busy crowd. Amazed at the diversity of people, he thinks he never gets tired of seeing the bustle of the city. At the age of 6, Van reflects on his situation, reincarnated as the 4th son of a noble family, but with the memories of his nearly 30 years of life on Earth considered a prodigy. He faces daily infernal training, overcoming even older soldiers and finding his own peculiar skills. Till, his personal servant, praises him as a fencing genius, suggesting that he could overcome his brothers and become the head of the family. However, the young prodigy knows that such a highlight is dangerous. In aristocratic politics, where the weak are prey to the fort, a promising brother is often the target of murder by the power, status, and honor that the title of head of household carries. Aware that his brothers would not hesitate to kill him to eliminate competition, Van realizes that his reputation as a prodigy is a threat to his peace. He decides that in order to enjoy a quiet life, he must abandon the image of genius and impersonate an ordinary child, starting by going out to play. To begin its transformation into a common child, Van decides to go shopping. He goes to the busy market, amazed by the crowd, and faces the imposing Marie Company, a large corporation with branches throughout the kingdom. He comments with Till that the place is as big as a Costco, but his attention is suddenly diverted by a disturbing scene. A man dragging a child into rags down the street. A man with a mustache warns the curious, shouting that that is not a spectacle. Intrigued and concerned, Van questions why the child is tied up. Man arrogantly declares that he has the right to do whatever he wants with his own son, revealing that he is selling him as a slave to settle a debt. Till explains the law of slavery, which allows servitude for debts or crimes, a common practice in poor families. The father confirms that he used the debt transaction system to turn his son into a slave. Van observes the scene, realizing with regret that normalization of slavery is the reason why no one reacts, considering it a terrible system. A woman approaches, impressed with Van's appearance, and asks if he is royalty. Till quickly corrects it, identifying it as Van Nefertito, the famous prodigy. The woman presents herself as Rosalie and welcomes Van to Mare Company, offering her services. The father of the enslaved boy responds with surprise to the knowledge that he is before a nobleman. Ignoring the formality, Van asks Rosalie the price of the enslaved boy. Knowing that the magic skill of the 8-year-old boy is steel, Rosalie evaluates him in at most 3 large silver coins for the father's fury, which argues that other slaves are worth much more. Rosalie devalues the boy, explaining that his small size and maintenance costs reduce his purchase price. When Van intervenes, asking his father to treat his son kindly, he is rudely told to shut up. The negotiation becomes hostile, with Rosalie and her father exchanging insults. When the man decides to take the boy to another store, Van intervenes decisively and declares, "I'll buy it." The young nobleman surprises everyone by offering 5 large pieces of silver for the boy. While the father demands to see the money, Van strives to remain calm, fearing that any false step may result in the child's death. Till admits to having only gold coins, but Rosalie intervenes promptly, offering to exchange the money and finalize the purchase. While Rosalie and Till take care of payment, the father retreats abruptly, leaving the boy behind, alone and on the ground. Van approaches the boy gently, asking if he's alright. He introduces himself and asks the boy's name. The boy, moved by the gesture, reveals his name, Kamshin. Van declares Kamshin free, but Till reminds him of his responsibilities. Realizing you can't leave the boy, Van invites you to his house, offering you a place to stay. A guard reports that to take Kamshin to the mansion he must officially be his slave. Van asks if the boy agrees to the condition, and he settles in silence. Decided to take care of his new companion, Van proposes to buy new clothes. Rosalie, however, interrupts, remembering that the slave contract must be formalized first. As a hired magician, Rosalie performs the ritual, and a slave mark appears in Kamshin's hand. It exempts the contract fee as a courtesy for the first visit of the young nobleman, who thanks for the gesture. Surprised by the unusual gratitude of a noble, Rosalie pulls herself together and offers to help them. Van then gently takes Kamshin's hand to take him to the clothing section. Inside the store, Van chooses a high-quality outfit for Kamshin, wanting him to dress as well as Till. Rosalie confirms the fabric is excellent. When Rosalie suggests a simpler dress, suitable for slaves, Van refuses, insisting on not treating Kamshin as such and choosing the best quality clothes, as well as shoes and underwear. He reflects on the unexpected course of his first day of Folga. Already dressed in his new clothes, Kamshin feels that everything will be fine. Later, he calls for Van in one of the mansion rooms. Kamshin reports Deputy Commander D is looking for him, trying to hide. Van gives you a cookie and asks you to lie about your presence. He then notices Kamshin's hand without glove and questions if the slave mark bothers him, but the boy says no. Kamshin declares that the brand is a sign of his bond with Van and must be displayed with pride. Van, embarrassed, insists that he cover her with the gloves he bought her. Kamshin obeys and then lies to D, stating that Van's presence must have been an illusion caused by the commander's strong feelings. D, however, realizes the food brand in Kamshin's mouth and confronts him about the lie. He comments with some admiration on the boy's courage to disobey a vice commander. Impressed by his audacity, D decides that, in Van's absence, he will train Kamshin, declaring that the boy should feel honored. Hidden, Van mourns the fate of his new friend. Watching D take Kamshin to training, Van reflects on his new goal of becoming an ordinary child, a plan that aligns with his laziness. He decides that if Kamshin can't handle it, he'll take his place in training. With the arrival of its 8th anniversary, the city comments on Van's impending magical evaluation ceremony. The people of the city talk enthusiastically about the young master, describing him as an academic prodigy and fencing. The expectation is high for the magical evaluation ceremony, with everyone believing that, as a Furtio, he will undoubtedly possess the powerful magic of fire. In the grand hall of the ceremony, the evaluation begins to determine Van's affinity for one of the 4 magical elements. For the shock of all present, the result reveals that Van has no affinity with any of the 4 elements. The revelation shocks the gifts. Van has a magic of creation, considered the most unfortunate of all magic, for the amusement of his brothers. The magic of creation, or alchemy, is explained as inefficient. It consumes an immense magical power to create items that could be done by ordinary craftsmen, making it practically useless. The boy realizes that his life is no longer in danger in the struggle for power. The narrative details the magical hierarchy in the Furtio family, where fire magic is exalted. His older brother Merja, despite being the heir, is despised for possessing wind magic. Van's father, Jalpa, expresses his fury and disappointment, questioning how he and his late wife, both powerful fire magicians, could generate a son with such useless magic. He mourns the child his wife left him. Jalpa, disappointed, recalls the peculiar talent his youngest son demonstrated from an early age, concluding that he was a fool for having had so many expectations. Realizing the situation as a disaster, Van hears his father declare that the family will not be tarnished by such failure and that the birth of a user of creation magic must be resolved. Determined to erase the humiliation of his family, the Marquis raises his sword to kill his own son. Unable to react, the boy is saved by the intervention of his older brother Mersha, who calls for his father. Mersha approaches her father and suggests an alternative: exile her younger brother to a remote and underdeveloped village within his own territory, making him the feudal lord of that area. The older brother details the location of the village, an isolated area near the Wolfsburg Mountains and the territory of Count Ferdinand, devoid of local products, but rich in magical sources, used occasionally for knight training. He argues that naming a member of the ducal family as a lord, even if only symbolically, would guarantee the loyalty of the new territory and avoid conflicts with Count Ferdinand. Dad, considering the logic, seems to agree. The decision is made. The Marquis appoints his youngest son as feudal lord of the remote village and expels him, ordering him to leave as soon as the preparations are completed. On leaving, the patriarch tells Mersha that he finally proved his worth. Van watches his brother, who saved him, quietly. Mersha kneels and apologizes to her younger brother, confessing that she couldn't bear to see him suffer and that he himself was mistreated for having a different magical attribute. He accepts that his brother hates him for the solution he proposed. The boy denies any sense of hatred, recognizing that his brother saved him from a terrible fate, such as death or slavery. He promises to take advantage of the opportunity he was given. Impressed, Mersha calls him genius, marveled at his advanced maturity and vocabulary, and recalls that Sword and Till have always enthusiastically reported their progress. Mersha, aware of the challenges your brother will face, declares that he will do his best and accept the situation as long as it is for Van's sake. The two brothers seal the deal with a handshake, and Van sincerely thanks his Niacin. While packing, Till rages against the expulsion of his master, insisting that he remains a wise and honorable nobleman. To her surprise, Van reassures her, saying she's looking forward to the new life in the village. The young man realizes that, free from the rigid rules of aristocracy, he can consider himself a free man. The prospect of being a feudal lord in a small village with a lot of free time is, for him, a wish that came true. With the painful memory of being abandoned by the family, he decides to turn the village into his refuge, a place to live in a comfortable and happy way, preparing for the work to come. A nobleman reflects on the priorities of his class. They use rhetoric to be proud, but in the end, the priority is self-protection, not that of the kingdom, even if it means neglecting the security of the people. This mentality leads nobles to despise civilians, especially adventurers. A group of adventurers discuss their new mission to protect the son of a nobleman. They express their discomfort in dealing with royalty, which they consider arrogant. The leader explains that he had no choice but to accept, because the request came from the Ferdio family. Van approaches the adventurers with a smile, performing as Van ni Ferdio Ordo. The leader is visibly surprised at the appearance and politeness of the boy and greets him. The young noble notices Ordo's weapon, commenting on his size and weight. Impressed, the boy continues his praise, calling Ordo a veteran hero, which makes the adventurer flatter. The other members of the group of adventurers are also interested and receptive to the young nobleman. After the meeting, the adventurers comment that the child they will escort seems lovely and ordinary. Despite their harmless appearance, Ordo warns them to be careful. Kanchan arranges luggage in 3 carriages, then explains that since they could not use the army carriages, his brother Mersha hired adventurers and insisted on more than 1 carriage. Till asserts fervently that, as his exclusive servant, he will accompany you. The vice commander also joins the entourage, promising to fiercely protect Van from any threat. The kid, surprised, asks if he's allowed an army escort while D rushes the others. Sword, the chief butler, announces his retirement to relax in the field. Though his father is reluctant to lose such a loyal servant, Sword is determined to go, for the sons of the Marquis are now adults. The butler declares that he will oversee Van's studies during his retirement, which makes the boy visibly nervous. He also notes the great amount of luggage, questioning whether everyone knows they are going to a simple village. The noble young man reflects, grateful to have so many people by his side. D, with his enthusiasm, and Sword, with his vast knowledge, Noting his expression, Till asks if anything happened. Asked about his smile, Van expresses his genuine happiness in having everyone with him, admitting that he was concerned about being sent to the border alone, and thanks the company. Till reveals that many other servants wanted to accompany him, but only she got permission from Ursha. She compares the treatment of her brothers, highlighting that, unlike others, Van has always been kind. The maid recalls how the young master greeted everyone, offered sweets and helped clean up, making him uncomfortable. Embarrassed, Van offers Kamshin freedom, saying that the slave contract can be cancelled. Kamshin, however, refuses, stating that he has decided to dedicate his life to serving him forever. To break the tension, the young nobleman plays if Kamshin likes him so much. The boy responds with total seriousness that yes, he loves him. With this, they prepare to leave. As the carriage prepares, Van reflects on his father's desire to erase him from history. Feeling lonely, suddenly, a little girl, a guard's daughter, calls him, asking where he's going. The girl points to a scene that leaves the young noble embarrassed. The guards, following D's orders, prepared a grand farewell, refusing to let him leave as a thief on the run. D, now awake, announces aloud the departure of Van Nefertio, the fourth prince of the kingdom, ordering them to make way for him. Attracted by the announcement, the citizens gather, asking where he goes, wishing his return and speculating whether he is going to study in the capital. As the entourage departs, the boy waves to the crowd, saying goodbye to everyone. Inside the carriage, the young man is moved by the warm farewell, admitting to himself that he had no idea that so many people cared about him. The emotion of the moment is too much for Till, who starts to cry copiously alongside Kamshin. After the match, they set up camp for the first time. While an adventurer offers him a meat stick, Van reflects that camping in this dangerous world is a new experience. The man who offers you the meat is Ortho Sheet, the leader of one of two groups of adventurers hired for the escort, a talented veteran. With his extensive experience, Ortho knows how to interact with customers. The young nobleman thanks for the food and care, asking the adventurer to rest as well. Surprised by the boy's kindness, Ortho walks away. Next door, Till smiles, pleased to see his master's kindness recognized. The maid expresses her joy, sure that even the adventurers can perceive the goodness of her master and that in time they will discover even more incredible qualities in him. The journey goes on. After leaving the city and crossing two others, the group camps several times along the way. They go through 4 more cities, where they stop to rest. Progress is slow, mainly due to the large amount of baggage they carry. After 2 weeks of travel, Van is impressed by the vastness of the kingdom. While reflecting on the importance of the first impression, Till and Kamshin announce that they are finally arriving in the village. The carriage stops abruptly. One of the drivers shouts that the situation is bad, and Van, alarmed, asks what's going on. The terrible news is revealed. The village to which they were headed is under attack. As they arrive at their destination, Van's entourage faces an alarming scene. The village is under attack. The news shocks Till and Kamshin, who look at the village gate with expressions of dread. Gathered in a circle, Van, his companions, and the hired adventurers discuss the alarming situation, trying to draw up an action plan to deal with the attack on the village. Ortho, the leader of the adventurers, speculates that attackers may be bandits or mercenaries, offering a chance to retreat to those who feel incapable. The noble young man, however, firmly affirms, "I am used to fighting." The observation reveals that the village is surrounded by a thick, solid wooden wall, making an arrow attack a very difficult and ineffective tactic. In front of the gate, armored troops and wizards stand guard while the villagers take refuge. Impetuous, D urges the group to join the battle, confident that together they can defeat the enemy. The boy intervenes. Pondering the situation, he estimates that the number of opponents is between 40 and 50, questioning the prudence to fight without knowing the strength of the adversary. Ortho, with his experience, warns about the danger of the situation, disagreeing with the plan of a direct attack. D argues that casualties are expected in battle, but Ortho stands firm in his principles, stating that his group does not accept missions requiring the sacrifice of its members. While Ortho defends his caution, D, inflamed, declares his loyalty. He sees the village as the first territory of his lord and the villagers as his people, claiming that he cannot retreat from the crisis and calling on the brave to risk their lives. Ortho proposes an alternative solution, escort Van away from danger, arguing that life is more valuable than payment. However, Espada intervenes and refuses the offer, stating that D would be willing to die for others. Sword reveals its own strength, claiming to be a magician of the 4 elements. He estimates that, with D's ability to face more than 30 men, The odds are balanced and suggests that the open area is perfect for demonstrating his fighting power. The butler reveals his tactical plan. He will erect a magical barrier from which the adventurers will attack from a distance. When the enemy focuses on the barrier, D and the knights will attack from the flanks, increasing the chances of victory with repeated surprise attacks. While Ortho is concerned about the defense against magical attacks, Van proposes to use the iron reinforced carriage as part of an initial surprise attack. The main objective, he explains, is to distract the enemy. Worried, the boy asks if Sword will stay behind to face her enemies. The butler confirms, explaining that it will serve as bait, continually attacking behind the barrier to ensure the safety of D and others. Van objects, realizing it's a suicide mission. You will surely die, he exclaims. Sword, however, insists, seeing this as a chance to be useful and asking permission to proceed with the plan. Faced with the determination of his butler, the young nobleman makes a drastic decision and offers to be the bait. The boy turns to his companions, taking charge of the situation and preparing to announce his decision. The young master's proposal is received with a vehement and immediate refusal from his protectors. Hill stands before his master, firmly opposing the idea. In tears, she offers to be beat instead, believing that her sacrifice could guarantee victory. Kamshin also offers to fight with authority. Van interrupts them, reminding everyone that as leader, the final decision is yours. He addresses the sword, claiming that his loyal servant has already contributed much and should not die there. He then reiterates to Ortho that their contract is for escort, not to fight for the village. He then turns to D, reminding him that the knights serve his father, not him. He expresses that he would have to apologize to the Marquis if anything happened to them. Gently, Van comforts Till, saying he considers her to be an older sister and would not bear to see someone so important to him die. Then he addresses Kamshin, stating that despite the contract, he does not need to die for him. He praises the boy's honesty and expresses his happiness by seeing him enjoy life. The young nobleman reflects on his situation. Expelled from his family and considered incompetent, he sees everyone who followed him as incredible and kind people and refuses to let them die. With determination, he decides that, as a leader, he can't just give orders, refusing to be like his former bosses. He concludes that he must put himself on the front line and apologizes to everyone. Taking command, he details his plan. He will advance ahead with the carriage, while the others will attack from the flanks. He emphasizes that the main focus should be on distance attacks and gives them the option to escape if the enemy does not retreat. Preparing for the worst, he instructs his companions to abandon his body in case he is killed by the bandits. With his sword in his hands, he adds that if his identity is not revealed, his death will not cause problems for the duchy, showing his acceptance of the risk. Moved by the boy's determination, Ortho grabs him and declares that this time they will also risk their lives. He warns you not to say anything else, or you will have to scold the whole group for hesitating. Puriel, one of the adventurers, expresses her admiration. Tired of nobles who only speak, she is impressed by the fact that Van remembers their names. For that reason, she states that they also want to risk their lives for him. The other adventurers agree, showing a united front and declaring that everyone feels the same, inspired by the leadership of their young master. As long as the boy is embarrassed, D makes a solemn statement. He claims that as knights of the Ferdio family, they will serve Van, protecting not only the boy, but also the future of his home. Sword reminds her master of his duties and responsibilities as noble. He reassures him, stating that the battle will end in 3 days, a deadline that seems to the boy forever. With the decision made, Espada announces that she will execute her original plan. It will modify the area, creating a barrier to attack from a distance. The strategy is reaffirmed. D and his knights will strike from the left, while Ortho and his adventurers will strike from the right. Till and Kamshin will remain in the rear as emergency reinforcements. With a confirmation cry from D, Sword begins the plan, raising a wall of earth with her magic. An imposing barrier of land rises from the ground, and attack teams rush to their designated positions along the flanks. Impressed, Ortho comments that the old butler is more suitable as a wizard than as a servant. He reflects that a wizard of the 4 elements would not be just a butler unless there were special circumstances. 2 of the adventurers talk, concluding that Van would have actually sacrificed himself if they had refused his request. They agree that such a valuable noble should not die so young. Ortho reflects that, if possible, he would want that boy to become you. He admits that in the last 2 weeks, his impression of the nobility has completely changed. He is deeply interested in Van, surprised that such a person exists in a noble family, and decides that he will help him if he is in trouble. The adventurer continues to reflect on the strangeness of the young noble, who proposes strategies not only to protect the territory and inhabitants, but also knights. servants, and even slaves, ensuring that no one dies. He remembers how troublesome the mission looked, but as the boy, even being pressured to go to that place, risks his own life to fulfill his responsibility. Ortho concludes that Van is a really strange boy for being willing to die for his responsibility at 8. The next moment, with the battle over, Kanchan and Till run to embrace their master, relieved. Crying for relief, Till thanks him for being safe. Kanchan, with equal fervor, swears he would become his shield if anything happened. The boy, embraced by his two loyal and emotional companions, seems a little overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment. Watching them, he lovingly reflects that they are like his own family. Retrieving composure, he reminds them that they are still in battle. He instructs them to get the medicine and kits for the carriage to help the wounded. Huriel confirms that they will help if the situation becomes dangerous. Together, they confirm the orders and prepare to continue the fight, closing the chapter. While a group of bandits relaxes, confident that the attack on the small village is about to end, one of them is suddenly struck by an arrow coming from behind, to the shock of his companions. The attackers, in panic, realize that the attack came from behind a wall that mysteriously emerged, questioning their sudden appearance and feeling trapped. The chaos is set among the bandits, who shout in confusion and dread at the unexpected counterattack. Ortho and D lead the surprise attack on the flanks, surrounding the opponents and increasing disorder in their ranks. Ortho admires D's ability. The knight, who handles his massive sword with impressive ease, a proof of his position as vice commander. The imposing presence of D, the vice commander of the Ferdio family, sows terror among the bandits, who retreat frightened before his figure. With morals destroyed, the bandits disperse. While one thanks Ortho for saving him, another runs away in despair, screaming that he does not want to die. The battle continues, with Puriel trying to prevent the escape of an enemy, while D continues to pest the attack, keeping the bandits in retreat. Ortho perceives an enemy sneaking up on him, but the wall blocks the sight of his archers. He screams an urgent warning, trying to warn you about the imminent threat. A corpulent and heavily armed enemy suddenly appears, cornering Puriel against the wall. In a critical situation, Puriel realizes that his magic is in time to recharge and that he will need at least 10 seconds to use it again. Impotent and unable to use his magic, Puriel prepares for the fatal blow, convinced that she will be killed. At the last second, Van and Kanchan appear to intercept the coup. Shocked, Puriel screams, warning them that the opponent is a heavyweight fighter too strong for children to face. The adventure reiterates her desperate warning, shows that children are no match for the enemy. Ignoring the warnings, Kanchan advances and skillfully to the attack of the immense adversary. The confrontation continues, with Kanchan managing to block the enemy's massive weapon. With impressive calm, Van takes over, instructing Kanchan to be alert to other possible attacks. The scene baffles Puriel, questioning the boy's true nature. The battle ends with a clear victory. Although some enemies escaped, the attack squad was neutralized without casualties, achieving the best possible outcome. With the remaining bandits captured, Ortho declares that the mission will be complete as soon as they receive payment, but admits that their interest now goes beyond money. Moved by curiosity, the leader of the adventurers asks if he can stay in the village for a while, making it clear that his decision is not motivated by financial reward. Part of Ortho's group says goodbye, explaining that they have other work to do, but they promise to return in the future. However, several other adventurers decide to stay, attracted by the opportunity to hunt demons in nearby forests and mountains to make money. Puriel comments with her leader that young Van is nothing like the other sons of nobles she knew. Ortho agrees, revealing that this is the reason why he wants to stay. He wants to witness what such an extraordinary child will become. A reflection on Van's personality reveals that, despite his noble appearance, he is polite, kind, and friendly, without any trace of the typical arrogance of his social class. Ortho confesses that he never saw a nobleman like him, and his companions agree, remembering that the boy was willing to sacrifice himself for everyone, an unthinkable act for the aristocracy. The feeling is emphasized. A nobleman like him has never been seen before. The conversation continues, with Puriel highlighting how the young man saved her and how her movements in battle were like those of an experienced knight, not those of a child. Ortho, decided, questions his companions if they are also interested in helping the mysterious boy, curious to see what kind of territory he will build. The remaining adventurers ponder the proposal, visibly intrigued by the idea of following the young lord. The decision is unanimous. The group of adventurers agrees to stay and support Van on his journey. Till, among tears, scolds his master for putting himself in danger, insisting that from now on he must let Kanchan go ahead. The boy tries to calm her down. Motivated by events, Kamshin closes his fists, determined to become even stronger to protect his master. Huriel approaches, apologizing for interrupting the moment between the maid and her master. The adventurer plays with Van for already making girls cry, but he answers sincerely that he does it because he cares about Till. Her maturity makes her wonder if he wouldn't be an elf. Huriel reflects on his behavior, remembering how, at first, he treated the young noble informally, calling him Vankan. The boy denies being an elf, arguing that he is human, since Till's taken care of him since he was a baby. Huriel then questions him about his remarkable skill with the sword. Pointing to D, the young man reveals that he was trained directly by the vice commander to become stronger than himself. Huriel then asks if his wisdom and knowledge come from Sir Sword. The nobleman confirms that the butler was his tutor, but adds that his mentality was shaped by Till's influence. Deeply grateful, Huriel kneels before Van, thanking him for saving his life with his actions and strength. The adventurer swears she will never forget the gift she received, the chance to continue living. With a gentle smile, the boy reassures her, saying it was nothing and that she can forget about it. Huriel reflects that his loyalty was not conquered by the calculating charism of a noble, but by something much more genuine. She recognizes that the heart of an adventurer was truly conquered. Till informs his master that the villagers are gathering at the entrance and he prepares for the meeting. Accompanied by his loyal followers, Van stands for his first encounter with the villagers, determined to make a good impression. In front of the apprehensive villagers, including the elderly, women, and children, Van Ferdio begins his presentation as the new lord of the village. The community, mostly composed of women, children, and the elderly, observes with a mixture of hope and caution the arrival of its new leader. With a glow of confidence, Van announces that as a member of the Ferdio family, he will take over the management of the village. In response, an elder presents himself as Rhonda, the local leader, and expresses his gratitude for the help received in the previous battle. The young nobleman goes to Rhonda, expressing his discontent because he knows that the village has been unprotected. He firmly declares his intention to protect her as the new lord, seeking the cooperation and understanding of the inhabitants. While reflecting that his presentation was formal as that of a businessman, for Ortho's amusement, Rhonda invites him to his home. There the elder begins to report the terrible situation of the village, which had 150 inhabitants only 6 months ago. Rhonda reveals that after a month of bandit attacks, the population was reduced to 100 people. The cause, he explains, is the change of landlord, who left the border with the neighboring kingdom of Urinet unprotected, a mistake of House Ferdio. The boy realizes the gravity of Rhonda's accusation, a direct criticism of the nobility. The elder explains that while the former ruler, Count Ferdinand, appointed magistrates for each city, the Marquis Ferdio appointed only one lieutenant for the big city, leaving the smaller villages unprotected. Rhonda regrets that due to low taxes, the village is not considered worthy of protection. Ignoring pessimism, Van changes the focus of conversation, determined to discuss the future of the community. Malaga, son of Rhonda, exalts and confronts the noble young man with serenity. Van asks him to feel, reflecting that man's impulsive personality does not contribute to the future of the village. The young lord ponders on the flaws in the laws established by the founding royal family, recognizing the immense responsibility that nobles have to correct these errors. A tense silence dominates the room while Van's villagers and companions await their next words. Sword, perceiving the hesitation of her master, quietly dripped to encourage him to continue. Despite fear, Van recomposes, aware that lamenting the laws of the kingdom or bureaucracy will not bring any real change to the dying village. He then launches the crucial question for all present, asking what must be the action plan to save the community. With determination, the young man announces that he has a clear plan, outlined in 3 specific objectives. The statement surprises those present, and a woman repeats, unbelieving, the mention of the 3 objectives. The first goal, he explains, is to make the village so valuable that the kingdom can no longer ignore it. The second step is to generate wealth to hire reliable mercenaries and ensure site security. The third and final goal is to remodel and develop the village's infrastructure with its own efforts. The villagers, although they had already considered these options, point out the difficulties. Remote location makes transport more expensive, making profit with raw materials impossible, and lack of education prevents the production of high-value craftsmanship. Recognizing the challenges, Van undertakes to use his knowledge to protect and develop the village. At this moment, Espada intervenes, formally presenting himself as the former chief butler of the Ferdio family. Sword and D present themselves, revealing their high positions as chief butler and deputy commander, and reaffirm the reputation of Prodigy of their young master. The villagers are amazed, hardly believing that such important figures have come to save them. Believing that his new lord is a mighty magician of the four elements, the villagers are seized by despair when Van reveals to possess only the useless magic of creation. Ignoring the reaction, he focuses on the immediate task to strengthen the village's defenses. The young lord analyzes the fence of wood, noting that, although it seems robust, it is vulnerable to fire arrows, as well as the houses of the village. Its initial plan is to use stones of various sizes as a basis to strengthen the existing structure, creating a solid protective wall. Asked about the durability of his magic, Espada explains that cohesion of the earth remains only as long as his magic energy is active. Then it becomes a common land again. To complement the wall, Van proposes to dig a moat. D readily offers himself for the task, claiming to have experience in creating trenches with the battle unit of magicians. The defense strategy includes traps to capture enemies in moats, followed by distance attacks with bows, arrows, and stone throwers from the safety of the protective wall. Van asks Rhonda to gather all the inhabitants because she needs to formally report and explain her plans for the defense and future of the village. In front of everyone, the young lord speaks enthusiastically, promising to dedicate himself to the development and enrichment of the village, ensuring that, despite being a child, he has the support of people able to face any threat. After his inflamed speech, Van reflects with an embarrassed smile that sounded like a politician, apologizing to a nearby villager. A villager questions him about taxes, explaining the difficulty in paying the 30% fee on hunting items, such as furs and monster tusks. In a gesture of goodwill, the new gentleman reduces the tax to 10% and offers to cover the amount if the new fee is still a burden to the residents. The crowd reacts with astonishment and commotion to the generosity of the new leader, who prioritizes their quality of life. When asked about the possibility of calling nights, Van explains the harsh reality. The 2-week journey, added to the preparation time, makes any help from the army slow and ineffective, revealing why the village was abandoned. He exposes the state of the kingdom. There are not enough budgets and knights to protect such a vast territory. Even if they could send an army, the cost would be prohibitive and the risk of being annihilated too high. Demonstrating the need for self-sufficiency, Van asks the sword to erect a wall of land. To the amazement of the villagers, an imposing barrier rises from the ground, reinforcing the fence of wood. With the new defense lifted, the young lord declares that the cooperation of the inhabitants is now more crucial than any army of knights. He inspires them, claiming that together they will make the village prosper as never before. No accommodation available in the village, the Van group camp next to the carriage. He reflects that, though Rhonda offered his own house, he could not accept and dislodge the elder. Reflecting on the disappointment of the villagers with their magic of creation, Van reaffirms his determination. He will not be sorry, but will use his power to advance, improve everyone's lives, and, above all, gain their trust to defend the village. Alongside Till and Kanchan, watching the village, Van makes a promise. He will use his magic of creation to protect everyone and transform that place into a home where they can live comfortably and happily. At a strategic meeting, Van, D, Espada, and Rhonda discuss the village's defense tactics. Sword points out that from a low wall, arrow attacks would be ineffective. Rhonda recalls that they used to use spears through loopholes in the fence, and D agrees that the same tactic could be used against enemies. Interrupting the discussion, the young lord proposes an innovative solution for defense: the use of a catapult. Sword, with skepticism, contests the idea, arguing that catapults are weapons of siege, designed for attack and not for the defense of a fortification. Confused with the term, Rhonda, the village leader, asks what a catapult would be, demonstrating her ignorance of the siege weapon. D assumes the explanation, describing the catapult as a weapon that throws large stones, but which is slow and inaccurate, ideal for destroying immobile targets such as walls and watchtowers. The boy details his plan, explaining that by lodging a box full of small stones, the attack would spread and be extremely effective against the agglomerated invaders at the village gate. Enthusiastic with the idea, D suggests improving tactics: add a oil and a torch to burn in the impact area, which leaves Sword and Randa visibly impressed. Intrigued by the complexity of the proposal, the chief butler faces his master and questions who would be able to build such a sophisticated mechanism. With a confident smile, Van offers himself to the task, stating that although his magic of creation is considered useless, he can build the weapon. The young man reflects on the nature of his power, admitting that he does not yet fully understand it and that he needs to master it to function properly. He remembers how he trained intensively during the journey to the village, practicing the free deformation of materials such as wood, stone, and iron. With determination, he closes his fist, feeling that the time has finally come to demonstrate to everyone the true potential of his ability. In the woods, Ortho and his group of adventurers hunt monsters to earn money, enjoying the relative peace after the expulsion of the bandits. With his keen intuition, Ortho senses the approach of a monster and warns Van to protect himself. The young nobleman, in turn, admires the incredible ability of the adventurer to detect. While Kamshin points to a large tree, the Lord reflects that despite Ortho's remarkable ability, his rank as adventurer did not rise quickly. The boy rejects the tree suggested by Kamshin, explaining that it is too large and thick to be cut with the means they possess. After some effort, the group can gather a pile of wooden logs, ready to be used. Van focuses, explaining to himself the complexities of his magic. He needs to keep a clear and detailed mental image, feeling the energy flowing from his stomach to the tips of his fingers, so that the result is not fragile or strange. The mental process continues. It visualizes the fibers of the wood, twisting them and intertwining them into smaller and smaller pieces to create a stronger and denser material. He successfully manifests his creation, a perfectly formed wooden cube, so dense and smooth that its surface resembles plastic. Kamshin and Till are amazed at the result. Kamshin theorizes that the material is a kind of nanofiber more resistant than ordinary wood and suggests using it as a basis for new creations. As they prepare to take the blocks to the carriage, a surprised voice from outside painting exclaims, amazed at the vision of the wooden cubes. Ortho and his group return from the hunt and encounter the pile of wooden blocks, questioning what Van and his companions were doing. The leader of the adventurers takes one of the blocks, noting that it is lighter and tougher than expected. Curious, he asks permission to test its durability. With all his strength, the adventurous veteran strikes a powerful blow with his weapon directly against the wooden block. To the surprise of all, the block remains intact, while the rock that served as support shatters with impact. Ortho is perplexed, unable to believe that the material resisted his attack with full force without suffering a single scratch. Satisfied with the result, Van simply confirms the success of the test, noting that the block actually did not break. Till and Kamshin, impressed by the resistance of the material, express their admiration for the incredible creation of their master. Completely confused, Ortho comments that he can break stones, but not that piece of wood, leading Van to question which of the two materials would actually be harder. Satisfied to have obtained a new resistant material, Van is called by Till to return to the carriage. Inside the carriage, surrounded by complex pieces he created, Van reflects on the consumption of his magic energy, questioning whether it has exhausted itself, since the magic of creation is known to demand much power. To test its limits, it focuses on creating a weapon of normal size, accurately visualizing the sharp blade of a katana. He materializes the sword and offers it to Kamshin, who, thrilled and amazed at the present, promises to keep it as a family heirloom. Then the young lord creates an axe ornamented with a skull and delivers it to Till as a gift. Noting Till's hesitant expression, Van asks if she did not like the present, realizing her lack of enthusiasm for axes. He explains, a bit dull, that he endeavored to create an extremely strong weapon which could also be used as a hammer or spear. Till quickly assures him that he loves the axe, although Van pretends to believe. He realizes the lie and decides that next time he will make some cute engravings for her, reflecting on the usefulness of her magic. Holding a small knife, Van smiles cunningly, realizing that his magic of creation can have far more unexpected and versatile uses than he imagined. Puriel reflects that a wizard with swords abilities would normally be in the army or at the top of the adventurer's ranking, finding his position as a peculiar butler. Ortho comments with the young nobleman that his butler is also exceptional and has a remarkable ability to activate complex spells in rapid succession. Van, in a playful tone, questions if the adventurer is calling him eccentric. The boy is pleased to be considered on the same level as Sword, whom he sees as a great butler who supported his family behind the scenes. The young man values the future more than the past and is glad that Espada has come to spend his retirement with him, wishing his last years to be rewarding. The butler interrupts his master's thoughts, stating that, as lord of the village, he must begin to study intensely. The boy tries to argue that strengthening the village's defenses is the priority, but is dragged into his duties. D, full of enthusiasm, offers to help strengthen the gate, suggesting stacking stones and volunteering for heavy work. Angry at the suggestion, Van declares he will use his creative magic. D, surprise, realizes his mistake and expresses admiration for the spirit of his master. The boy reflects that the process will be similar to that of creating wooden blocks, but his main concern is weight, which considers the key to an effective defense against invasions. For now, a heavy wooden gate will do, but he plans to make a metal one later. Using his creation magic, the young master manifests a colossal gate, leaving D, Sword, and others completely amazed at the scale and speed of the construction. With the work completed, the imposing gate reveals itself, leaving everyone amazed at the feat. To test the resistance of the newly created gate, Van asks Ortho to attack with his sword, ensuring that he will fix it later if it is damaged. The adventurer strikes a blow with all his force against the wooden gate, but is surprised by the result of the impact. To the amazement of all, Ortho's blade can barely scratch the surface, while the noble young man ponders that wood may not be the ideal material. The rest are blown away by the unbelievable hardness of the structure, which should have been broken in half. Waking up in the tight carriage, Van is frustrated by continued discomfort. Even after arriving in the village, he and his companions still need to sleep in the vehicle, unable to even take a bath. On leaving, the young master is welcomed by Till and Kanshin. Although he is well, he realizes how exhausted his companions are and concludes that the precarious housing situation cannot continue. He decides that before strengthening the defenses of the village, his priority should be to provide food, clothing and, above all, a suitable shelter for his companions. With determination, the young man announces his next great task. He will build a house. He instructed Kanshin to bring the wooden blocks he had created. When the village elder Rhonda approaches, the boy explains his plan to build a house there and asks if the area is adequate. Rhonda confirms that the site is the center of the village and, since it is not being used, it is the perfect place for the young master's house. The boy reflects that one day, when they are able, he would like to organize a festival and a carnival for the village. Fortunately, your magical reserve is vast, he concentrates, questioning how big he can build. The construction process begins. First, it creates the support pillars, planting them deep in the ground. Then he raises the 4 walls to set the size, followed by the floor and ceiling. Finally, it adds the internal partition walls, following the plan it has in mind. With the structure ready, it uses the remaining wooden blocks to define the rooms, a dining room and a shared bathroom, a large and medium bedroom, and 2 smaller private rooms to avoid the wrath of Espada. As there is no glass, he installs blinds on the windows, planning to ask traders about silica sand later. The final result is an imposing and well-finished mansion, whose scale surprises even its creator. Till and Kanshin marvel at the house, built in record time. Kanshin comments that the creation magic of his master is more suitable for a master than the magic of 4 elements. Espada, on the other hand, considers the mansion small, although admits to being the largest in the village. Despite this, the young noble still believes that a powerful attack magic would be more useful to protect the territory and provide security for the villagers. Sword agrees that in times of war, the power of attack is crucial, but in times of peace, a ruler who improves the lives of the people is more valuable, and he sees Van as perfect for this role. Till strongly agrees, stating that he would rather live in his master's city than any other. D and his knights arrive and are blown away by the mansion that came out of nowhere. Asking unbelievers what that is, the young master calmly explains that he built a house with his creative magic. When the boy mentions that he can build houses for everyone if he has more wood, D ignites with a spirit of leadership never seen before. He commands his men to gather the wagons and bring trees by noon. Inspired by the competition, Ortho urges his adventurers to go into the forest and not lose to the knights, declaring that he himself will cut the wood and they must transport it. The young noble is perplexed by the enthusiasm of all, questioning why they want a house in the village, but decides not to stop them. Attracted by the commotion, Rhonda and the other villagers approach. Having heard that the young master is building houses, they begin to present their own problems, such as rotten doors, broken floors in houses that sway with the wind. The boy regrets talking too much, but seeing the terrible conditions of the dwellings, his heart softens. He accepts the task and asks everyone to organize themselves in a queue. Seeing the joy and hope on the faces of the villagers, the noble young man decides that if his magic of creation can make them happy, he has no choice but to build a new home for each of them. In a retrospective, the division of tasks is shown. Sword and the villagers built a protective wall, while D, Ortho and his friends collected wood. The young nobleman, in turn, took Till and Kamshin with him to begin building the houses. With the materials assembled, the young lord uses his powerful creation magic to quickly lift the new dwellings for the village, under the watchful gaze of Till. The boy improves his ability, turning logs into wooden blocks with increasing speed. He admits that although his initial goal was to create furniture for himself, he now feels compelled to continue building for everyone. D expresses his admiration for the grand mansion and the incredible magical power of his master. Van, in turn, reflects that although repetitive work reminds him of his past life as a corporate slave, now he feels an infectious joy that prevents him from stopping. The young man details his urban plan, a grid pattern with his mansion in the center to facilitate future expansion. The villagers, immensely grateful, now reverence him, and he promises one day to rebuild everyone's houses with stone. For his own comfort, the boy builds a simple bathroom next to the mansion. Puriel uses his magic to fill the basin, and although the goal was personal, he is happy to see that everyone is satisfied with the new installation. Excited, Till and Puriel invite their master to join them in the bath, putting him in a visibly embarrassing situation. Completely ashamed, the young nobleman refuses the invitation, protesting that he is still an 8-year-old child, unlike Kanshin, who is already considered an adult at 10, which baffles him with local standards. Mentally, Van laments, reminding himself that inside he is an adult of almost 30 years. Later, he regrets his hesitation while taking a bath alone, at the sound of the girl's laughter. After the bath, he enters his new room, spacious but empty. The idea of sleeping in a sleeping bag there seems so sad that he scolds himself for his foolishness. Upset by the lack of comfort, the young lord quickly creates simple hay beds for all, ensuring that they can finally rest on a soft bed. The next morning, he enjoys a delicious breakfast prepared by Till, explaining how he is rested after a night of deep sleep. His maid is happy, despite his concern for the shortage of ingredients. The joyful atmosphere is interrupted by Espada, who addresses the crucial problem of regular income, remembering that the only connection of the village with the outside world is the merchants who visit them sporadically. Exhausted, the young man tries to delay the discussion, pointing a piece of omelet at his butler's mustache. He argues that, as it can meet basic needs, the priority should be to strengthen defenses. The butler wipes his face and retorts with an irrefutable argument. The village has no spices and, more importantly, lacks the ingredients for his master's favorite sweets. The revelation hits the kid like lightning. The prospect of running out of candy drives him to act immediately, realizing the urgent need to create a local industry. With a new and powerful motivation, the young lord concentrates, determined to find a solution to generate income for the village. At a meeting to discuss ideas, Kanshin suggests selling the wooden blocks, but the proposal is rejected. Because only Van can produce them, monster hunting is also discarded, as the materials obtained by Ortho belong to him, not to the village. Espada ponders that the sale of crops would be the traditional solution, but the particularities of the village make it an unviable option for short-term profit, concluding that they need to find a better alternative. The loyalty and affection that everyone feels for their young master is evident, showing the strong union of the group around their leadership. An adventurer named Kisara hesitates to test a weapon he received as a gift, fearing to damage it. The young lord encourages him, explaining that it is crucial to know the limits of the equipment for an emergency. Confident in the quality of his master's gift, Kisara agrees to test the weapon. Kanshin and Till observe with apprehension, concerned with the outcome of the impending test. Kisara prepares for the test, using a robust and flexible Orc Knight's shield as a target. At the request of his master, Kamshin strikes the shield with the katana he received as a gift. Kisara laughed, scolding Kamshin for his lack of strength, but a cracking sound indicates that something unexpected happened. To the amazement of all, the wooden katana cuts the resistant shield of Knight Orc in half with a single, weak blow. Kanshin looks at his sword, unbeliever with the power of the weapon his master created. Till is also belligerent with the display of power of the wooden weapon. Kisara, the owner of the destroyed shield, is in absolute shock with the fragility of his equipment. Desperate with the destruction of his new shield, Kisara can hardly believe it was broken by a wooden weapon. The young lord calms him down, promising to fix him and make him even stronger. With complete confidence in his abilities, the boy reaffirms his promise to reinforce the broken shield. Using his creative magic, he repairs the shield in an instant, making it visibly tougher than before. Just then, Ortho returns from the forest with a cart full of ores, asking about the commotion and offering his find for sale. The adventurer explains that, at the foot of the Wolfsburg Mountains, they found formidable monsters and, because of this, managed to collect rare ores without climbing. It displays its collection, which includes iron ore, copper, silver, and a little gold, before revealing the jewel of the crown, a great shiny crystal. The young noble recognizes the crystal with immense excitement. It is the legendary and valuable ore of Mithril. Excited by the discovery, the boy wonders why such a rich warehouse has never been exploited. Ortho supposes that the remote location and disinterest of the few knights who pass through there are the reasons. Ortho reflects on the luck they had in finding such valuable resources in such a neglected area. Decided to seize the opportunity, the young lord begins processing the iron ore. He uses his magic to purify it, turning impurities into sand and reducing the volume of the ore, although he admits he cannot guarantee the final quality without casting. Kusara, excited, asks Van to make you a double-edged sword as a test. In a gesture of gratitude, the nobleman offers to create weapons for all adventurers, and Kusara quickly asks for a short sword and a long one. The boy concentrates to create his first iron weapon, visualizing a blade thicker than a katana, but with a razor wire. It condenses the metal to increase density and, in moments, materializes a magnificently decorated sword. He delivers the gun to Kusara, who marvels at the details as the others gather to see. Van, imperturbable, begins to create a long sword to complete the pair. Kusara, exultant, praises the appearance and power of the sword. Inspired, the other adventurers immediately start asking for their own custom weapons. Uriel evaluates one of the new weapons, and although he needs to test it in combat, he estimates that its market value would be very high. Sword, beside her master, comments on the rarity of finding ore deposits in a forest far from the mountains. The butler explains that although iron sand is common, finding ore as raw as that is an extremely rare event. The discovery raises an intriguing theory: the presence of a nearby dungeon, since stone or iron goblets, which produce ore, are common in these locations. Ortho confirms that the area is little explored, making the existence of a plausible dungeon. Espada explains to her master that such discovery would transform the village, attracting a constant flow of people and commerce. A shrewd smile forms on the young lord's face as he ponders the vast possibilities a new dungeon would bring. The boy understands that the discovery of a dungeon would dramatically elevate the strategic importance of his village, making it a point of interest to the whole kingdom. The explanation of the importance of dungeons begins, detailing how they are a crucial source of weapons, artifacts, and treasures for the country. It is revealed that adventurers are obliged to report new discoveries to the guild, which in turn establishes a new post in the nearest location. Discovering a dungeon is a great achievement for adventurers, offering fame and the right to be the first to explore it. However, the young lord considers that, in the current situation, the village has no resources to deal with the flow of guild members, merchants, and horsemen that the news would attract. Espada agrees, adding that the village already suffers from food shortages and other supplies. Ortho expresses concern for a possible attack by the neighboring country, led by Count Ferdinand, if the dungeon is revealed. Puriel suggests that a construction issue can be resolved instantly with Van's magic, allowing a rapid expansion of the village. The boy realizes that his family, the Ferdio house, sees him as a burden and tries to get rid of him to take the dungeon at the first opportunity. Ortho's team decides not to actively search for the dungeon for now. Instead, they will map the probable area where it is while collecting other resources, avoiding the site so as not to attract unwanted attention. The young nobleman concludes that claiming the dungeon now would be a waste. His family considers him useless and expects nothing from him. So if he revealed such a treasure, one of his older brothers would certainly take it for himself. Determined to protect his people and the home they built, Van decides to use his power to strengthen the village to the point that no one, not even his own family, can take it away from him. Walking with Till, the lord of the village discusses the next steps. With housing resolved, the priorities now are to obtain funding and strengthen defenses. His servant comments on his vast reserve of magical power needed to build so many homes for the residents. The boy admits to his companion that he too gets tired, but sees exhaustion as a sign that the work has been completed. It reflects on the need for skilled labor, something scarce in the village. To get around it, he plans to use his magic to create a stockpile of weapons and shields before the merchants arrive, because the defense is as crucial as the rest. The impressive outer wall surrounding the village is almost finished, turning the settlement into a small fortress. Using a large amount of stone and its magic, the young master made the wall as solid as concrete. What was once a low, thin barrier is now a formidable defense. At the top of the wall, he installed simplified ballistics, using leather in his manufacture. Each weapon is equipped with a large frontal shield, allowing the defenders to fire heavy projectiles without fear of counterattacks. To complete the defenses, watchtowers were erected around the perimeter of the village, each also equipped with ballistics. Upon being praised by his master, Kamshin expresses his admiration and a feeling of inadequacy, saying that he only brought some stones, while Van transformed the entire village with an amazing ease. The young man explains that it is his duty as lord to care for the village and its people. Curious, he asks his faithful follower if he has any personal purpose. With fierce determination, Kamshin declares that his only goal is to protect his master. Touched by the devotion of his subordinate, Van thanks him, but kindly asks him not to exert himself. The boy decides that in recognition of his knight's loyalty, he will create armor to protect him from danger. After 3 days of intense work, the village became a small fort with protected walls and a row of ballistics. The group admires the results. While Van considers the defenses perfect, Espada notes that the site looks more like a fort than a village, impenetrable to bandits. Dee ponders the Duke's reaction if he knew of his son's power. Sword discards the idea, remembering that the head of the family values only combat skills. Dee, however, argues that his master's skills can be applied in battle and, in time, he will become stronger than anyone. The discussion continues, with Till and Kamshin defending that Van's power is to protect, a crucial facet of war. The young lord closes the debate, reflecting that offensive, defensive and refueling forces must function in harmony. He intervenes, stating that it is useless to lament the circumstances or talents with which one is born. The important thing is to adapt and live with what destiny offers. Dee agrees with enthusiasm, laughing and declaring that lamenting their own misfortunes will not change anything and that they will rise up even if they are expelled from that territory. While overseeing the excavation of the moat, which still needs to be filled with water, Van reflects on the need to find a safe and reliable water source. His thoughts are abruptly interrupted by a cry of warning. A watchman announces the arrival of bandits, who approach the other side of the canyon, causing panic among the workers. Acting quickly, Van orders the drawbridge to be lifted and the gate closed, while asking to check if anyone is still outside. He is impressed with how quickly the villagers obey their orders, but notes that the fear of fighting still paralyzes them. Recognizing fear in their faces, the young lord inspires them with a speech. He admits the danger, but emphasizes that this is a crucial battle for the future of the village. Declaring that he cannot fight alone, he asks everyone to join his forces to protect his home together. Your lord's words galvanize the villagers, who agree to fight immediately. The boy starts distributing orders, positioning defenders at the entrance gate and watchtowers. As he climbs the stairs, Till stops him, with his eyes full of worry. Seeing his condition, the young master turns to Dee and instructs him to lead a troop to investigate the enemy's plans, stating that he will command from the rear. Dee accepts the mission with complete confidence, stating that his master can leave everything to him. The knight reflects that, until that moment, he served an established commander, but now serves a young master who constantly surprises him. He fully trusts his new leader and is willing to risk his life for him. From the top of the wall, a scout informs Dee that a group of 50 to 100 bandits is running toward the village. The knight warns his master that they must prepare for defense. Van expresses a suspicion. Perhaps the bandits are not attacking, but fleeing from something that pursues them. The suspicion is confirmed in a terrifying way when the watchmen see what's after the bad guys: 2 huge armored dragons. The situation is terrible. Dee reports that even experienced knights would have difficulty facing such creatures, whose shells are impenetrable for ordinary weapons. Villagers can't resist the monster's tail attacks and claws. By decision, the young lord orders the men in the ballistics to exchange the common projectiles for the heavy iron viruses. Dee estimates there are about 40 dragons approaching. He suggests using the bandits as bait, but his master feels sorry for them. The knight laughs, explaining that in times of danger, it is better to relax to find a solution. With a confident smile, Dee assures his lord not to worry. He plans to hit the dragons in the eyes or in the mouth to buy time until Ortho returns. He declares that none of the villagers will die. The knight then turns to his men and, to raise morale, shouts that night they will have lizard skewers for dinner, inciting them to battle. Bandits run desperate, fleeing a horde of armored dragons that persecute them relentlessly. From the top of the wall, D watches the bandits being slaughtered and orders his men to prepare for the imminent attack. The first ballistic scud is fired at the advancing creatures. The knight observes with apprehension, realizing that the battle will be more challenging than he imagined because the initial attack seems to have no effect. The projectiles are revealed as special viruses created by Van's unique magic. With a new command of fire, a powerful burst of magical projectiles is launched from the walls. Van's special viruses demonstrate its devastating effectiveness, piercing the dragon's impenetrable shells and reaching their vital points. Defenders are shocked by the result. Although some dragons have been slaughtered, they quickly realize that their special iron ammunition has run out. A bullet hits the paw of one of the monsters, who screams in pain. D screams unbelieving, surprised by the perforating power of the Viroths who crossed the natural armor of the beasts. The dragon's paw is pierced into the ground, immobilizing the creature. A single powerful Van Virot can pierce a dragon's paw, nailing it to the ground and incapacitating it completely. The knight turns to his young master, who seems confused, and explains the unbelievable feat they have just accomplished. Among the astonished villagers, D announces that, with a single sage, they eliminated about 10 armored dragons, a monstrous result for any army. In the midst of the crisis due to the lack of iron ammunition, the noble youth calmly suggests that they use the wooden virots he also prepared. With renewed confidence, D commands his men to carry the wood projectiles, certain that the second sage will be even more precise and guarantee victory. With a war cry to show the true power of the village, the second sage is fired. The wooden virots also pierce the scales of the dragons, and their roars of pain echo through the battlefield, sealing the fate of the horde. D reflects that although the wood projectiles are not as effective as those of iron, they still manage to drill the thick scales of the dragons. With the order fire, the second bullet rescue is fired at the dragons. D commands his men to aim and carry the wood projectiles, confident in victory, even without the iron ammunition. The horde of armored dragons is decimated by the second salvo, their fallen bodies witnessing the overwhelming victory of the village. D celebrates victory with a cry of triumph. In the midst of the celebration, Till embraces his young master, who seems stunned by the success of the battle. The knight, proud of his master's accomplishment, displays a smile satisfied with the outcome of the battle. D reflects on the incredible victory. With only 60 arrows, they defeated the enemy without suffering a single casualty, a feat their former commander, Stradale, would never believe. While Till celebrates, the knight continues to reflect on how unbelievable the result is, recognizing the growth and power of his young master. Van thanks D, who gets him up in celebration. Confused with the creatures, the boy calls them dinosaurs, amused his knight. The knight continues to laugh at the naivety of his master, crediting the ballast for miraculous victory. The young lord, overwhelmed by the euphoria of his subordinate, asks to be released. Amid the celebration, the lord of the village remembers the surviving bandits, who are now bound and awaiting their fate. He orders the prisoners to be bound, threatening them with a rain of arrows if they resist. The bandits, terrified, obey without hesitation. Desperate, the bandits beg to serve the village, fearing slavery or prison. Rhonda, the elder, reminds everyone that those men have looted their people repeatedly. The tension explodes when a villager, consumed by pain and anger, attacks one of the bandits, accusing him of killing his parents. Before the coup is struck, the young lord intervenes, holding the hand of the villager and advising him not to get his hands dirty with vengeance. He assures the man that the bandits will receive his punishment and asks that, despite the pain, entrust justice to him. The villagers, touched by the words of their lord, yield and agree, their expression mixing sorrow and relief. Turning to the bandits, Van declares that, although punishment is inevitable, until the authorities arrive, they must work to contribute to the village they once attacked. After the battle, Van organizes the processing of dragon carcasses, instructing the workers to separate the skin, bones, and flesh, and carefully guard the prey, claws, and most importantly, the magical core of each creature. Alongside his young master, Ortho reflects on the turbulent week, commenting with a smile that events were so intense that he will remember them for the rest of his life. Turiel expresses his admiration for the swords the young lord created, amazed at the effectiveness of the blades, which prove exceptional even without the magical improvement of sword. The task of processing the dragons is monumental. Even with the perfect swords provided by its master, a team of 30 can handle at most 4 to 5 bodies a day. Ortho commands his men to hurry, insisting on the urgency of cutting the meat while it is still fresh to ensure that the valuable resource is not wasted. From the next day, the huge task is divided between the teams of D, Ortho, and Kanshin, who, along with the freed bandits, are dedicated to dealing with the numerous carcasses. To optimize the process, the young nobleman uses his magic to create new cleaning knives, made from a superior material that makes them significantly sharper and more efficient. After 3 days of incessant work, the Herculean task is finally completed, with piles of properly processed and organized dragon materials outside the walls of the village. The following night, the lord of the village promotes a great feast to celebrate victory. He announces that, with the new wealth, they no longer need to worry about money and everyone can enjoy the flesh, proposing a toast to the grand victory. The villagers explode in joy, lifting their mugs and acclaiming their leader, Vansama, amid a vibrant celebration by the newly acquired conquest and plenty. The boy savors a spit of dragon meat, finding it incredibly tasty. Ortho explains that meat is especially juicy because it is protected by the creature's hard shell, which makes it an item of high commercial value. The leader of the adventurers confirms to his companions that the ballistic severos created by his master are as devastatingly powerful as the swords he forged for them, attesting to the quality of his creations. D, the knight, reacts with an expression of shock and jealousy by discovering that the adventurers received swords, questioning aloud why he and his man were forgotten. While the adventurers praise the superior quality of their new weapons, D and his knights, taken by excitement, surround the young lord, earnestly asking to best swords and daggers for themselves. The knight's insistence continues, asking for a complete set of equipment for 3 people under the justification of managing the materials of the village. In the midst of chaos, other residents approach to thank their benefactor for the full flesh. Observing the scene, the villager Van, prevented from attacking a bandit, reflects upon the peculiar kindness of his master, who protected him even when he was about to yield to revenge. With his fist clenched in determination, Man feels grateful that he has not become his enemies. He decides to dedicate himself to improving the village, honoring the memory of his deceased family. The celebration continues at its peak, with the villagers exulting for the opportunity to taste high-quality meat, a luxury they had not enjoyed for a long time. Rhonda and other residents enjoy the feast, expressing the great joy of being able to eat, drink, and laugh again, gathered together in harmony with all, even with the nobles. Sword observes social interaction. A woman comments on the joy of meeting with aristocrats, and the butler ponders that although this mentality may be a problem, it is also part of the unique charm of her young master. With a look full of admiration, Till observes his lord in the midst of the celebration, feeling a strong conviction that he is destined to accomplish even more extraordinary deeds in the future. Ortho details the value of dragons for his young master. Each shelled carcass is worth 20 gold coins, but by discounting the spoiled meat and transportation costs, the net profit per unit is about 8 coins. With 30 bodies, the total profit will exceed 300 gold coins. The young lord is shocked to mentally convert the profit to the currency of his past life, reaching over 300 million. Sword congratulates him on his successful defense, and the boy, in gratitude, offers him a piece of meat. The butler interrupts the celebration with alarming news. There is a law that compels any village or city to make more than 100 gold coins pay a 50% tax to the marquis treasure. Espada ponders that, with the tax, the authorities would also know the actual situation of the village. He suggests that, although difficult, it is not impossible to conceal the truth. The young nobleman is amazed, for his steward, the most loyal servant to his father, is proposing treason. The decision to act secretly to hide the truth weighs upon the boy, who acknowledges that this act will be a direct betrayal to his father, the Marquis. The young master questions his butler about the plan. Sword recalls that the Marquis always preferred a peaceful life free from the presence of his useless son, which justifies the concealment of his deeds. Sword reveals her plan. They will report the conquest, but will attribute all the merit of the hunt to the dragons to Mersha, Van's older brother. The boy processes the information, confused with the idea of involving his older brother in the situation. The young lord understands the cunning of the plan. By crediting the dragons to his brother, he can divert the attention and taxes from his village. With the decision made, the boy approves of his butler's excellent idea. The plan is detailed. They will use mercenaries and adventurers as a front, reporting that they found the herd in the forest and gradually defeated it, making the story more credible and benefiting everyone involved. Espada explains to Van that, among the 3 older brothers fighting for succession, he wants Mersha, the one who always supported him, to come out victorious. The noble young man looks at his faithful butler, sealing the deal and strategy. The next morning, the young man is greeted with enthusiasm by the villagers, who greet him warmly. The residents continue to express their gratitude for the full food and benevolence of their leader. One of them, in an excess of joy, asks to marry Till, leaving her completely surprised. The boy holds the hand of his maid, who rejoices in the gesture of affection. He reflects that although he has acted as an adult in other situations, such as an 8-year-old, he can still enjoy certain privileges. While walking hand in hand with the villagers, the noble young man decides to let go of his handmaiden, thinking of his dignity. Till, blush, asks why he let her go. The lord of the village is haunted by the thought that one day his faithful servant will leave him. Decided to prioritize her happiness, he begins to talk about the possibility of her finding someone who interests him in the future. Till interrupts him with a radiant smile, stating that his only desire is to continue caring for him and to remain at his side, and so he never even thought of such a matter. The moment of tenderness and loyalty is sealed between the two. Accompanied by Till and Kanshin, the boy climbs the stairs of the wall to inspect the surroundings, being called by one of the watchmen. At the top of the wall, a watchman sees visitors and announces them as merchants. Kanshin immediately recognizes you as Mr. Bell and Mr. Lango. The young man is impressed by the visual acuity of the watchman, who can distinguish the faces of the newcomers from the distance, while he can barely see their silhouettes. Kanshin, in a moment of self-criticism, questions whether his own vision is not good enough. A villager suggests, just in case, lifting the bridge and preparing the ballistics, but his master prevents him, stating that the newcomers are not bandits. One of the guards argues that it is necessary to be skeptical to protect the village, because bandits could be hiding in the wagon or threatening the merchants. Agreeing with the need for caution, the young lord orders them to call Ortho and Dee, realizing that they need to seize every opportunity. With a smile, he declares that the moment he was waiting for has finally arrived. The caravan of merchants approaches, and one regrets the setback that slowed them down on the road. Inside the wagon, the merchant brothers, Bell and Lango, lament their losses. The break of the vehicle on the road rendered many of its products useless, and now they face the repair and escort costs. The conversation reveals the great damage they suffered. When they see the walls, one of the guards of the escort asks, unbelieving, if that site is really Hashimura village. The new arrivals are perplexed by the vision of the imposing fortress, noting that the structure does not look anything like the humble village they knew. Lango asks if they didn't make a mistake, but Bell insists they're in the right place. Shocked by the transformation, from the top of the wall, their master's voice questions them. The merchant, surprised, confirms his identity. From the high gate, the young lord formally presents himself as Vaniferdo, the lord of the village, and demands that the merchants and their escort identify themselves, declaring their names, affiliations, and positions. Upon hearing the name Fert, the merchant brothers get nervous. Lango asks his brother if that is the same fourth son of the Marquis, about whom the rumors of being a prodigy run. The escort leader confirms the boy's identity, claiming to have seen him several times in the main city, the fortress of his guild. The leader of the merchant escort confirms the identity of the young lord, recognizing him as the child the rumors speak about. Shocked by the boy's youth and position of power, the guard speculates that the Marquis sent him personally to the border in order to turn the remote area into a fortress. Before the gate, visitors present themselves. The merchants Mary Bell and his brother Lango, accompanied by security. The adventurer of rank B, heir. The village lord asks Ortho if he knows the newcomers. The leader of the adventurers confirms that he has already found the guard in the guild and even shared drinks with him. With the identities confirmed, the young master grants permission for the caravan to enter his domains, welcoming them. As they enter the village, the merchants and their escort are amazed at the transformation of the place, now filled with new and well-built houses. The young lord formally welcomes them, apologizing for the initial caution. The merchants, in turn, express their relief when they see the Alderanda and the village safely. The boy goes straight to the point, offering to sell parts of the armored dragons that defeated, leaving the merchants in shock and immensely relieved, because they expected great damage. Traders are momentarily speechless, processing the unbelievable offer they have just received. They are taken to a warehouse and come across a stunning view, colossal piles of dragon materials stacked up to the ceiling. With their eyes wide with amazement, the brothers can hardly believe the quantity, exclaiming that there are 20 to 30 meters of precious materials. The young nobleman calmly explains that they peacefuled about 40 dragons and captured 30 bandits, who can serve as manpower to carry the cargo. Stunned by the scale of the treasure, Bell insists they need to contact other merchants immediately. Your host informs you that their broken wagon has been repaired. The boy reassures the agitated merchant, saying that they have a month to settle the details and that for now they should join them for a meal. Concerned about the waste, Bell suggests selling the vast amount of dragon meat to an impoverished neighboring village, even proposing to donate a share to help them. The young master agrees immediately, deciding to donate all necessary meat. The attitude impresses Bell, who recognizes the wit and generosity that rumors spoke about. The merchant adds that they will also pay a good price for the captured bandits, ensuring that the transaction is advantageous even if their profit is minimal. Thank you, the lord of the village promises the merchant future business of which he will not regret, quoting high-quality armor as a tempting example. The mention of quality armor surprises Belle, who wonders if the young Prodigy also brought a skilled blacksmith to the border. The boy responds only with an enigmatic smile. The succession of unexpected resources and business proposals leaves visitors completely amazed and excited by the possibilities. To prove the quality of his creations, a host offers one of his swords and a piece of dragon leather to test his effectiveness. The adventurers in the escort identify the material as the extremely resistant breastplate of a dragon. The blade cuts the leather skin with an impressive ease, demonstrating an extraordinary forge quality. Excited by the power of cutting the weapon, adventurers cry out to buy swords and spears of the same quality. Realizing the unique opportunity, Belle advances and declares that they will buy all available weapons for the price the young lord prescribes. The boy politely refuses immediate mass sale, explaining that although they may negotiate later, he does not have a large stock at the moment. The merchants take part in a banquet and observe the prosperous village, full of life and gratitude for its leader. While enjoying the delicious dragon meat, the brothers declare themselves fascinated by the vibrant atmosphere and the rapid development of the village. Impressed, Belle offers to negotiate with the trading group and increase the frequency of commercial visits to twice a month. The young nobleman accepts the offer, mentioning his need for supplies and takes advantage to ask them to advertise their weapons. The boy realizes the brothers' intention to secure an exclusive sale contract for their weapons, recognizing them as good dealers. Business proposals and opportunities presented leave traders in a state of shock and enthusiasm. The young lord reveals part of his strategy. Establishing a trade route consistent with dedicated sellers for his weapons will naturally attract more trade to the village. He proposes a commission system, encouraging them to use ads to increase sales, because the more they sell, the greater their profits. Seeing their interest, the lord of the village makes an irrefutable proposal that they open the first permanent shop of the village. The idea of securing a stable source of income and trading directly with the supplier of such unique products leaves brothers radiant with happiness. To seal the deal, the young master offers to build a house for them, as a gesture to honor the foundation of his new business. The boy reflects on how mutually beneficial the agreement is, as it will ensure a constant flow of goods and save him the trouble of negotiating with multiple traders. Belle accepts with enthusiasm, committing to stay in the village and manage the store personally until the business is fully established. He then instructed his brother, Lango, to return to the company headquarters to present the revolutionary proposal to their chief. The trade agreement that will change the fate of the village is about to be sealed with a handshake. With a firm handshake, the young lord and the merchant close the deal. Negotiations are a resounding success, promising a prosperous future for both of us. To ensure the success of the negotiations, Lango leaves with the adventurers, taking with him a sword, dragon fur and a magical core as evidence. The young lord also sends a letter to his brother, Mersha, crediting him with his recent achievements. Van reveals the new store he built for Belle near the entrance to the village. It details the layout. The first floor will be the store, the second, the residence, and the underground will serve as a warehouse, leaving the merchant mouthless. Still unbelieving with the demonstration of power, Belle stutters that did not doubt the rumors, but reality exceeded his expectations. The young man calmly claims that he followed the instructions and is willing to rework if something is wrong. With the trade agreements temporarily concluded, the group leaves the village toward the river, worried. Till asks if her master is tired, but he reassures her and encourages everyone to continue, while she herself claims she can proceed smoothly. Hanshin leads the way, using his sword to open a trail in dense vegetation, ensuring a safe passage for the group. The young swordsman continues his work, paving the way through the woods efficiently. Despite his determination, the long walk begins to weigh, and the young lord cannot hide his tiredness. In a moment of frustration, the boy reflects that his intention was to demonstrate care, but Kamshin's strength and efficiency make him appear weak in comparison, undermining his self-confidence. After an hour of walking, the group reaches an extensive river. Immediately, the construction project of the water supply channel for the village is initiated. Sword demonstrates its power, using magic to dig tens of meters of the channel instantly. During his pauses, Kamshin and the others continue the work manually, while the young sir follows them, strengthening the walls of the ditch. The grandeur of Espada's magical power surprises everyone. Almost 40 years old, works with a jovial vigor, laughing with dedication, which leaves the youngest perplexed. While they rest, Till comments on the difficulty of the task. The young lord agrees, but reflects on the satisfaction of working as a team for a common goal and how improving living conditions in the village will facilitate the arrival of more traders. 8 hours later, the group already sights the village. Progress, which far surpasses the week's forecast, impresses everyone with the incredible pace of work. Exhausted, but satisfied with the advance, the young man decides to close the work for that day. Sword and D, still full of energy, question the decision, arguing that they could easily complete the excavation to the village in just a few more hours. The young master points to Abu, Lu, and Kanshin, who are visibly exhausted, justifying the need for rest. D agrees, although he sees the situation as a good method of training. The young lord, in turn, realizes that the veteran knight still has plenty of energy. The boy observes the resistance of the elders and reflects, with a mixture of admiration and fear, on the hidden force of the veteran generation. Internally, the young noble recognizes the wit of his knight by quickly understanding the situation. The next day, to everyone's surprise, the canal to the village is completed before noon, and the time comes to release the water flow. With an air of satisfaction, the young man announces that it is finally time to complete the sanitation work. Addressing his men, he thanks everyone for their great contribution and hard work, being greeted with smiles of pride. With a command cry, the containment barrier is destroyed, and the water of the river begins to flow with force through the new channel toward the village. The whole village gathers to celebrate the arrival of the water by the new canal. The young lord, radiant with joy, watches the flow with satisfaction. While the villagers celebrate the success of the project, the children of the village run animatedly along the bank of the new canal, amazed by the water that now flows near their homes. Rhonda, the elder, expresses his happiness for saving time and effort, but reminds his young master that water still needs to be filtered and boiled to be drinkable, which will require special equipment. Lu, one of the residents, shows great interest and enthusiasm for the special instrument your master plans to create to purify the water. The young lord, realizing Lu's interest, asks if he would like to participate in the creation of the new filtering device. Lu accepts the offer with great enthusiasm, and the two begin working together on the project. The young nobleman realizes that his new assistant delights not only with the final result, but with the very process of creation. Lu's enthusiasm for the creative process is evident, for his lord's amusing surprise. The project details a purification system. The channel water passes through a multi-layer filter coals, leaves, sand, stones, and is stored in a metal tank, from where it is transferred to a boiler to be boiled. To heat the boiler, they need a magic fire crystal. Lu is willing to go to Bell's store to see if the merchant has the item in stock. Kanshin arrives with the news that the channel is completely full, announcing the success of the first phase of the project. Satisfied with the result, the young lord watches the canal filled with water next to his butler, worried. He questions about the risk of flooding in the event of rain, awaiting that impresses Sword. Sword begins to explain that, to control the volume of water, the channel must be extended and landfills must be built at strategic points. These engineering measures are essential to prevent overflows in flood-prone areas. The butler points out that the construction of these channels requires ingenuity, because water, once diverted, needs a final destination to prevent accumulation. The boy suggests two solutions: create a flow system to return excess water to the river or build a lake behind the village to serve as a reservoir. Sword praises the second suggestion, highlighting that the creation of a lake would be a wonderful solution, functioning as an invaluable reservoir during drought periods. The decision is made. An urgent project is initiated to build a lake 200 meters from the village, an essential preventive measure before the arrival of the rainy season. In just 3 days, the lake is almost finished. The young master contemplates the addition of a leak, considering the functionality and practical use of the new structure. Though satisfied with the abundance of water, the rest of the young lord is interrupted. He is awakened abruptly even before sunrise, feeling groggy and angry. Till wakes him up urgently, explaining that the villagers, led by Rhonda, are panicking. D and Espada have already gone to the commotion site. The maid reports that the confusion is taking place in the newly named Lake Van. The young nobleman is perplexed and embarrassed to discover that the lake was baptized in his honor. His maid explains that not only the lake, but the village itself was renamed in his honor to preserve his legacy. The news makes your master uncomfortable and with a bad feeling. Before he can process the information, a panicking villager interrupts him, begging him to go to the lake immediately. The group is rushing through the back of the village toward the lake, where a crowd of apprehensive residents are already gathered. On arriving, the young man faces the concerned faces of his subjects and questions the cause of all agitation. In response, one of the residents points to the center of the lake, directing everyone's attention to the source of the mystery. At a distance, an enigmatic figure emerges partially from the water, quietly observing the crowd on the shore. The figure turns out to be a beautiful and mysterious creature, half human, half aquatic. Surprised and without recognizing her, the young lord wonders what or who she might be. Sword explains to her young master about the mythical creature known as Abgallu, a half-human being, half Surya, with perfect blue hair, which inhabits the depths of the rivers of the forest. The butler points out that they are rare and difficult to spot, and the boy admits never to have heard of them. Sword confirms the identity of the creature, stating to her master that the young woman in the water is indeed an Abgallu. Surprised by the creature's youthful appearance, the young lord tries to communicate, asking what his name is. Realizing that the creature does not understand his words, the boy decides that food is the best way to start a relationship. He asks Till and Kamshin to bring him meat and fruit to offer to the visitor. Young Abgallu slowly approaches the shore, attracted by the offer, while the villagers observe the scene with their breath suspended, amazed. The knight observes the approach of the mythical creature with a serious and attentive expression. Next to him, Ortho, the leader of the adventurers, also follows the scene carefully, evaluating the unknown creature. To everyone's surprise, the girl asks if she can eat. The young man's exclamation of amazement frightens her, causing her to retreat quickly. Sorry, he apologizes and invites her to approach again. The creature returns to the shore, and the noble young man offers him food. She accepts and begins to eat, under the watchful eye of D and Ortho. After tasting the meat, young Abgallu recognizes it as being of an armored dragon and asks who was responsible for the hunt. Ortho quickly points to his master, crediting him for the feats. Sword, the butler, confirms the information, reinforcing that it was your lord who defeated the creature. With a proud smile, D adds that victory was won thanks to the power of his young lord. The villagers join the choir, cheering their leader, who, with modesty, tries to correct everyone, saying that the merit was from the ballistas. At the insistence of his followers, the boy accepts credit with a dull smile. Young Abgallu processes the information with a thoughtful expression. After a moment of reflection, the creature simply says, "I understand," processing the revelation. Without further explanation, the girl dives and disappears into the water, leaving the young lord and the villagers perplexed by her sudden departure. The next morning, the young master is awakened abruptly by Till, who invades his room shouting his name. The maid reports in panic that the villagers sent a message about an imminent attack. Pissed off by having his sleep interrupted, the boy dresses in haste while his servant explains that the enemies occupied the water channel. He assumes the ballistics vision will be enough to drive them away. At dawn, the young lord meets a crowd of Abgallu of all ages occupying the canal. The day before, there was only one child, but now the presence of so many mystical beings makes him apprehensive. The leader of the Abgallu, an imposing-looking man, requests a conversation. Intimidated, the boy summons his strongest companions, D, Ortho and Sword, to accompany him, seeking security in their presence. As they descend to the meeting, Merchant Bell expresses his enthusiasm for the business opportunity that the rare Abgallu represent. As he approaches, the water tribe leader reveals that his daughter, the young woman they met the day before, is grateful to the noble young man. The others Abgallu whisper among themselves, confirming the rumors that the boy was the one who defeated the dragon. They recognize the strength of their companions and consider him a powerful wizard, impressed by their feat. The leader of aquatic beings, admitting the bravery of the young human, makes a shocking statement. He accepts the marriage between the boy and his daughter, Lotta Priora. The marriage proposal takes the young lord completely by surprise. Confused, he questions about who Lotta Priora is and what that sudden arrangement means. The girl's father, Lotta Vesta, asks if he refuses union. The noble sees Lotta Priora, still a child, playing carelessly in the water. He questions the seriousness of a marriage proposal for someone so young. Vesta explains that his race, the Lottas, has never had contact with humans before. Vesta reveals the despair of his people. The river was invaded by armored dragons, who killed many of their own. They seek a strong protector for Priora and her tribe. The boy understands that this is an alliance for safety, but insists that the young woman should marry the one she loves. With firmness, the young man views the leader of the Abgallu and ensures that he will protect them, regardless of any marriage agreement, by offering his help without the need for an arranged marriage. The leader of the Abgallu, Vesta, declares that, as his people were accepted, they will live with their new genre, questioning the young lord if he owns those waters. To prevent future traders and visitors from getting scared, the boy politely asks the tribe to move from the canal to the newly built lake. The young man says the situation and shouts to realize that he is being called out by the leader of the Aquatitai. Ignoring the boy's protests that he did not accept the marriage, Lotta Priora says goodbye by calling him husband, while Merchant Bell unsuccessfully tries to negotiate rare materials with her. Sword scolds his master, claiming that he is lucky to have succeeded in establishing a friendship with the rare and powerful Abgallu. The butler and the maid comment on the unusual situation. Although the young nobleman did not consent, the Abgallu already consider him married, and the water people happily settle in their new home in the lake. Mystic beings enjoy the peace and security of the lake, adapting quickly to their new life in the village. Feeling responsible as owner of the lake, the young lord uses his magic to build 2 large waterfront resting houses to house his new residents. The Abgallu are enchanted with the new dwellings, and Espada is impressed with the knowledge of his master about architectural styles that not even he, with all his experience, knew. The butler expresses his admiration for the vast range of wisdom his master possesses, while the boy, satisfied, already plans the next step, the construction of a gate and a drawbridge. The coexistence between the villagers and the Abgallu flourishes, quickly becoming a genuine and harmonious friendship. The two people begin to interact, sharing meals, and the village thrives even more when the Abgallu begin to bring rare ores to Bell's store. With the new alliance signed, the young nobleman decides to strengthen the security of all, planning to build an even bigger and more powerful wall to surround the village and lake. During expansion planning, Espada suggests designing a city for 10,000 inhabitants. The young man, however, questions the grandiosity of the plan, considering the current scale of the village. The butler argues that a larger wall will require more guards, being wiser to plan for a larger population from the beginning, even if the initial territory is smaller. The boy ponders whether a city for 1,000 or 2,000 inhabitants would no longer be appropriate, but his advisor rejects the idea immediately, insisting on a long-term vision. Sword's stubbornness is evident, as he insists that planning should be ambitious from the outset to avoid rework in the future. The young master reflects on the determination of his servant, remembering that he is so obstinate that not even his father, the Marquis, can remove him from his convictions. Sword details the scale of the project, explaining that each side of the wall must be at least 600 meters long to house all the necessary structures, which makes his young master shocked by the magnitude of the work. The experienced counselor proposes to build an initial structure that could be easily expanded in the future when the village has enough inhabitants to justify the complete work. Inspired, the young lord draws a star-shaped fortress. His butler, though impressed, warns that square cities are easier to defend against concentrated magical attacks. Deepening the concept, Espada explains that star design creates independent triangular fortifications, hindering the invasion of the city's core even if one of the tips is defeated. A diagram illustrates the tactical genius of the star fortress, which channels the invaders to death zones where they receive concentrated attacks from 3 directions simultaneously. The boy reveals that this form of fortification was developed in another world with the advent of firearms, but that its effectiveness applies perfectly to a world of magic and swords. The butler praises the project, acknowledging that even the most skilled wizards could not protect their infantry troops from such a well-crafted defense. Sword concludes that the shape of the wall forces the enemy to concentrate their troops, making them vulnerable and demanding a much larger number of soldiers for a successful attack. The strategic discussion is interrupted abruptly when a guard rushes into the room, calling eagerly for his master. Angry with the interruption, the young master questions the reason for the urgency, and the guard clarifies that it is not an event, but an important arrival. The messenger announces, to the boy's surprise, the arrival of an emissary of Count Ferdinand, the former ruler of those lands. Another guard adds that the entourage not only carries the emblem of the Count, signaling a visit of greater importance. It is revealed that the delegation also bears the unicorn coat of arms of the Viscount KN, a rising nobleman who arrived with a force of 100 soldiers and 3 chariots. The young lord recalls that Count Ferdinand was the former owner of the city before being handed over to him. Worried, he ponders whether the unexpected visit means the Count wishes to regain his lost territory. Outside the gates, 2 nobles watch the fortress. One expresses their discontent, while the other, more pragmatic, suggests that they personally verify the veracity of rumors about the prodigy boy. Within a carriage, the Viscountess of Panamera reassures her young companion, Arat, ensuring that they will soon arrive at the village and that she will be around to protect her. The noble girl timidly agrees with the words of her companion. As they approach an imposing mansion, the Viscountess reflects that, first of all, they need to carefully assess who they will talk to. The young lord is taken by surprise by the sudden arrival of the Count's messengers. While his maid serves the tea, he and his butler prepare to welcome the guests, eager to know how many they are. Nervous, the young man breathes deeply, wishing everything to go well, and authorizes visitors to his quarters. The door opens, revealing the shy Arat, daughter of Count Ferdinand, who enters the room. Accompanying the girl, a noble of imposing appearance evaluates the young lord, realizing that, despite the young age of his visitors, the situation is more complex than it seems. The young master formally presents himself as Van Nefertio, the one responsible for the fief. In response, the noblewoman identifies herself as Panamera Kara Kayan, a knight recently promoted to Viscountessa. The youngest girl performs as Arat and Ferdinand, the Count's youngest daughter. The young man quickly understands that the Viscountessa is there as his escort. Though intimidated by the presence of the mighty noble, the young lord expresses his gratitude for his visit. Panamera praises the calm of the boy and challenges him to guess the real reason for his presence. The boy deduces the complex political situation. The Count, fearing a maneuver from his father, the Marquis, sent the entourage to collect information and evaluate the possibility of an agreement. Your need analysis draws a surprised laugh from the Viscountessa. The noblewoman confirms that the young man's hypothesis is correct and explains that his name has often been mentioned in recent years, for many seek an influential heir. The Viscountess expresses its confusion about why he was chosen as master of those lands, speculating that it may be because of his supposed lack of affinity with the four magical elements. She goes on to contrast the rumors that he is a prodigy with the strange decision to grant her a strategic fief located on the border with the Count's territories and the neighboring kingdom. With an inquisitive look, the noble asks whether his appointment would not be a sign of his father's unreasonable ambitions. The Marquis Ferdio. The young lord tries to dispel the concerns of the Viscountess, explaining that her fears about a conspiracy are unfounded, because her exile was a mere whim of her family and not a strategic movement. He confirms his lack of affinity with the four elemental spells, an admission Panamera considers foolish. To better understand the situation, the boy proposes an exchange of information, seeking to understand her perspective. The noble warrior, skeptical, questions whether the rumors about him being a genius are also false, pressing him to reveal the truth behind his presence and the rapid development of the village. Panamera contrasts the humble origins of the village, which she had heard had only 100 houses, with her present condition. It highlights the amazing speed at which a fortress wall was erected in just 1 or 2 months, using materials and construction methods that it does not know. The Viscountess adds to her list of suspicions the presence of the butler of vast experience and a knight with master skills alongside the young lord. Based on these observations, she concludes, to the boy's total perplexity, that he must command a force of at least 5,000 men. The nobleman accuses him directly of turning the border into a military base, considering his actions a deliberate provocation. The dimension of his mistake leaves the young master completely exasperated. Clearly tense, he admits that from the perspective of a stranger, her suspicions are logical, although the reality is that he was simply expelled from home. The accusation irritates the knight of the noble young man, whose reaction is perceived by the Viscountessa, who questions the sudden change in the atmosphere of the room. The utter absurdity of the situation makes the kid laugh. After he pulls himself together, he apologizes and declares it's time to end her delusions. The young master clarifies that the only thing his father allowed him to take with him was his servant, Kanshin, and a little luggage. He reveals that his family did not even say goodbye, ordering him to leave the city silent, which leads to Viscountessa questioning the origin of his other powerful followers. Dee proudly explains that they chose to follow their young master, impressed by his wisdom and talent, even ignoring a direct order from the knight's order to return, a bold statement that amuses the boy. The butler adds that the young lord's departure to a remote village gave him the perfect excuse to retire, dedicating himself to a new mission, to convey all his knowledge and abilities to the boy. The maid, Till, also expresses her devotion, praising the justice and kindness of a teacher who treats everyone equally regardless of her position, and affirms that she would serve him forever with pleasure. Moved by the loyalty of his servants, the young lord expresses his deep gratitude that they chose to accompany him to such a remote and uncertain place. Still in search of answers, Panamera demands an explanation for the miraculous transformation of the village. In response, the boy smiles and invites her to go outside, proposing to show her directly by building another fortress wall. To demonstrate his power, the young lord gathers his followers and soldiers outside the village, preparing to reveal the true nature of his abilities. The villagers observe the scene with curiosity and apprehension, without understanding what is about to happen. The boy begins his demonstration by asking his men to bring him wooden blocks, the base material for his creation. He guides the group to a decamped area, and Viscountessa Panamera, suspicious, questions where they are being taken. The young master realizes the suspicion of the noble, who fears an ambush, but he remains silent, confident that his demonstration will dispel all doubts. When arriving at the chosen location, Espada confirms that the area is suitable for construction, although the limits of the future wall need to be adjusted. To expedite the process, the boy decides to create an initial structure about 2 meters wide, which can be refined and expanded later. In front of the shocked visitors, the young man announces that he will erect the fortress wall at that very moment, to the astonishment of Erat. With one gesture, an imposing stone wall emerges from the ground. Atonida, the Viscountessa questions whether he is indeed a powerful magician of the 4 elements. The nobleman explains that the wall is a temporary construction, made of a mixture of bones, rocks and ores, since it does not yet have the materials for a perfect concrete. Panamera observes the wooden blocks and asks if they are the same materials used in the construction of the houses of the village. The boy details the next step, the creation of a gate, explaining that he needs to visualize its shape and resistance to then materialize it with a metallic coating. After completing the imposing wall and gate in a matter of seconds, he leaves all present, including veteran soldiers, in absolute shock. With a satisfied smile, the young lord contemplates his work, having proved irrefutably the extent of his power. Still processing what they saw, Erat and Panamera approach and demand an explanation of the nature of that extraordinary magical skill. The boy finally reveals his secret. He has production magic, a skill that allows him to only create items. He concludes, to Erat's amazement, that in high society, this magic is considered completely useless, leaving the young noblewoman to ponder the contrast between what she saw and what society values. Shocked by the demonstration of power, the young noble hears the boy reveal that he has production magic, a skill that allows him to only create items, but which is considered useless in high society. In a melancholy memory, Erat recalls his lonely childhood, with an absent father and a disinterested mother who left her in the care of a nanny. She grew up feeling useless and neglected. Considered unfit for physical activities and studies, the young noble discovers a single talent, the magic of marionettes. With her, she could control dolls with a precision that surpassed her own movements, arousing the hope of finally pleasing her mother. Excited by the rare opportunity to impress her parents, the girl practices her magic with enthusiasm. However, her hope is crushed when her mother rebukes her with fury, calling her a useless child and rejecting her talent. Hurt and without understanding her mother's reaction, the young noble discovers later that her marionette's magic was despised by high society. His last hope of acceptance is revealed, to his despair, completely useless. After her rejection, her mother stopped visiting her completely, ignored by everyone around her. The girl retracts in a deep silence, spending her days in complete loneliness and inactivity. Tormented by guilt, the young woman sinks into self-depreciation, believing she is a useless child that caused her mother pain. The memory of the rejection and the frustration of its magic has not been useful to constantly haunt it. At the age of 10, Erat is summoned by her father, whom she had not seen for a long time. In the office, she hears Viscountessa Panamera questioning the decision to send her personally, but the Count's silence, ordering her instructions to be followed. Panamera turns and goes directly to the girl, calling her by her full name, indicating that the success of the mission will determine their return. The noblewoman formally presents herself as the Viscountessa Panamera Karakan and questions the young woman directly about her knowledge of a future marriage. Takes it by surprise, the girl reveals that she had no idea of the marriage arrangement, her face showing complete confusion and apprehension. The Viscountessa clarifies that marriage will only be considered if the suitor is skilled. The young woman, in despair, concludes that she is being sent out of the house because she is considered useless. Panamera corrects her, explaining that the reason is that she is the only daughter who hasn't married yet. With a comforting smile, she assures the young woman that everything will be fine if her future husband is a person of value. With a gentle gesture, the noble warrior holds the girl's hand for the first time. Erat feels he has found someone who cares about her, seeing a reflection of hope in the eyes of the Viscountessa. Erat recalls the 3-week trip with Panamera, a period she describes as the first time she felt happy. The noble warrior, despite her strong temper, was kind, scolding her and hugging her when she felt useless, and starting conversations with a loving caress on her head. When the young noble woman began to cry suddenly, the Viscountess did not get angry. On the contrary, she again stroked her head with her callous hands, a gesture that Era worshipped. The warrior, in her playful way, brought unprecedented comfort to the girl. As they approached the village, the prospect of arranged marriage saddens her. His only desire is to remain beside Panamera, the first person who showed genuine care for her. For not wanting to approach the young lord, she decides to observe him with an empty expression, trying to keep an emotional distance to protect her desire to be with her guardian. However, in observing him, it becomes evident to her that the boy is, in fact, someone special. This finding is the opposite of what she desired. The young master not only opened up quickly to the Viscountess, but is also surrounded by servants and companions who deeply respect him. She reflects that, although younger, he accomplished remarkable deeds, which leads her to assume that her parents certainly respect him for his multiple talents and abilities. The young noblewoman is shocked to find that, unlike her assumptions, the boy's family did not care about him and had exiled him from the city. By realizing that he was also rejected by her useless magic, the young woman begins to compare her trajectories. The envy he felt becomes genuine interest in witnessing the miracles he performs with his power. She reflects on the obsession of the aristocracy with elemental magic, which led her to abandon her own talent after her mother's rejection. For the first time, he questions whether he could have become as strong as the boy if he had continued practicing. Observing the wall, the Viscountess perceives the strategic potential of the power of the young lord. He, in turn, clarifies that his father does not know the true extent of his ability, having exiled him by discovering that he had only production magic. The noble warrior considers the Marquis' decision a stupidity, reflecting that with such power he could easily expand his territory. She admits, however, that she herself did not imagine the immense potential of production magic. The boy invites her to postpone her departure and witness the continuation of the construction of the wall the next day. Interested, she accepts, wanting to see the work complete. During a tour of the village, the Viscountess bombards him with questions, curious about how he built the houses and the drawbridge alone, what materials he used, and whether he is the only one with that skill. Although I still don't understand everything, the noble admits to having understood the basics, and the boy feels that the initial misunderstanding has been resolved. She then confirms that she needs to discuss Eret's marriage, the main reason for her visit. The young man says that he will continue to strengthen the village and build walls, but points out that a marriage of convenience is not necessary to ensure peace. The continuous progress of the village arouses the interest of the Viscountess. She confesses that at first she opposed marriage, because Eret is a girl she takes care of personally. She recalls her initial concern. Eret would be sent to marry the youngest son of a potentially hostile family. Exiled at the border, the noble woman feared that the young woman would not find happiness in this arrangement. The boy agrees with the Viscountess' fears, recognizing that life on the border is dangerous and that Eret could die of hunger, cold, or be the victim of bandits and monsters. The warrior reveals that she came prepared to find reasons to refuse marriage, realizing that Eret's sadness came from fear of being abandoned again. The young lord identifies with this feeling, but is surprised when the Viscountess declares that she has changed her mind. Considering Eret's happiness, she would now accept the marriage proposal as long as the groom is him. She praises her qualities, her purity, her maturity and vision, the care for her subordinates, the loyalty she inspires, and the extraordinary magical power that transformed her unhappy destiny. With a smile, the noble warrior confesses that if they were the same age, she herself would choose him as a husband. The compliment makes him radiant and ashamed, happy to be admired by someone like her. Embarrassed by the praises of the Viscountess, the young lord tries to repress his emotions, although inside he is radiant by the admiration she shows him. The Viscountess turns to the young noble and, with conviction, claims that she will not force her to choose, but ensures that she will not find a better partner, leaving the girl surprised and thoughtful. With a confident smile, Panamera presses the girl for an answer, directly questioning whether she agrees to the marriage proposal. With tears in her eyes, the noble girl admits that, although she sees the boy as a good person, she is still uncertain and confused about the prospect of marriage. Speaking in conversation, the young lord, visibly nervous, clarifies that he also did not think of marriage and offers the girl the option of living in the village without obligation to marry, in case she cannot return home. The boy counsels her to consider the decision carefully, for it is of great importance, leaving the young noblewoman to reflect on her generous offer. The Viscountess resumes the discussion, pointing out the strategic advantages of marriage. She points out that the rapid development of the village already attracts attention, and that progress will continue regardless of his actions. The noble warrior explains that the boy's unique power makes him a target for other nations, making alliances essential for his protection. She argues that marriage to Erot would guarantee the future support of both Count Ferdinand and herself. With a laugh, she adds that the union would also serve as a barrier against any attempt by the Count to regain his territories by force, highlighting the benefits of having more allies and fewer enemies. The young lord ponders the situation, recognizing that, in the form of a political marriage, the union would bring him many allies. However, he questions the Count's logic, because in the present situation, there would be no apparent benefit for the Ferdinand family in giving him his daughter. The Viscountess announces that they will spend the night in the village, giving the boy a whole day to think. She provokes him, saying that he is finally acting like a boy of his age, which surprises him, and she suggests that he talk to her or Erot if he wants to know more. With a sarcastic tone, she justifies the presence of her soldiers, claiming that, as a weak woman in enemy territory, she needs protection, a statement that the young lord considers completely absurd, given her strength. The noble warrior suggests that they stay at the young master's house, an idea that leaves Erot completely embarrassed and speechless with the prospect of living under the same roof as a boy. Realizing the shyness of the girl, the Viscountess apologizes, explaining that she is still a child, and suggests that they stay together in the same room, asking if there are rooms available. To solve the problem of accommodation, the boy, with a smile, announces that he will build an inn for them immediately. In keeping his promise, he raises an inn to house the Viscountessa and her companions. While the soldiers settle happily in their new quarters, the young lord invites his guests to dinner. He and his maid discuss the menu, which includes abundant scaly wolf meat hunted recently in the region. The enthusiastic maid promises to prepare a delicious banquet to celebrate his perfect marriage with Erot, leaving her master shocked by the assumption. While admitting a point of sadness, Till expresses her support, believing that the young noblewoman will be a good partner for him. She claims that if her master's wife is a good person, she will gladly serve her. The servant Kamchin intervenes in the conversation, revealing his personal preference. If he could choose, he would suggest someone more powerful to his master, such as Viscountessa herself. Sword confirms the suspicions of the young gentleman, explaining that Count Ferdinand really has nothing to gain from marriage. He theorizes that the real reason for sending his daughter is because she, like the boy, has no affinity with traditional elemental spells. The butler details the political scenario of the kingdom. Scuderia has aggressively expanded its territory over the past 5 years, and the king now avoids internal conflicts to maintain stability. He mentions that there are several ways to weaken a lord, whether by military action or sabotage. Before his followers, the young lord reaffirms his position, declaring that the most important thing is the choice of Erot. He guarantees that whether they marry or not, she will be free to stay in the village or return home as she wishes. Realizing that they have not yet had a chance to talk properly, the boy decides that he will take advantage of dinner to speak directly to the young noblewoman. During dinner, the young lord breaks the ice by asking Erot if she is enjoying the meal, promising to cook something sweet when they have more ingredients. Surprised he started the conversation, she replies that the meat and the fruit salad were delicious. The praise of the young noble leaves Till, the maid, radiant with pride for her culinary skills. Erot reflects on the interaction, realizing that he is getting used to it. She notes that he does not treat her with contempt and is impressed by someone as remarkable as Pamela recognizes her qualities, feeling fortunate to know him. To keep the conversation flowing, the boy asks about Erot's hobbies. Timidly, she confesses that she likes cute things, like dolls, flowers, and animals, as long as the latter do not move. Intrigued by the mention of the dolls, the young master asks if she could show them to him on another occasion, a request that the girl readily accepts. The young noblewoman is amazed at the maturity of the boy who, despite being younger, has the tranquility of an adult and waits patiently while she speaks. She promises to show you the dolls, which are stored in the carriage the next day. Her promise makes the host visibly satisfied, and her warm thanks awakens in Erot an unprecedented feeling of joy and agitation. Under Panamera's observant gaze, the conversation between the two continues. Although Erot is still too shy to face him directly, she feels more and more at ease in his presence. As she feels more comfortable, the young noble begins to desire to initiate dialogue on her own. Throughout the dinner, she tries to gather courage to look him in the eye and ask a question, but the meal ends before she can. After the meal, while walking through the village, Panamera expresses her admiration for the safety and tranquility of the place. The noble warrior also praises the tasty food and the deep respect citizens have for their leader, suggesting that he should boast more of his accomplishments. The boy, however, attributes merit to his cook and to the happiness of the people. With humility, the young lord explains that he only adapted himself since the villagers themselves provided the materials for the buildings. Panamera laughs and says that when the village exceeds 1,000 inhabitants, it will have a long list of reasons to be proud. At the time of the farewell, the boy realizes that Erot still seems to mean something. After a long and nervous hesitation, Erot finally thanks him, confessing that the tension over marriage disappeared when he realized he was a good person. Then she wishes him good night in haste and withdraws, leaving him confused, but glad to have made a good impression. While moving away, Erot torments himself with the idea that his abrupt departure may have seemed rude or strange. Disoriented in a hallway, she realizes she doesn't know where her room is until a servant shows up to guide her. In the bedroom, Erot is completely embarrassed when Panamera provokes her about the chemistry she has with the young lord. Realizing the girl's reaction, Byganteza reassures her, saying she won't push her, but that if she has a proposition to make, she must say it. The noble warrior then informs the young woman that although the plan was to leave the next day, they may extend their stay for a few more days. Panamera reminds Erot that they cannot stay forever and suggests that they pay for the accommodation. With that in mind, the young woman decides that she will try to talk to the host the next day. For the first time in a long time, Erot falls asleep anxiously for tomorrow, believing he will hear her. The next morning, the young master gathers the villagers and announces that the construction of the fortress wall will continue under the direction of Espada, asking everyone to be careful because of the size of the project. In Tuibe Ordo's presence at the morning ceremony, the lord questions him. The hunter answers that he is there just out of curiosity. Orto comments that the villagers align themselves as soldiers, demonstrating remarkable discipline. He informs that his group will leave for another mystic animal hunt, a task that has become much easier thanks to the new swords provided by the boy. The boy instructed them to sell the good quality materials to Merchant Bell in order to obtain more resources for the village. To raise morale, the host announces a great barbecue for the weekend with the meat they have in abundance, for the joy and celebration of all the villagers. Watching this scene, Panamera praises the speech, noting that, although they are not an army, it is an effective way to improve everyone's spirits. He answers that freedom is the only thing he can offer them. Erot approaches shyly and greets him. The boy responds to the greeting and comments on the good weather, noting that she seems much more energetic than the day before. Taking breath and trying to speak slowly, the young noble prepares to make a request. With her blushing face, she asks if she can watch him work, confessing that she wants to see the world through her eyes so she can know him better. Panamera and Erot observe the young lord working and ask if he will build a castle wall. To their surprise, he reveals that he's actually running the village sewer system. The boy details the operation of the sanitation system, explaining that underground pipes need to be cleaned regularly with water from the moat to prevent the accumulation of dirt and the spread of disease. While Panamera and the young noble listen carefully, he concludes the explanation, informing that the sewer is directed to underground cavities and eventually returns to the river. The conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of the Abgallu, aquatic creatures that emerge from the water and offer help with the work. Panamera and Erot react with amazement to the presence of the Abgallu, a mythical race they had never seen before, questioning why they are in the village. For the shock of Panamera, one of the Abgallu, Apriola, presents herself as the wife of the young lord. He, ashamed, tries to undo the misunderstanding, while the other Abgallu confirm that they live there and receive food from him. The boy vehemently denies Apiola's claim, clarifying that they are not engaged and that he had already explained the situation to her father. Feeling rejected, Apiola accuses him of being a villain. He, however, manages to appease the situation quickly by offering fruit and then asks the Abgallu for help for a difficult task. The simple promise of fruit is enough to change the mood of the Abgallu, who forget the discussion and ask excitedly for food. With their strength, the Abgallu remove the heavy slab from the water effortlessly, solving the problem in an instant. Impressed, Panamera questions how he manages to control the Abgallu. He explains that, for various reasons, they became residents of the village. Then he invites them to see the progress of the wall. Faced with the impressive wall under construction, the young lord praises the efficiency of Espada, which coordinates the work of the villagers. When talking to Espada, the boy identifies that the difficulty of the project lies at the angles of the wall and proposes to draw a hexagram on the ground to serve as a guide. The young master delegates the sword to the task of following his new instructions. Meanwhile, Panamera, intrigued by the geometry of the plan, questions how he intends to draw the lines accurately. The noble warrior offers to help, suggesting a practical method with strings to measure and draw the diagram. Next door, the host makes sure Erod is safe without his guards around. Interpreting the trust of the young noble as a good sign, the boy proposes that, while the topographical survey is done, they devote themselves to strengthening the defenses of the wall. Erod marvels at a huge siege weapon. The young lord explains that it is a ballisticsman, a kind of giant bow and arrow, built to protect the village. It shows that the top of the wall has been extended specifically to accommodate the ballistician, which is larger and more powerful than conventional versions. Detailing his creation, he shows that the projectiles are the size of an adult's arm and that the weapon has 2 levels, allowing him to shoot 2 arrows in rapid succession. In a particular thought, the boy confesses to himself that, because it was his first time building such a weapon and because he did not want to fail in front of 2 girls, he chose the ballista instead of a beast, which would be more complex. To demonstrate the power of the weapon, he asks his servant, Kanshin, to perform a test fire. The host is momentarily disappointed by the contained reaction of his guests, expecting a greater demonstration of surprise and admiration. Ballist firing is a resounding success, with a projectile traveling with an impressive destructive force obliterating everything in its path. The demonstration of power makes everyone amazed. The deafening noise attracts Panamera, who comes to think that the village was under attack by a magical beast, only to find out that the sound was from the test of the new weapon. Impressed by the ballistics demonstration of power, the noble warrior questions whether equally powerful weapons are positioned at the top of the wall. The host confirms that, although slightly different, more than 100 ballisticians are already installed, with plans to build even more. The Viscountessa, surprised, bombards it with questions about the time, cost, and materials used in manufacturing. The boy realizes the noble warrior's deep interest in his military technology. Despite recognizing the logic behind confidentiality, the noble is shocked by the complexity of technology. The young lord, with a smile, refuses to share the details, classifying them as a military secret. Panamera accepts the refusal, but immediately offers to buy a ballistics officer at any price. The host, however, denies the sale, stating that he would only consider the proposal if he was absolutely sure of his loyalty. Unbelieving, the Viscountessa reflects on how the boy never stops surprising her, citing the amazing development of the village, the breaking of the rules of the magic of production, and the loyalty that he inspires even in different races. The young man's example inspires shy, reserved Erot, who decides to step forward and act on her own. Feeling a change of wind that she had not experienced in a long time, the Viscountessa Panamera Kayan solemnly declares its intention to form an official alliance with the young host. It announces that it will send a letter to the capital on the same day to make the agreement official, emphasizing that it will be an alliance of equals, not a mere pact of protection. With this, she will publicly become her ally, and any betrayal would mean the end of her life as noble. For the boy, who has few connections with the nobility, Panamera's proposal, a rising noble yet without his own territory, represents a unique and valuable opportunity. The young lord accepts the alliance with great satisfaction. It formally bends in sign of respect and acceptance. The gesture of gratitude is received with a smile of thanks from the Viscountessa. Following the example of his master, all his servants and soldiers of the noble warrior also bow down. She reaches out, marking the beginning of her memorable cooperation. The noblewoman proposes an agreement. In exchange for a ballistics officer's loan, she will yield 100 of her soldiers for 2 weeks, on condition that the host pays if the weapon is not returned. He accepts, and she mentions that she will need a carriage for transportation and that she plans to manufacture her own iron arrows. Kanshin intervenes, suggesting that she carry at least 1 or 2 arrows made by her master and displays the sword she received from him. The young lord observes the scene, finding it interesting to discover this new side of his servant, who seems to nurture a deep admiration for the warrior. Panamera expresses her concern to face opponents with armor and shields, revealing that her current arrows are disposable items, mere spares she uses in battle. Interested in the idea, the young lord says goodbye to start the work, while the noble warrior ponders the advantage of heavy projectiles that could be damaged or broken without great losses. In a combat test, the Kamshin servant attacks Panamera, surprised by the lack of impact. She believes she's just brushed the target. To the amazement of all present, the noble warrior realizes that her sword has been broken in half. The boy explains that his servant's weapon is made of high-purity steel forged in a special way. The young master reveals the secret of his weapons. Ballist projectiles are steel arrows with exceptionally sharp tips, capable of punching the breastplate of 2 or 3 dragons. The revelation leaves Panamera and his soldiers in a state of shock, unbelievers with the destructive power the arrows possess. The soldiers of the noble warrior are bewildered, completely amazed by the display of ingenuity and military power. Totally convinced of the value of weapons, Panamera decides that she has no choice but to acquire them, and without hesitation begs him to sell her arrows, stating that the price is not a problem. During the night, the villagers chat excitedly with Erat, asking her to take good care of her master and expressing the joy they would feel in the village. The excitement of the residents continues, with them commenting on the nobility of the young lord, who belongs to a family of marquises, and dreaming of his marriage to the beautiful noble young woman. The host intervenes to calm the villagers and invite them not to disturb their guests. Then he invites Erat to join him for the meal, while the locals, not funny, make jokes about the couple's first night. During dinner, the boy informs Erat that, with the topographical survey completed, the construction of the wall should be completed in about a month, a period which he considers reasonable for such a large area. The young noblewoman is impressed with the speed of construction, remembering that similar projects in the capital take years. The master of the village reflects that although the magic of the earth usually creates only piled up with dirt, having a high-level elemental wizard-like sword working on the project greatly accelerates the process. The host reveals his plan to build a significant part of the walls before the arrival of a merchant named Lanthalas. Curious, the girl asks if the merchant is a dangerous person, but the young man just smiles in an enigmatic way. With an air of mystery, he confesses that his real goal is to completely surprise visitors, a statement that amuses his companions, who already consider him surprising enough. In a desperate race through the forest, Ordo and his team flee, gasping, serving as bait to attract the attention of a colossal beast and give time for others to retire to the safety of the village. In a brief retrospect, the construction process is shown. The competent subordinates of Panamera carry the materials, allowing Sword to build the foundation of the fortress. Then the young lord installs the ballistics, completing the defensive structure. After 2 weeks of intense work, the triangular walls of the fortress are completed, equipped with ballistics ready for battle. The host thanks you all for your valuable help in building. While the noble warrior expresses how impressed she is with her accomplishments, the young master is momentarily distracted. Recomposing, he thanks her for her help and shares her plans to build houses for the residents, merchants, and adventurers. The Viscountess confesses that building a fortress like that has always been her dream, but regrets that the high cost and time needed made the project unfeasible for her. Panamera offers unconditional support in the next battle, ensuring that he can use his military power freely without the need to borrow. The conversation is suddenly interrupted by a strong tremor while Ordo warns everyone about the approaching of a dragon, ordering an immediate retreat to the village. The immense force of the creature is evidenced when its gigantic paw with sharp claws hits the ground with a devastating impact. The imposing dragon reveals itself in its entirety, threateningly hovering over the small group of defenders. In the midst of panic, Ordo reveals that his team will act as a distraction. The young lord is shocked to realize that the hunter is deliberately using himself as bait. Watching the colossal creature from a distance, the host wonders how it would be possible to win a battle against such a powerful enemy. Determined not to allow any victims, the boy prepares for the fight. His men declare themselves ready to follow his orders, and Panamera joins them by offering his help. Taking command, the village leader establishes his strategy. Ordo must lure the dragon into the range of ballistics, and the gate will be closed as soon as the hunter group is safe. The noble warrior gives her own orders, instructing her soldiers to escort the terrified Princess Era to a safe place, while 10 of her best men join her on the wall. The young lord realizes that the young noble is paralyzed by fear at the imminent threat. Approaching to calm her, he explains that, despite the dragon's strength, they are prepared with powerful ballistics men and rely on the support of the wizard's sword. He continues to reassure her, mentioning that the formidable Viscountess Panamera will also fight alongside them, reinforcing her chances of victory. "We haven't defeated him yet, but we won't lose," he says with confidence. His words bring relief to Erat, who prays for the best. Then he instructed Till to take the princess to the safety of the village. While Ordo's group runs desperately toward the gates of the fortress to escape the dragon that pursues them, the young lord commands the ballistics to be prepared, warning his men not to strike the fleeing hunters. One of the team members, Puriel, stumbles and falls. Ordo, her leader, shouts that she ignores him and keeps running, while the host reiterates his strategy. The first step is to immobilize the beast, aiming at its wings. To buy time, Zara tries to attract the dragon's attention, but her attack is completely ineffective against the creature's breastplate. As the dragon approaches quickly, Zara panics and begs her companions to leave him behind so they can save themselves. Ordo reprimands him, saying that, as the fastest runner, he must take Puriel to the fortress first, because he will reach them later. Watching from afar, the young master reflects on how seriously they are taking the role of bait. As the village leader prepares to give the order to shoot, the Viscountess Panamera intervenes, stating that she herself will deal with the threat. With unwavering confidence, the noble warrior stands for battle, declaring that she will overthrow the dragon with a single blow. The host observes, amazed, while she concentrates her energy, confirming her suspicions. She is undoubtedly a supreme magician of 4 elements. Panamera unleashes its power, conjuring a powerful fire of flames that fires toward the winged creature. To the surprise of all, the dragon shows impressive agility, managing to narrowly divert from the devastating attack of the noble warrior. Taking advantage of the brief opening, the defenders fire a hail of arrows from the ballistas, hitting the monster in full flight. The young lord analyzes the attack and realizes that the sharp vision of the dragon allowed him to dodge most of the projectiles, with only 5 arrows reaching his target. Despite the low number of hits, the impact of giant arrows is significant, and the dragon's movements begin to get slower and clumsy. Knowing that larger ballistics take time to recharge, the boy orders the second shot to be prepared and launched immediately to press the attack. The young lord observes the dragon, noting that although the second firing of the ballistics did not cause apparent damage, the first inflicted an injury that appears to be fatal. With Ordo and his group finally safe inside the gates, the host recognizes that they cannot yet use full force. To buy more time, Viscountess Panamera prepares to cast another fire-casting spell. The noble warrior takes the front line, ordering everyone to retreat to the safety of the village, while it contains the beast to ensure the evacuation of its allies. The powerful magical fire attack is released, colliding violently with the creature in an explosion of energy. The magic of 4 elements focuses all its power, determined to contain the imminent threat with its overwhelming magic. Witnessing the devastating explosion, the young master is amazed at the display of power. It reflects on the magnitude of Panamera's magic, realizing the high-level fire is frighteningly effective and would be annihilating against any opponent other than a dragon. After the attack, the noble warrior retreats to prepare a counterattack in the village, while the local leader cries out for everyone to run for security. The dragon, with its wings damaged and unable to fly, is now trapped at the top of the fortress, limited to moving by land. The boy recalls his victory over the armored lizard, feeling a tip of confidence that he can handle the situation. However, when facing the beast, he realizes that this monster is different and far more formidable than anyone he has ever faced in the area. One of his men, offers to stay and buy time, but the young lord refuses, insisting that he is not an adversary to face himself. Then decides to prepare the battle equipment. Suddenly, the wizard's sword appears, walking calmly toward danger to the surprise of his master. Ignoring his lord's desperate appeals, Sword approaches the dragon, ready to confront him at the top of the wall. At the top of the wall, the young lord cries desperately to his servant, the wizard Sword, who walks calmly toward the dragon. The boy refuses to retreat without his companion, declaring that he will not evacuate if the wizard does not come along. The elder, with a slight smile, comments that his master's stubbornness would be a problem. Sword yields and proposes a plan. He will contain the beast for a moment and then retreat with his master, insisting that the young man go ahead. With the dragon investing against them, the ancient wizard conjures a spell, lifting a powerful land barrier to block the imminent attack. The magical attack guarantees precious time, but the young master notes, concerned, the slowness of his servant, a reflection of his advanced age. In an attempt to speed up the retreat, the boy offers Espada's favorite red wine as a bribe to move faster. Kenshin intervenes, taking responsibility for the wizard and asking his master to lead the soldiers and protect the village. The elder promises to do his best. The young lord runs toward the fortress, panting. Even at maximum speed, he realizes that returning quickly to the safety of the village will be an arduous task. He notes that Ordo and his companions reach the limit of their forces, leaving him uncertain about how to proceed. From the top of the wall, Panamera's voice echoes, announcing that preparations for the counterattack are finally completed. While ordering the villagers to prepare the next shot of the scout, the boy is surprised to hear the experienced Viscountess ask for her orders. Focused on the battle, he instructs her to use her magic to immobilize the dragon in case he reaches the fort, so they can fire the ballistics. With a confident smile, she accepts command. The noble warrior admits that it is the first time she has used her magic to contain an enemy, but considers the fight against a dragon the perfect opportunity to test its limits. The creature frees itself from the rubble and moves again, and the young leader warns everyone to stay alert. To buy time until Panamera is ready, he decides that he must protect Espada and others at all costs. D and his soldiers move forward with determination, ensuring to their master that they can handle the beast, confident in the equipment he himself forged for them. To buy time, D and his soldiers begin a frontal attack on the dragon, attracting the beast's attention. The experienced warrior D advances with bravery, striking a powerful blow against the colossal creature's paw. The combined impact of the soldiers' attacks can, for a brief moment, unbalance and repel the monster. Realizing the dangerous situation of his men, the wizard sword decides to intervene to the surprise of his young master. The elder sorcerer lifts an immense earth barrier from the ground, successfully blocking the dragon's advance. The creature breaks the magic wall with ease, and the young lord cries out for his men to retreat immediately. The village leader observes, impressed, the speed at which his men retreat, noting that D, despite his age, is the fastest of all. During the retreat, the soldiers look back in panic, terrified by the image of the dragon that pursues them closely. With the successful distraction maneuver, the boy signals to Panamera, which confirms to be ready for his attack. The noble warrior conjures up her most powerful magic, the Fire of Flames, which hits the dragon in full. Taking advantage of the opening created by the magical attack, the host orders the villagers on the west wall to fire the ballistics. A hail of giant arrows is fired at the beast. Although he can dodge most, some projectiles hit his body, causing serious injuries. Determined to end the fight, the young commander orders all remaining arrows to be fired in the ballistics. The defenders of the village look with great expectation at the outcome of their coordinated attack on the powerful enemy. Crossed by multiple arrows, the dragon, severely wounded, finally succumbs to the offensive and collapses to the ground. A closer examination reveals the extent of the damage, confirming that the creature suffered a fatal injury. The boy analyzes the result, pleased to see that although the monster protected his head, his arrows pierced the resistant breastplate. The Viscountess, without letting down her guard, instructs her men to prepare the ballistics team for a new shot, ensuring that the threat is neutralized. To confirm the victory, the young lord asks his most trusted subordinate, D, to approach and check the condition of the dragon. With caution, a veteran warrior advances toward the immobile body of the gigantic creature. D approaches the fallen dragon cautiously, but to the surprise of all, the beast is still alive and releasing a threatening growl. Without hesitation, the veteran warrior reacts quickly, jumping on the creature's head and striking a final and decisive blow that silences him forever. Watching the scene, the young lord and Viscountess confirm the death of the monster, while D and his men celebrate the victory won with such effort. Exhausted, but relieved, the village host finally relaxes, feeling the weight of the battle disappear with the certainty that the threat has been neutralized. Recomposing, the boy raises his voice and orders everyone to celebrate the triumph, marking the end of the desperate struggle. On the walls of the fortress, the villagers and soldiers explode in celebration, celebrating the victory and the newly won security. Worried, Princess Era runs to check the state of her protector. He reassures her, saying he's just tired, and she leads him to rest. While he rests, Panamera approaches to congratulate him on his first victory against a dragon, praising the accuracy of his commands during combat. The young master honestly admits that victory would have been impossible without the help of her and her men. The noble warrior then reveals the true magnitude of the threat they face, explaining that the dragon could have destroyed half a fortified city. The village leader expresses his pride in the strength of his men, while the Viscountess declares that D and Espada will be remembered as heroes. However, it points to a crucial flaw: the ballists were weak, only able to scratch the dragon's scales. The boy agrees with the evaluation, recognizing the urgent need to increase the power of his siege weapons for future battles. Leaving aside the concerns, Panamera announces the beginning of the tributes. She grants D the title of Dragon Killer and, to the young sir, the Lord of War, recognizing her roles in the conquest. Upon hearing his new title, D bursts into an exuberant and proud celebration, to the surprise of the young commander. During a ceremony, the Viscountess of Panamera spoke to the villagers, exalting the heroes who gathered after defeating the forest dragon, a threat that could have destroyed entire villages and fortresses. The noble warrior continues, celebrating the fact that there were no casualties, a remarkable achievement that deserves honorable mention. She then presents the first hero, D, the deputy chief of the knights, credited for striking the decisive blow in the great battle. Hammer then honors the esteemed four-elemented wizard, Sword, whose power was crucial to contain the beast's movements. She then prepares to announce the last and most important name. By announcing the name of Van Feltio, the fourth son of the noble Feltio family, the crowd bursts into a fervent acclaim, celebrating its young leader. The Viscountessa details the boy's contributions. Despite being only 8 years old, his strategy and knowledge strengthened the village's defenses and were fundamental to victory, which leads the villagers to shout his name in unison. Vividly ashamed, but happy with the acclaim, the young leader nods to the crowd with a blushing smile. With the end of the awards ceremony, the boy briefly reflects on how he became an idol for his people. During the following festival, the noble warrior tests one of the swords forged by the boy and is shocked by the exceptional quality and threat of the blade. Unbelievably, the young man has manufactured hundreds of those high-quality weapons alone. Panamera questions him. He, with a smile, replies that it is just a common sword and that she can order hers for 5 gold coins. The village thrives. Thanks to the support of the Panamera family, materials are collected quickly, leading to the construction of an underground warehouse to deal with excess. Finally, street traders return with their caravans. On arriving, the merchant Lango is shocked by the transformation of the village into a fortress. His companion, Bell, hasten him, and Lango runs to greet his lord. The merchant informs his leader that he obtained the support of a large trading firm, bringing with him 5 large and 3 medium caravans, accompanied by an escort of mercenaries and assistants. Bell offers to take the group to the new warehouse, and the young master readily agrees. The boy leads the newcomers to the warehouse. As they enter the warehouse, the merchants are terrified to see the huge carcass of the forest dragon. The host, however, considers their reaction somewhat exaggerated. Bell explains that parts of the dragon, such as scales and prey, are extremely valuable and, if auctioned in the capital, could yield up to 150 platinum coins. Shocked, the young lord realizes that the creature is worth tens of billions of yen and questions what will happen after the auction. The trader details that the auction takes place in the capital, where rare and high-value items are traded with the participation of the Guild of the Merchants. Understanding the magnitude of the event, the boy cares about transport and sales costs, questioning whether his partners will still make a reasonable profit. Bell apologizes, thinking that negotiation is complex for a child, but notes that, unlike foolish nobles, the boy cares about his partners. He guarantees that the total profit of the transaction will be between 3 and 5 platinum coins, a value that, according to him, makes the effort worthwhile. The young lord suggests that the solution is simple. They just need to create a commercial company. Surprised by the unexpected proposal, the merchant is speechless. Other traders, seeing the opportunity of a great treasure, approach with enthusiasm, guarantee the boy that they can take care of everything and thanking the luck that they have arrived in the village. One of the oldest merchants proposes to open a branch in the village, highlighting that they are the largest group in the kingdom. It ensures that they are reliable and negotiate the best items. The young leader, however, questions the viability with the small local population and suspects an attempt at commercial seduction. The boy asks how much the dragon is worth. The group of traders offers 80 platinum coins, explaining that although the minimum value is 100, they would deduct the sales service fee. As the conversation progresses, the young master realizes that the interests of traders are limited to the profit of the current battle. He understands that once the sale of the dragon and the armored lizards is completed, their commitment to the village will probably disappear. In his thoughts, the boy evaluates the proposal. If the monsters are sold and a large store is opened, the merchant will get a share of the profits, but in return, he will guarantee a high price for the sale of the forest dragon and armored lizards. Observing the faces of the traders, the young leader concludes that they have no real commitment to the village. Profit is their only and main objective in this transaction. With a smile, the host thanks the conversation and says he'll consider the offer while older traders ask him to wait. Bell intervenes, stating that 80 platinum coins is the fair price. His brother, however, disagrees with anger, shouting that the value should be 100. The other dealers react with fury, questioning the guarantee of getting 100 coins and mentioning the risks of bandits on the roads. Bell tries to calm the situation, insisting that, as traders, they should settle the dispute fairly. One of the merchants argues that even if the auction ended with the initial bid, the profit would still be enormous since the selling and escort costs would be covered by the gate of the negotiation. Bell counter-arguments, stating that identifying safe routes is a basic skill of any trader. One of the older men tries to bribe him to keep quiet, offering a high price and remembering that the village rarely receives merchants. Although the young lord hears the bribery attempt, Bell firmly rejects it. He declares that he will not participate in such dishonest behavior, for trust is the main asset of a merchant, and they will conduct their business with integrity. Furious, one of the opposing merchants calls Bell a bastard, accusing him of not understanding business opportunities and claiming that if their boss knew that, the brothers would be ruined. The boy interrupts the discussion, saying calmly, "Your customers heard everything." He comments that despite his noble origin, he only knew good things about merry merchants and that communication is crucial, even with a child client. With the departure of the other group, Bell's brother vents that mischievous as they do not deserve to be called true merchants. Bell notes that although his identities are known, his affiliation to a mercantile group remains a mystery to others. The blonde-haired trader firmly declares that they have no interest in joining a large merchant group like theirs, as they are able to negotiate independently. The merchant explains to the young lord the 3 requirements to participate in the auction: being a member of a trade union, owning a shop of his own, and, most importantly, having the support of the nobility. In addition, items should be registered in the guild in advance. The boy understands that the first 2 conditions are easy to fulfill, but the latter is an obstacle. The image illustrates how noble company rules allow aristocrats to receive enormous benefits simply by supporting a firm without any effort. Decided to proceed, the host asks the merchant brothers what the cost will be to sell the dragon or what percentage of profit they want at each sale. Satisfied with the decision, Bell confirms that they will move on. The boy, in turn, ponders that service costs should be high and variable. He then asks a crucial question that surprises the brothers: with which noble the group of merchants merely works? The answer comes from an unexpected source, revealing that merely merchants work directly with the Berlinite nobility, the rulers of the country. The revelation makes the brothers visibly nervous, realizing the gravity of the situation. One of the merchants explains the complex dynamics of power. Once a company is established, nobles recommend it to even higher status nobles, allowing the company to grow continuously, as long as it maintains a good image and treats its customers well. The merchant adds that Mary Corporation has stores in the best locations in the country, becoming the main recommendation of all feudal gentlemen. The thinking young lord concludes that having the favor of royalty is an unfair advantage. He reiterates his thinking, considering the influence of royalty and advantage. To the surprise of her interlocutor, it is revealed that the first head of the Mary Corporation, Mary Triumph, was the lover of an ancestral king. Listening to the conversation, the young noble gets even more concerned, realizing that the situation complicates every new revelation. The boy questions whether the Guild of the Merchant would have no connection with large organizations in other countries. It is explained that, because they have their headquarters abroad, they will be safe as long as they meet the conditions, although other companies are always lurking, ready to expose them. The trader confirms that, thanks to this strategy, they manage to establish their shop and have no financial difficulties. The young master intervenes, stating categorically that they cannot use the connections of their family to obtain the recommendation of nobility necessary. He reflects on his limited options. His father cut off relations with him, and his beloved brother has no title of nobility, leaving him without allies to support him. Sighing, the boy ponders the difficult path ahead. Suddenly, a solution arises in the minds of the merchant brothers: the Viscountess of Panamera, their only noble ally, who could be able to help them. The excitement of the brothers is contained by the boy, who reminds them that he still needs to ask, concerned that such a favor may bring problems to his benefactor. To your surprise, Panamera accepts without hesitation. She argues that, as a nobility beginner, she has nothing to lose by supporting 2 small businesses, and that this could even be a way of putting pressure on royalty. The young lord then realizes that the royal family also has its own vulnerabilities. It encourages you to reflect on the strategic implications of your actions. The noble warrior exposes her plan. Without land or an order of knights, she needs a remarkable act to gain influence. The subjugation of a dragon by 100 private soldiers would be her great entrance into the palace, a perfect business opportunity for her. The boy gets excited about Panamera taking credit, which would keep him anonymous to his family. However, she warns him that such a grand achievement will attract the attention of the high nobility, who will investigate until he discovers his involvement. Seeing the young man's despair with the possibility of being called back home, the Viscountess offers him a solution to avoid such a fate. Her proposal is bold. he must become independent by reaching the nobility and founding his own house. She describes, with simplicity, how she would announce that it was the young man who defeated the dragon, treating the creation of a new nobility as if it were something trivial. In panic, the boy says it would put him in the spotlight, but she approaches and challenges him, questioning what the problem with fame would be. He exposes his concerns, the reaction of his father, the possible hostility of his brothers, and the unwanted attention for becoming noble before his firstborn. However, he knows that defeating a dragon at the age of 8 would put him in a prominent position. The Viscountess understands his disquiet, admitting that she also gained enemies by becoming noble, although the result is positive: money and a new corporation. The young leader remains fearful. With an intimidating smile, she reveals that she simply burned all her enemies and advises him to do the same. Horrified, the boy cares about his own reputation if she takes all the credit. With an imposing aura, Panamera questions whether he is concerned with it, making it clear that he does not need the guardianship of a child. Intimidated, the boy withdraws his words immediately. She laughs and assures him she won't eat him for the next 5 years. For him to be strengthened, she will grant him credit for victory this time, a statement that shocks the young man, imagining having only a short time to prove his worth. A narrator reflects on the limited time of the young lord, setting a dark tone before advancing 2 days in history. 2 days after the conversation with Panamera, Belle offers the young lord 130 platinum coins by the dragon. The boy accepts the proposal immediately with an enthusiastic smile and a gesture of approval. With the deal closed, the negotiation for the sale of the dragon carcass is declared a success. The boy reflects on the condition imposed by Panamera. She will receive a share of the profits from any business he makes after becoming a baron. Meanwhile, the merchant brothers mock their rivals, wondering how they will explain their failure by guild. The Viscountess predicts that rival traders, desperate and unable to carry the cargo, will beg for help, when they will be forced to sell everything for a much lower price. The young master considers the strategy cruel but effective. While the boy suggests requesting an escort to Ortho's group, Panamera intervenes with a grander plan. She herself will take her army to the capital to support the boy's rise to nobility. Believe that he does not have to worry about guards and manpower. The young lord thanks effusively, takes it by surprise by his sincerity. The noble warrior blushes and, ashamed, scolds him for speaking without thinking. The village host is shocked to see his protector blush for the first time. Retrieving composure, he discusses with Belle the need for a large carriage and many horses for transportation, ensuring that he already has a solution. The young man reveals his creation, a colossal platform carriage, built with superlight wooden blocks, which leaves the merchants bewildered with its ingenuity. To complete the solution, Panamera offers its military horses trained to be fast and strong, ensuring efficient transportation to the capital. On the way to the capital, the group of rival traders travels slowly, questioning if their opponents are still around. Confident, they mock the young lord and his supposed inability to sell the dragon's materials without their help. The leader of rival merchants proudly declares that soon the boy and his companions will realize the mistake they have made, because they will not get a caravan without resorting to them. Suddenly, the huge carriage built by the boy, drawn by war horses and escorted by knights, surpasses at high speed the slow cars of the merchants, leaving them in a state of shock and confusion. The rival merchants observe the unbelieving scene, noting that the carriage is too large to be noble and wondering if the Felto family would be involved, despite the young man's exile. To their amazement, they recognize Panamera, the Viscountess Ikayan, and Ranga leading the imposing entourage. The image focuses on Panamera's particular expression as she leads the group at high speed. Terrified, merchants realize that Panamera, a rising figure, is supporting Rango, which means their plan has completely failed. Desperate, they realize the consequences when they return empty-handed. Not only will they lose their position in the group of merchants due to a previous agreement with the guild. In one last attempt to save himself, the leader of the architect rival traders a lie. They will accuse Belle and Rango of fooling them and abuse the guild's goodwill. Although nervous, the other traders agree with the dishonest plan, seeing it as their only way out. The caravan of rival merchants resumes their journey, while they pray that their false accusation will be convincing enough to avoid ruin. In the kingdom of Scuderia, King Dino Nshora Belinet ascended the throne at the age of 16, and by the time he reached the 20, the army had already revolutionized, emphasizing the strength to consolidate an unimaginable power. This military revolution was a hard and time-consuming process, which cost a lot of effort and shed a lot of blood. As a result of the new policy, All nobles were forced to become officers or vice-commanders, which caused many incompetent children of aristocratic families to lose their positions and opportunities. This paradigm shift weakened homes like that of Count Feldenat, while families with military tradition, such as the Marquis Feltio, saw their power and influence grow exponentially. Panamera recounts that, for her demonstrated competence, she was personally graced by the king with a title of nobility, receiving a favorable treatment of the crown. In a flashback, she recalls her childhood in a family of generations of knights. When they discovered her aptitude for magic, she immediately inherited the land of an earl. His youth was marked by relentless training, where he sacrificed hours of sleep to devote himself to studying and improving his skills. The effort yielded fruit and, in time, it ascended to the position of captain of a small team. At 16, her merits were recognized, and she became captain of the Count's Knights. His conquests, including the leadership that changed the course of the war against the Yalanta kingdom, culminated in his ascension to the nobility. Satisfied with his accomplishments, the king granted him the title of Viscountessa. He expresses surprise that she did not come to request a promotion for herself after her most recent and remarkable achievement. Contrary to the expectations of monarch Dino and Shora Bellinet, Panamera requests that honor be granted to another person, leaving the king visibly intrigued. The sovereign questions the recommendation, suspecting that a military member of her reputation supports a feudal lord from a barren land without an army, but admits that the situation is exciting. The court is in a state of shock when Panamera reveals that the feat was the subjugation of a dragon. She denies the assumption that the person responsible is a magician, explaining that he was exiled precisely for his incompatibility with magic. More and more curious, the king leans on his throne and demands to know the identity of this extraordinary individual. The Viscountess then reveals the hero's name, Bene Feltio, son of Marquis Feltio, a boy only 8 years old. Perplexed, the king notes that the Marquis reported nothing. Panamera then describes the young man's exploits. He protected the village from thieves, erected mud walls, and repaired the houses, actions that aroused the interest and distrust of the court. It details the modest force of the boy. Just over 100 villagers, a vice-captain, 2 knights, an old wizard and 5 adventurers, stating that she only stopped the beast, but it was the young man who defeated her without a single casualty. A skeptical counselor demands proof of the unbelievable account. The noble warrior responds calmly that they possess the materials of the dragon as evidence. To the amazement of all, she adds that they also defeated 40 arid lizards, a feat that not even the oil knights could easily achieve. She concludes that the inspection of the materials will prove the truthfulness of her words. A nobleman warns her that if it's a conspiracy, she'll lose her title. The king, however, expresses his confidence in her and, knowing that the young man will be present in the inspection, decides not to complicate things. Panamera humbly requests the king's presence in the inspection, suggesting that the boy's potential could justify granting new lands for the defense of the kingdom. The king, fascinated by the story of the young hero, smiles and declares that he wishes to meet Bene Feltio immediately. The immense carcass of the dragon is transported to the capital, leaving the crowd amazed. In the midst of the people, Panamera is recognized during the procession. In public square, Viscountessa announces that Bene Feltio is officially a baron and that his rewards will be decided later. Then she informs Belle and Ranga that now they can start their business with the guild. Asked by Panamera about the name of his new company, Ranga states enthusiastically, the Rango Company. His brother suggests that the Bell Rango Company would sound better, but the merchant insists that the younger one should be glad to have his name highlighted. The next day, the news of Van's new company and baronate spreads like the capital's biggest gossip. Rumors quickly turn into exaggerated legends, painting Van as a young heroic swordsman who beheaded the dragon alone. Observing the situation, Panamera comments with indifference about the exaggeration of rumors, satisfied that her own participation was minimized. From her window, she reflects on the interesting unfolding of events, thinking that the young lord should be grateful to her. A month and a half later, the village is transformed. Countless ballistics were built, and the host's residence was moved to the center, becoming more imposing and functional. 2 large towers, Oringo and Budu, now stand out in the landscape. The young master invites his companions to eat while enjoying the view from above. D appears with the intention of using one of the towers for his training. When he sees the group heading for Oringo Tower, he chooses Budu. The 10-minute climb leaves Van and Till completely exhausted. During the climb, the boy praises Till's resistance, which responds that he will barely be able to move when they reach the top. As they reach the summit, Gasping, they can finally enjoy the stunning view that extends before them. The young lord considers that for a village of only 100 inhabitants, the buildings are rather grand. Till agrees, stating that the place already resembles a city. He regrets that, despite vetoing the name Van Village, they now suggest Van City. To which Till replies with a smile, finding the name excellent. While he suspects Till is mocking him, Kamshin interrupts him, pointing at something on the horizon. The host cannot see anything, realizing that Kamshin's vision, enhanced by training, became as keen as that of the other villagers. Kamshin describes a large group of people approaching, highlighting the presence of children, the elderly, and even a slave trader, a group that does not look like soldiers or adventurers. Calculating that it will take them an hour to arrive, the boy decides they should eat first. Till serves his favorite egg wrappers and sandwiches, made with high-quality bread provided by Bell. While eating, Alti, who remained in the village after the departure of Panamera, runs toward them. The young master thinks you're adorable. He reflects that, because he is just a child, his instinct is only to stroke his head. Embarrassed, Alti asks him to just call her Alti, dismissing the formalities. He agrees, delighted with his cuteness, and asks what brings her there. Concerned, Alti informs that many people are on their way to the village and asks what to do. Since there is nothing prepared to welcome them inside the walls, the young leader decides to welcome them to his home. To first ensure that they are friendly, he sends Kamshin to call D and Sword, impressed by the health and dedication of her subordinate. He reflects on Kamshin's efforts, who voluntarily submits to D's rigorous training, raising his sword skills to a new level, while Ab and Lu also train as rivals. Deep down, Alti and another girl comment on how amazing Kamshin is, making the boy realize that in this world popularity is also linked to athletic ability. Sword returns, confirming that the new arrivals are from another village and offers to bring their representative. An elderly man enters, visibly impressed with the sight, and hesitantly asks if that is the village chief. The young lord is confused, for he had never heard that name before. A representative of the new villagers arrives and, amazed at the transformation of the place, asks if that is really village chief. Espada, the wizard, confirms, explaining that the name is a tribute to an old resident who left his mark there. The young lord is shocked by the revelation that the village, after all, had a name. Feeling deceived, he realizes that his subordinates hid the original name in a cunning plan to rebaptize the site in his honor. Espada, maintaining his composure, reaffirms to the newcomer that is Villa Seat, hiding his satisfaction with the success of the ruse. Recovered from the amazement, the young master questions the visitor about the purpose of his coming. The elder, still impressed with the changes since his childhood, is slow to answer, leading the host to insist on the question. The man explains that his neighboring village is in decline, with few young people and unsustainable taxes, and so they came to ask permission to migrate. The young leader, intrigued, asks why they are losing their youth. The representative reveals that the young people in his village were forcibly recruited to become soldiers. He details that Count Feldenat, your feudal lord, neglects the border villages because they fear the count's punishment. They preferred the 2-week journey there rather than the city. The host ponders on the delicate political situation. Welcoming them could generate a conflict with the count, but he refuses to abandon people who risked everything for a chance of survival. He decides to accept them, offering shelter, food, and tax exemption for all 300 new residents. The conversation takes an uncomfortable turn when the elder offers his granddaughter, a gesture that deeply disturbs the boy. The offer of wagons is refused because the villagers have cows. The news of a productive flock enlivens the young lord, who glimpses a new opportunity for his land. The deal is sealed. The villagers will bring their cattle and receive an escort led by the adventurer Ort. With the negotiations concluded, the boy offers a place for the elder, who he presumes to be head of the village, to rest. The old man's face twitches in an expression of pure surprise. To the surprise of the host, the visitor reveals that he is not the head of the village. When the rest of the refugees arrive, they are amazed at the quality of the accommodations, considering them grander than their former master's mansion. The young leader announces a welcome banquet and invites them to a bath. He then instructs his subordinate, Kamshin, to organize the reception and guide the newcomers. Alti approaches with caution and asks what his plans are for the new residents. The boy realizes the delicate situation, remembering that Alti is the daughter of the cat of whom those people are fleeing. Carefully, he explains that they are refugees from a nearby village and are offering them temporary shelter. The young leader observes Alta's reaction, relieved that she seems to accept his explanation without further questioning. Satisfied, Alti expresses his certainty that the newcomers will have a good life there, taking advantage of the moment. He asks if, after 2 months in the village, she wishes to live permanently on site. She confirms she'd be happier if she stayed. He then advises her to forget the idea of marriage for now and focus on finding out what she really wants for her future. His words make him reflect on the importance of his own desires and aspirations. With his face blushed, Alti confesses that his greatest desire is to marry him. In a playful way, he provokes her about the desire to marry, which makes her even more ashamed. Immediately, the boy rebukes himself in thought, reminding himself that a gentleman should never embarrass a lady. A shamed silence settles between the two, both with flushed cheeks. He kindly asks her to forget her provocation, and she agrees timidly. As they move away, Alti notes the bouncing and joyful walk of his host. He disguises it, but he reflects on himself that popularity makes a boy feel in the clouds. The tranquility is broken by the return of Ort's group of adventurers, who arrive covered in blood, leaving the young lord alarmed. Ort apologizes for the appearance and announces they found the entrance of a dungeon, a news that surprises everyone. The boy panics. A dungeon with its monsters and dangers was the last complication he wanted. Sword intervenes seriously, stating that they must notify the capital immediately to prevent the boy's father from claiming discovery and territory. The urgency in the voice of his normally calm counselor makes the young lord tense. Despite his plans to become noble first, he understands that he has no choice but to follow the advice of Espada. While Ort apologizes, the host's mind already glimpses the opportunities that dungeon can bring. He decides to send a messenger and chooses Kaisura, implying that it was the curious adventurer who made the discovery. Ort agrees with the choice, but offers to go along. The young master, however, appoints him to protect the new villagers, offering a generous gold coin as a reward for the test. Realizing Kaisura's sadness for having to travel alone, the boy gives her a dagger of mithril as a gift of encouragement. The valuable gift awakens the greed of other adventurers who try to take Kaisura's place. He, however, reaffirms that the mission is his. With orders given, Ort's group leaves for their escort mission, while Kaisura begins her lonely journey toward the royal capital. Riding under the sunset, Kaisura admires the dagger she won, amazed at the skill and knowledge of her young master. Absorbed in his present, time flies, and soon he sees himself a few miles from his destination. With the night falling, the adventurer decides to camp to rest before entering the capital. The next day, he resumes his journey, riding through the landscape toward the heart of the kingdom. Near the road, the sight of a stopped carriage draws your attention. As he approaches, he encounters a macabre scene. The chariot is destroyed and his horses are dead. The blood-stained floor reveals the brutality of the attack that took place there. His eyes find a group of orcs devouring the remains, and he recognizes the primitive and violent nature of these creatures. He quickly deduces the cruel intentions of monsters and prepares for a combat that, in other circumstances, would be a great challenge. By wielding his new mithril dagger, Kaisura feels a wave of confidence, certain that she now possesses the power necessary to defeat those beasts. By wielding his mithril dagger, Kaisura attacks the orcs with impressive speed, cutting the throat of one of the creatures easily. Mithril's blade, a gift from his young master, shines as it cuts through the air, proving to be a formidable weapon against the brutal creatures. The adventurer warns the remaining orcs, suggesting they stop the attack for their own good, before he is forced to eliminate them as well. Realizing that his words are useless, the fighter launches again to attack, cutting off the remaining creatures with precise and deadly movements. After the battle, the warrior admires Van's custom-made mithril dagger, amazed at its effectiveness and feeling that he could become addicted to the power it gives him. Your thoughts echo your admiration for the weapon, a personalized gift from your master, Van. A young woman emerges from the carriage and thanks for saving her. In presenting herself as Furamilia Strast, she assumes that her savior is someone of high status and asks her name. The adventurer, in panic, presents himself only as Kusara, a simple adventurer. However, the young noble, judging by her clothes and extraordinary dagger, insists that he must be someone important, hiding her identity and promises not to snoop anymore. With a connoisseur smile, the lady informs that she will walk to the royal capital from that point. She regrets not having to return the favor at the moment, but asks him to allow her to reward him at another time. The warrior, also on his way to the capital, offers him a ride on his horse, stating that the animal would prefer her company. The lady, touched by the gesture, reveals with a smile that is 30 years old, surprised to be still called mom. Unbelieving, the adventurer praises her, saying she does not appear to be more than 20 years old, and asks about her fate in the capital. With a sad expression, the noble woman reveals that the escort to guide her fled, leaving her helpless. She explains that her father, a viscount, died in battle, resulting in the loss of his home and the decline of his name. now she's looking for a job as a maid in DC. Embarrassed, the woman regrets having to reveal her difficult situation, something she did not plan to tell anyone. The warrior, with a gentle smile, reveals that he is also a freelancer and invites her to go with him to the village on the border where he lives, ensuring that there will be a job suitable for her there. He identifies with her situation, stating that he is also a freelancer and that there is no reason for shame. With his eyes quenched with gratitude, Furamili accepts the invitation, stating that he will not regret it and that he will be taken care of. The decision is made, and the fallen noble entrusts her future to the adventurer who saved her. The scene transits, leading the two travelers to their destination. In the Guild of Adventurers, the news spreads, a dungeon was discovered near the border in the lands under the rule of the Marquis Feltio. In the Guild of Adventurers, the news of a dungeon discovered in the lands of the new Baron, Van Feltio, spreads. The guild announces the construction of an on-site subsidiary, the purchase of materials with a 20% bonus and rewards for those who map the dungeon, which generates great enthusiasm among those present. The news turns the guild into chaos, with everyone surrounding Kaisura, eager for information. He and Furamili try to retreat, but are barred by a crowd who accuses them of wanting to explore the dungeon alone. Despite their efforts to lose them, after supplying themselves in the capital, Kaisura and Furamili are followed by a horde of adventurers determined not to miss the opportunity. During the trip, Furamili expresses her gratitude to Kaisura for all the help she received. He minimizes her gesture and she confesses, with a sincere smile, that thanks to him she could smile again. Happy with her words, Kaisura speaks with admiration about her young master, promising that the village where they are headed will make her even more amazed. Furamili, full of hope, can't wait to arrive. Meanwhile, the caravan led by Ort transports the exhausted refugees from the nearby village through a dense forest. During the course, Ort comments with a companion who doubts that Kaisura went straight to the capital, as no one would resist testing a newly acquired mithril dagger. Duriel rebukes him with severity, reminding him that distraction and small talk were the cause of the encounter with the dragon of the forest, demanding that he remain alert. After being reprimanded, Ort reflects on the difficult journey of migrants, understanding that the decision to abandon their homes was an act of pure perseverance in the face of hunger and despair. He approaches a woman who staggers from tiredness, noticing her resistance by refusing the carriage, and encourages her, saying that they are almost in fate. The woman reveals that she opposed the plan, fearing to go to an even worse place. Ort, however, reassures her, stating that the village on the border is a true paradise, superior to any city. While she tries to process the information, Ort announces enthusiastically that they have finally arrived. He points to the imposing walls of the village in the distance, a vision that leaves all the new arrivals goofy and unbelieving. As they enter, they are welcomed by Van and all the inhabitants of the village with a welcome banquet, smiles, and a warm welcome. The young lord invites the exhausted travelers to join the feast and rest in the houses that were prepared for them. Newcomer village chief Spellbu thanks Van for his hospitality. The young baron formally greets him, making himself available to him. Van thanks Ort for the escort work, but the adventurer modestly claims that it was nothing but the normal work of an adventurer. Turiel, impressed by the abundance, asks if the meat served at the banquet is from some recently hunted monster. The boy explains that the day before, 10 giant boars appeared, mentioning that they are dangerous for their ability to paralyze with magic. He adds with pride that one of his ballisticsmen shot the creature with a single shot. Seeing a hungry little boy, he asks Till to serve him a special portion of soup and roast beef. Refugees marvel at the amount of food, commenting that a single dish would be enough to feed them for a whole week. Emotion takes over many, who cry as they taste such a tasty meal for the first time in a long time, a mixture of relief and gratitude. Watching the scene, Van and the original residents of the village feel a deep joy and satisfaction as they see happiness stamped on the faces of the new inhabitants. Satisfied with the success of the banquet, the young lord reveals his new plan to build a small town adjacent to the village, intended to serve as a base for adventurers, keeping them separate from the main population to avoid conflict. It details the ambitious project. The city will be built in a month, will house about 400 people and will have 10 tall buildings, 5 commercial establishments, up to 3 inns and a branch of Gilda dos Aventuradores, all protected by walls of 500 meters and 15 ballistics. Espada, his advisor, ponders logistics, questioning whether the young master intends to manage all the new stores and inns personally. The boy answers that despite the extra work, profit would justify the effort. His advisor then suggests that he begin to think of who he would appoint as his representative for the new city. The host explores the management options, considering whether he should take control of the stores and appoint an administrator to the city or delegate the administration to the shopkeepers themselves. The strategist wizard points out that, with the presence of D and the resources available, they have the ability to form an army of knights to ensure the safety of the new settlement. Aware of the dangers, the young leader assumes responsibility for security. He decides to retain some stores, entrust the rest to Bell and Rango, recruit adventurers for his army, and appoint Sword as representative of the city. Sword accepts the new role, committing herself to hiring talent for the city. The boy then proposes the creation of a unified army to protect both the village and the new city. With a sly smile, the young baron defines the command structure. D will lead the cheat army in the village, while the new force will be the sword army. Realizing the irony, his advisor asks if that is a form of retribution, to which the boy responds with a feigned innocence, claiming not to understand the question. The scene returns to the banquet. The young lord decides to interact with the villagers and invites Alti to accompany him on a walk, suggesting that they eat some meat while talking. Kanshin and Till enthusiastically observe the interaction between their master and the young noble. With lively expressions, the two subordinates decide to follow the host and his guest, joining the party walk. In a comic panel, the small entourage is titled The Patrol of the Mayor and the Till Bodyguard. Realizing the lack of seats, the boy asks a strong-looking man to bring 3 chairs, impressed by the agility with which he fulfills the task. Thank you. The young lord invites the man to join his future army. With immediate acceptance, he feels victorious in his first recruitment attempt, overcoming Sword. A group of villagers approaches, expressing their concern about the lack of savings and asking if there is any way they can contribute. Happy with the offer of more labor, the host promptly offers them work in the new shops and inns, as well as starting new farms. 2 women show fear, explaining that although they know how to cultivate the land, they have no experience in running a business. The boy reassures them, listing various functions such as care, organization, and cleaning, and encourages them to find a task with which they feel comfortable. To seal the agreement, he guarantees that all will be properly paid, bringing a visible relief to the faces of the villagers. An elder approaches and shares his vision, stating that the village seemed lost until the arrival of his new leader. With a voice full of emotion, the elderly man confesses that he never imagined he would live to see days of joy and smiles. Other moved residents express the desire that happiness and smiles become a constant for everyone in the community. Amid his people, the young baron declares that this is only the beginning of a new era, promising that all will work together to build a prosperous and happy future. With a shout of enthusiasm that surprises everyone, the young leader impulsively announces his next great endeavor to build another city immediately. The new city for adventurers begins to take shape under the supervision of Sword. While the strongest villagers work on the foundations, the newcomers join the community. The elders take care of the cattle and the children explore the imposing walls. Observing the growing community, the young baron expresses his happiness with the increase in the number of inhabitants in Vila Seat. D approaches the host to find out if he needs more wood, offering to provide 100 logs on the same day. The young leader attempts to recruit members for his new squadron of knights, but quickly discovers that his plan has been frustrated. He realizes that his advisor, Espada, has already advanced and invited most men to join a different unit. The recruits explain, embarrassed, that they have already signed an enlistment contract with the strategist wizard, surprising the boy. Frustrated, the host regrets his late start in recruitment, recognizing the efficiency and cunning of his subordinate. To his relief, he discovers that some men have not yet committed themselves, allowing him to secure some members for his own troops. Although he manages to form a squadron of only 20 men, which he considers very little, he decides to take the initiative of his advisor and give him a well-deserved rest. The tranquility is interrupted when Kanshin approaches to report the arrival of the carriage from a distance. With his keen vision, Kanshin identifies the newcomer as Kaisura, who returns accompanied by several other carriages despite the great distance. The young nobleman is impressed by the superhuman perception of his subordinate, which is confirmed when Kanshin points out that he is the only one to see so far away. Till and Alti admit they can't see what Kanshin describes, and Till thanks the boy for his kindness in not mocking them. As the carriage approaches, the figure of Kaisura and her mysterious companion, Furamili, becomes visible to everyone. Alti and Till, curious, question the identity of the young woman who travels with the adventurer, speculating on a possible novel. While the girls imagine a heroic story of rescue and love, Kanshin praises Kaisura's vast skills, from his agility and sword skills to his talent with guns and bows. Kaisura arrives and, listening to the comments, asks in a playful tone to stop talking about him. The host welcomes him back and, knowing that the village now has 300 more residents, the adventurer is shocked by the rapid growth. The adventurer explains that he brought his new companion, Furamilia, because she had nowhere to go, but is amazed by the drastic increase in the village population. Till presents himself cordially to the newcomer and formally introduces feudal Lord Van Felteo. Furamilia presents herself as Framilia Storatos and reports that she was saved by Kaysura from an orc attack near the capital, confirming the romantic suspicions of Till and Alti. With a shy and noble look, the fallen young lady formally presents herself to the young lord's group. Kaysura tries to minimize her accomplishment, blushing with modesty, but the young lady makes a point of emphasizing the bravery of her act. With admiration, Furamilia declares that, for her, Kaysura is braver than any hero of legend. The romantic and heroic story leaves Till and Alti completely ecstatic and amazed at the adventurer. The young baron then recalls Hanshin's warning about the group following Kaysura and turns to face the entourage approaching. A horde of noisy adventurers eager for money comes to the village. Kaysura apologizes, explaining that they followed him since he reported the discovery of the dungeon in the guild. To prevent the new and rude visitors from scaring the villagers, the host asks them to wait outside while he prepares inns and minimum defenses, and sends Kaysura and his companion to rest. The adventurer, knowing that Orda is exploring the dungeon, states enthusiastically that now it is his turn to shine and show off his skills. Alti recognizes Furamilia as the lady of the House of Viscount Stratos, lamenting the fall of his family. However, she is shocked to learn that the noble is 30 years old. The young lord, in turn, reflects on the prudence of never mentioning a woman's age. In a close-up, Alti expresses her compassion for the situation of Furamilia, believing that the noble girl, with her father's death, lost everything and is the same age as her. The young baron redirects the focus to the construction of the city of the adventurers, the city to prioritize the creation of temporary shelters and defensive walls. He details his plan, explaining the need for a robust wall, capable of containing at least one medium-sized monster, ensuring a safe escape route to the main village in case of emergency. Construction is interrupted by the arrival of a group of rough-looking adventurers. They approach in a threatening way, harassing the girls and leaving the young leader paralyzed by audacity. Hanshin realizes that the adventurers' concern is genuine and Till agrees, describing them as strange but gentle people despite the initial approach. The intimidating appearance of one of the men reinforces the initial impression of the young lord, who considers them frightening. One of the adventurers apologizes, explaining that his group, the White Jury, is composed of people of good heart despite the intimidating appearance. Introducing themselves, they question the presence of the young baron's group in such a dangerous and monster-infested area. The host reassures them that they will return to the safety of the village. The adventurers, in turn, reveal that they have heard that the local lord is a rich young viscount, which leaves the boy confused. Intrigued, an adventurer asks the boy what he is doing, to what the young man answers enigmatically that he is waiting for wood. Demonstrating his power, the host uses the available wood to, in an instant, erect an imposing temporary fence, leaving the adventurers mouthless. With the structure up, he declares that improvised fence will be enough to guarantee security for now. Adventurers react with amazement to extraordinary magic, while one of them, amid surprise, calls him Bensama. The unbelieving reaction of men leads the young lord to think, erroneously, that they doubt the resistance of the fence. He reassures them, ensuring that the structure is stronger than it appears and that it will last for at least a week. The arrival of D with more wood coincides with the moment when an adventurer recognizes the young as Van Felteo. The disrespectful mention enrages D, who immediately draws his sword. D stands for combat, stating that as captain of the Cheat Knights squadron, he himself will face the challenge, a reaction that scares even his master. Without being intimidated, the adventurers draw their weapons and accept the challenge, ready for confrontation. With a single powerful blow, D shatters the blades of his opponents, demonstrating his overwhelming strength. The demonstration of power consolidates D's reputation as the dragon-killing knight. From then on, the adventurers, now frightened, begin to greet him with respect. The young lord concludes that his knight's fame will make the place safer. While adventurers argue about the young lord being exiled, Ort, newcomer of the dungeon, expresses surprise at the new competition, questioning the boys since the village became so busy. The adventurous veteran explains that his group took a long time to return. Upon noticing the large number of new adventurers, he deduces that Kaysura is back, and his hunch is confirmed with the news that his colleague brought with him a beautiful lady. Kaysura and Furamilia are approaching the group, The newcomer explains that he came to check on Ort's group because they were late and reports that the guild will send a team to investigate the dungeon the next day. The commandant presents his companion, Lady Familia Storatos, and his adventurous friends, revealing that the noble woman followed him from the capital. He mentions that with the return of Ort's group, his help will no longer be needed. While Kaisura and her companion retire to the inn, the other adventurers are puzzled by the scene, questioning whether what they just witnessed was real or just a dream. The Ort group falls into comic despair, regretting not having gone to the capital instead of Kaisura. The young baron, watching the scene, decides simply to let them deal with jealousy. The host explains the situation for the shocked group. Kaisura saved the lady from an orc attack, and so she now treats him like a true hero of fairy tales. Accepting the reality of the situation, the boy ponders aloud, considering the possibility of building a small house for the new couple. The suggestion of the young lord to build a house next to them causes even greater panic and despair in the group of adventurers, who reacts with unbelief to the idea. After the uproar, the boy questions Puriel about the dungeon. It describes a dangerous place, near a cliff, with a narrow entrance, but undoubtedly leads to a dungeon with staircases, pillars, and crystals of light. Surprised, the noble young man asks about distance. The adventurer reports that the journey takes an hour by coach and another 2 to 3 hours by walk through the forest, which shocks him. Puriel explains that it is common for dungeons to be located in remote and dangerous areas, especially at the borders, where stronger monsters usually gather. The young leader reflects that no one in good conscience would build a village in such a dangerous place, while the adventurer watches it with a calculating look. The manga argues that while it is impossible for others to build a secure base near the dungeon, she believes that he, with his skills, would be able to create a perfect base on the spot. Despite the suspicious insistence and promise of Puriel's protection, the boy, who prefers tranquility, is reluctant to accept the dangerous endeavor in the forest. To avoid the proposal, the young baron lists a number of absurd demands: to be carried to the entrance, to have guaranteed naps and desserts, and to take his servants and a large escort. With a happy smile, the host believes he has presented impossible conditions to be fulfilled, certain that his refusal to expedition in the forest was successful. A small being observes the scene, commenting to himself on how an 8-year-old can be frighteningly selfish. To the amazement of the boy, the magician accepts all her conditions with a radiant smile, promising that everything will be ready for the expedition the next day. Still shocked by the answer, the young lord observes Puriel stand aside and instruct Ort to prepare everything to take him to the dungeon the next morning. The boy's servants, who listen to the conversation from a distance, are completely shocked to learn that their master will go to a dungeon. The scene ends with a panoramic view of the new city under construction, highlighting the magnitude of the young lord's projects and foretelling the adventures to come. 3.5 hours after leaving the village, the young lord reflects on his unexpected journey towards a dungeon, something he never imagined he would do. Despite the situation, he sees himself enjoying the beautiful landscape, marveled at the view as he heads to the site to build a new base. Alti and Till also admire the scenery, commenting on the fresh air and the pleasant feeling of the trip, although the constant tremor of the floating platform is a nuisance. The expedition, composed of 50 adventurers, advances through dangerous terrain, through caves and cliffs. During the journey, they find and defeat monsters like a titan of the forest, whose bodies are now part of the landscape. Kanshin, clearly contradicted by being dragged into the dungeon, casts a look of reprobation to his master, who feels guilty for having forced him to come. While the boy deals with his disgruntled subordinates, Till and Alti, others to the tension, enjoy the journey as if it were a walk, enchanted with the spectacular view. The two young women observe the magnificent landscape, commenting on the depth of the valley and the beauty of the scenery that unfolds before them. They marvel at the distant mountains, which seem larger than the clouds, enjoying every moment of the journey. The tranquility is interrupted when Alti sees a flying monster. Soon after, as they approach their destination, the young baron spies through the window and cries out that they all stop immediately. When faced with an improvised bridge, made with only 2 trunks over an abyss, the young lord is shocked by the dangerous lack of security. The adventurers, confused, wonder why they stopped so close to fate. The host, furious, orders them to land the platform in a wider and safer location. The boy severely scolds the adventurers for recklessness, pointing to the total absence of security measures on the improvised bridge, something even acrobats would risk crossing. Firmly, he instructs them on the importance of risk management, explaining that a single false step in that place could be fatal. To illustrate his point, the young lord questions Kaisura, who jumped on one of the trunks, and orders the adventurers to kneel down and reflect on the situation. He explains that even someone as agile as Kaisura could fall if the logs rolled or broke, asking him rhetorically if he was trying to kill himself. The young baron demands a safe solution, and an adventurer suggests aligning more trunks, a response the host considers simplistic and inadequate. Dissatisfied, he again orders them to kneel, stating that the correct answer is to build a robust bridge, and commands them to seek the proper wood. He explains that even someone as agile as Kaisura could fall if the logs rolled or broke, asking him rhetorically if he was trying to kill himself. The young baron demands a safe solution, and an adventurer suggests aligning more trunks, a response the host considers simplistic and inadequate. Dissatisfied, he again orders them to kneel, stating that the correct answer is to build a robust bridge, and commands them to seek the proper wood. With the right material in hand, the boy uses his magic to instantly lift a solid and secure bridge over the abyss. The adventurers complain, saying they have no time to build bridges, but the young lord reminds them that security should always be the priority. Faced with the threat of their master not to build the base if they continue to complain, the adventurers immediately apologize and agree to follow their orders. When arriving at the entrance of the dungeon, surrounded by cliffs, the host realizes that the tight space represents a great challenge for building the base. The vision of the entrance of the dungeon confirms the difficulty. The terrain is irregular and the space for a safe construction is extremely limited. He carefully observes the area, noting that the site is surrounded by hills and does not offer a flat and wide terrain to erect the planned structure. Asked about the essential facilities for the new base, an adventurer suggests a hostess club, an idea that the young lord immediately rejects, ordering him to kneel down. Another suggestion, a casino, is also readily discarded by the boy, who considers the task of managing the adventurers a challenge by itself. The young leader reveals his plan to build the base next to the entrance, taking advantage of a slope to create a connection, install a reinforced door to the dungeon, and a system to get water from the river. A close-up details the water collection system, one of the first structures planned to ensure the self-sufficiency of the new base. Alti questions whether he is sure of the project, and with a confident confirmation, the boy begins the construction. 4 hours later, the base is miraculously lifted. After 4 hours of intense work, the imposing base for adventurers is completed, leaving the group amazed at the magnitude of the construction. With the permission of their leader, the adventurers rush eagerly into the new structure, ready to explore their facilities. As they enter, they discover the spacious ground floor, designed as a rest and storage area, and are amazed at the quality of the site. The first floor houses a canteen and 3 dormitories, while the upper floors have 6 more rooms, offering ample space for all. On the terrace, men celebrate the view and robustness of the building, built with the center of gravity in mind to ensure its durability. The young baron details the amenities, which include 4 bathrooms per floor and a rainwater capture system on the roof with filters, warning, however, that water is not drinkable. By ignoring the distractions of adventurers, the boy delegates the management of the new base to Ort, instructing him to guide the others well. The host discusses with Ort about the dungeon door, explaining that, because it is made of mithril, it is strong enough to contain even a forest dragon for a day and must be kept closed for safety. He points the windows with steel railings for protection, and as he perceives the afternoon advance, orders everyone to prepare the escorts for the immediate return to the village. The adventurers complain, wanting to rest before leaving, but the young leader insists on the departure, claiming to have a curfew to comply with. With a concerned expression, he confesses that his advisor, Espada, will be furious if he is late, revealing the source of his haste. The idea of a lord being scolded by his own servant amuses the adventurers, and Ort cannot contain a discreet laugh. Angry with the comments about him still being a child, the boy considers, in a playful tone, destroying the place he had just built. To hurry them, the host threatens to leave them without dinner, which causes even more humorous laughter and mockery by the adventurers. During the return journey, the entourage again faces the precarious crossing over the cliff, to the complete horror of the young lord. Considering the extremely dangerous path, he uses his magic to immediately build 2 more secure bridges before proceeding. Finally, at sunset, the group manages to safely return to the village, completing the long and risky expedition of the day. At the entrance of the village, Dee and Espada await them, and their imposing presence immediately silences the enter-eye approaching. The boy is terrified to see Sword, who usually holds a serious expression, with a smile on his face, sensing the sermon to come. With a frightening calm, the strategist wizard calls him and asks for a moment of his attention, causing the young lord to panic. In desperation, the boy seeks an excuse, suggesting that it is time for dinner, and begs for help from his servants who look away. Till, though visibly frightened, gathers courage and offers to accompany him, demonstrating his loyalty. Kamshin, however, strictly refuses to intervene, making it clear that he will not face the wrath of Sword. Likewise, Alti also denies the call for help, preferring not to engage in the delicate situation. Without any other option, the boy grabs Ort and blames him for the delay, forcing the adventurer to try to explain the situation to Espada. Sword commands Ort to shut up and without hesitation grabs his young master to apply due reproof. The scene ends with the counselor severely scolding the young baron in his office, a sermon that extends until late at night. On the outskirts of the capital, inside a dark slave market, a young woman laments her fate, considered useless for not possessing elementary magic, while a nearby hunter shares her sense of abandonment. Other prisoners comment on a spoiled man who's buying all the slaves. Upon hearing the conversation, the young woman resigned herself to a dark future of forced labor in a remote mine. Incarcerated and hopeless, she wonders if she will ever find a purpose for her life. His despair deepens as he contemplates the possibility of simply dying in his cell, forgotten by the world. A large caravan carrying many people and horses arrives at the newly built city of the adventurers on the outskirts of the cheat village. Alerted about the arrival of the entourage, the young lord runs to greet the new arrivals. In recognizing the leader of the caravan, the noble young man expresses his joy at the return of Rango, who is accompanied by a great entourage. While the young baron imagines a war reunion, reality is imposed when his brother immediately questions Rango about the financial success of his mission. Rango reports the results of his trip. He sold the items for 180 platinum coins and used the funds to buy 150 healthy debt slaves. He also reveals that the Guild of Miria, eager to maintain good relations, offered a significant discount on the carriages. The young leader welcomes Rango, although he remains intrigued by the unusual generosity of the guild. The merchant greets his young master, who in turn recognizes the impressive size of the group he brought with him. Before any presentation, Rango fulfills his promise, delivering a payment of 130 platinum coins to his master, who accepts them with gratitude. While Till reacts with amazement to the immense amount, Rango presents his leader with 2 additional platinum coins as part of the profits, establishing a new partnership for future ventures. Satisfied with the new agreement, the young lord reflects on the mutually beneficial partnership, only to be surprised by Rango's announcement that he was officially awarded the title of Baron. The reality of the news is settled, and the new Baron realizes that his title solidifies his position, preventing his father from revoking his authority or claiming territory. Radiant with the security his new title provides, he celebrates with his loyal servants, who offer his sincere congratulations. Kamshin asks about the whereabouts of Viscountessa Panamera. Rango explains that she will arrive after reporting to the Count, revealing her intention to join the young Baron's faction rather than her own. Rango adds that Viscountessa considers the prospect of developing this new territory much more attractive than its current political obligations. The young lord is surprised by the news, feeling in conflict with the idea of a noble of superior position, such as Panamera, wishing to reside in its domains, which would create a complex social dynamic. 2 subordinates of the young lord discussed the expansion plans of Viscountessa Panamera. He, in turn, reflects that she became a figure of power in his realms, almost like a queen, even before he realized it. In a conversation, a merchant expresses the desire to buy a carriage built by the boy, who readily offers to present it. Thankful, the merchant counsels the noble young man not to distribute his creations free of charge, suggesting that he make sure that they do not take advantage of his generosity. The host accepts the board and a payment. The merchant presents a large chest as a gift from a capital. Till is amazed by the continuous succession of rewards, while his master questions, with curiosity, the viability of the item. Inside the chest, they find an automatic beast, described as the most modern and advanced item in the capital. The power of the weapon is demonstrated when one of its viruses digs deep into a tree with great impact. The merchant fires the weapon, surprising the young lord with his fast charging capacity and agile functioning. He explains that the weapon is an automatic beast, capable of firing 10 arrows in rapid succession. A diagram details the efficient recharge mechanism, which consists of simply switching a top charger, making the process almost instantaneous. The young baron is exultant to learn that he received several versions of the weapon, accompanied by a total of 10 chargers. He tests the new weapon with enthusiasm, fascinated by its modern design and ease of use. which resembles a bow gun. His servants, Kamshin and Till, observe his joy. The bodyguard comments that the beast made its master happier than when he received 30 platinum coins, while the young inventor already plans to use the design as a reference for his future ballisticians. While his followers prepare to test the weapons, Rango introduces the slaves he bought in the capital, offering them as manpower for the expanding village. The young lord reflects on the system of slavery. Although he despises it, he recognizes it as a pillar of today's society and a need for the growth of his domain, deciding to offer those people a life of stability. Bell and another companion discuss the unusual deference of the powerful media association to a new baronate in a remote region. The merchant speculates that the association has the young leader in high regard, especially when he learns that other merchants have faced difficulties. With this thought, the host turns to face the newcomers. The boy formally introduces himself to the group of newcomers as Van Nefelteo, the feudal lord of those lands. Addressing the newcomers, who seem exhausted and confused, he welcomes them and instructs them to clean up and rest from the long journey. He extends his hospitality, promising them a feast of meat and fruit to relieve tiredness and anxiety. At the request of their lord, the local villagers welcome the new residents with enthusiasm, showing them the way to the community. An assembly illustrates the warm reception. Newcomers receive food and comfort from the villagers, many of whom were also welcomed in the same way, which strengthens the sense of community and hope. In the village square, an interview process begins to select new residents with remarkable skills. Among the candidates, there are individuals with attributes of wind and land, a former Class B adventurer, the daughter of a viscount, a former horseman, the daughter of a bankrupt company director, and a former knight of an enemy nation. One of the newcomers observes this selection process with a thoughtful expression, reflecting on the situation. The young lord interviews two candidates with elemental affinity. One of them, with commercial experience, demonstrates the ability to create mud walls, while the other claims to be able to defeat wolves and orcs with one stroke. When considered for a position, the trader questions whether her beauty influenced the decision. While his subordinates plan to open an M's store at the entrance to the city of the adventurers, the host turns to the next candidate, a young nobleman named Vida. Realizing his nervousness, he offers him the choice to work in the inn among the knights or in his own residence. The boy offers Vida the opportunity to work as a janitor under Till's tutelage. The young woman readily accepts, and her host, delighted, briefly ponders whether she should become her secretary, but concludes that her present servant already fulfills this function well. As the selection continues, one of the new arrivals, remembering a past of exploitation and hunger, feels a strange distrust in the current situation, questioning why things seem so different. To the amazement of the former slaves, the young lord appoints them knights of the city. He explains that due to the constant threat of monsters, their main task will be to ensure the protection of all villagers. One of the new recruits, while understanding the joy of his companions for ascending from slavery to cavalry, still wonders about the motives behind such generosity. While his new master seems pleased to have assigned a function to each. In a gesture of gratitude and loyalty, the newly appointed knights kneel before their lord, promising to serve him faithfully. The young baron corrects them, stating that he does not wish to enslave them. Instead, he encourages them to work for the good of the village, to feel comfortable and to seek a purpose, proposing that everyone work together. The words of their new leader deeply touch one of the newcomers, who reacts with an expression of intense emotion. Despite the new hope, the weight of his past is still felt, remembering his former slave status. With tears in her eyes, one of the former slaves expresses her unbelief, amazed at the possibility of living a normal life, something that seemed unreachable. The host reaffirms his position as lord of the village, declaring that everyone is his people and must take care of each other. His inspiring words help one of the new residents to finally find a purpose for her life. Inspired by the generosity of his new home, a young former slave closes his fist with determination, swearing to do his best to protect and serve the village that welcomed him. With the increase in population, the cheat village becomes a busy place. The young lord organizes the new residents, directing former knights, mercenaries and adventurers to D, and those with magical affinity to sword. He also designates agricultural experts to the fields and announces future plans to build a pub for bards, dancers and musicians. Children under the age of 10 are instructed to help villagers with tasks such as laundry, in addition to receiving a formal education, ensuring their development and integration into the community. To foster the local economy, the Belrango Association assumes the responsibility of teaching newcomers about business, empowering them for future business activities. Aiming to expand their commercial routes, the caravans are divided into 3 teams. Bell leaves for the royal capital, while Rango remains in the village to coordinate local operations. A group of approximately 50 people are gathered, awaiting the new guidelines of their leader. The young Baron announces his ambitious plan to train the group to become the first squadron of sacred knights in Cheat, specializing them in the use of the most powerful automatic beast and designating them as the archers of his troop. One of the recruits, former Bora hunter, questions the selection criteria. Although she has experience with archers, she expresses concern for other members of the group who have never used a similar weapon, asking for clarification on how they were chosen. The host explains the 3 criteria for selection: previous experience, sharp eyes, and a smaller physical constitution, which would hinder the use of swords and heavy armor. Bora, however, argues that the use of archers also requires strength in the arms, pointing out that some of the recruits seem too delicate for the task. Surprised, but satisfied with the pertinent observation, the boy recognizes the validity of Bora's argument, valuing his initiative and opinion. To test the theory, he decides to call the most fragile-looking recruit, Bolt 11, to make a demonstration. In agreement with the recruit, the young lord summons little 11-year-old Bolt and gives him a light bow he himself created. He instructed her to relax her shoulders and shoot her into the woods to test the weapon. Bora, recognizing the intelligence of his master's approach, fully agrees with the proposed test. Bolt's shooting is a resounding success. The arrow hits the target with impressive force, demonstrating the effectiveness of the light bow and overcoming all expectations. Excited by the result, Bora turns to the other recruits and invites them to experience the new and powerful art. The demonstration turns into a moment of enthusiasm and fun, with recruits testing new weapons amid laughter and shooting sounds. Bora is euphoric with the power of the weapon, exclaiming that they could face large monsters with it. The young lord corrects her, mentioning that the balletists are reserved for this purpose. The exuder's excessive enthusiasm makes Alti see her as a potential source of trouble. The host reflects on the choice of a captain for the new squadron. While considering naming someone experienced, Bora's impulsive behavior makes him doubt his ability to lead. As a precaution, he decides to delegate the supervision of Bora's team to Kanshin, relying on the seriousness and responsibility of his loyal bodyguard to maintain order. After the training session, the young lord is dedicated to the research and improvement of the beasts, seeking to further optimize the design and functionality of his weapons. In his workshop, the young lord, accompanied by Till and Alti, prepares to begin the work of improving the automatic beasts he received. The boy plunges into his thoughts, pondering the mechanics of the weapon and how to automate the recharge process, dreaming of a version that shoots 100 arrows, while his assistant watches him worry. By being observed by Alti, who comments on his apparent amusement, the young inventor admits that although mechanics and politics are challenging, he appreciates the creative process and decides to improve the beast's pieces with mithril. The young baron expresses his admiration for the original inventor of the beast, while Alti marvels at the speed and ability with which he concludes the modifications. During the assembly process, the boy encounters a technical problem when one of the pieces is stuck. Alti, who watches him carefully, is surprised to realize that even his master can make mistakes. After Alti apologizes for her thought, her master reassures her, admitting with good humor that she makes mistakes and that her magic of production is her only pride. She, however, disagrees, stating that fencing and his studies are also admirable talents. Feeling inferior in comparison, Alti confesses in a low voice that he is envious of his master's multiple abilities. In an attempt to encourage her, the host offers to introduce her to skilled masters, ensuring that, with the same training, she could achieve a level of proficiency similar to his. Changing the subject, the boy asks Alti what his magical affinity is, an issue that makes her visibly tense and apprehensive. The question was asked with pure curiosity and without any malicious intent, but Alta's reaction reveals deep insecurity. Realizing her friend's discomfort, Till intervenes, ensuring she doesn't have to answer. However, gathering courage, Alti decides to reveal his secret. With a tight heart, she confesses that her affinity is with the magic of marionettes, a power feared and misguided by society. A shadowy illustration contextualizes the stigma associated with his ability, classifying it, along with the magic of theft and brainwashing, as an art for sinners, cowards. The narrative explains that, due to an incident in the past, the users of this magic are always the first suspects in attacks against royalty. Understanding the origin of his fear, the young lord ignores prejudice and asks what it is capable of doing with its power. Seeing Alta's hesitation, her master encourages her with a smile, expressing her genuine desire to see her magic in action and stating that it will help her feel proud of her own power. Encouraged by her master, Alti reveals a doll she kept hidden, admitting that her insecurity prevented her from showing it before. With a gesture, the young Manga uses her power, causing the doll to rise. The curious boy asks if she can move it too, receiving a confirmation. The puppet performs an impressive dance of complexity, with fluid and graceful movements that resemble perfectly those of a human being, without any wasted or artificial gesture. Completely captivated by the demonstration, the young lord observes the performance with silent admiration. Wonderful, the host praises his friend's magic, declaring that his power is full of potential. Till also expresses his charm with Alta's ability. Curious, she asks if the magician can dance as well as her creation, to which Alta modestly answers that she is more skilled in making the doll dance. The young baron is perplexed by the revelation, understanding that it has control over the puppet that surpasses that of his own body, a surprising scale and with vast implications. Realizing Alta's melancholy, her master reflects that someone needed to show her the positive potential of her magic. Right now, Till has a brilliant idea. The servant suggests creating dolls for Alta to make them dance during festivals, believing that this would bring joy to the villagers. The proposal is received with enthusiasm by the group. Excited by the new perspective, they decided to test the limits of Alta's power, proposing the creation of a larger doll in real size, something she had never tried before. The young inventor readily creates a human-sized puppet, dressed elegantly, but equipped with a sword and shield, for Till's total confusion. With a glimmer in his eyes, the boy explains his vision, a doll that not only delights in his dance, but can also serve as a protector in case of emergency. It details that both the body and the equipment are made of mithril, which allows the doll to bear the weight. While the young lord is excited about the need to obtain more of the rare metal, Alta cannot contain a laugh. The Manga explodes in a genuine laugh. Thinking that laughter is because of the shield, her master offers to remove it, but she denies it, suggesting that the doll fights with an umbrella. Till, worried, warns Alta not to force herself to agree, but the young woman and her master exchange a look and laugh together, sharing a moment of sincere joy for the first time. With the atmosphere relaxed, the group prepares for the final test, while Alta concentrates to animate the great mithril doll for the first time. After a stunning dance with the mithril puppet, the young lord turns to praise Alta, only to find her falling apart. Worried, he and Till run to support her. With her breath gasping, the young Manga explains that the effort to move the heavy doll consumed too much mana. Her friends help her to lie down and offer her water. The boy apologizes, realizing that his normal mana reserve made him underestimate the energy cost of mithril. He promises to find a way to reduce mana consumption. Despite physical weakness, Alta feels mentally refreshed. She thanks her two friends, admitting that they are the reason for their new happiness. In her heart, the young Manga reflects on how she always felt worthless. Now, with a determined smile, she decides to actively seek a purpose and find ways to be useful. Moved by her resolution, her master invites her to research together the applications of her magic, assured that they will discover her true and vast potential. The scene changes to the village square, where Alta, with a radiant smile, observes the crowd that met for his presentation. Using lighter wooden dolls, they prepare for the show. The host asks Alta if she's ready, and she answers with a confident yes. The young baron reflects that, for her, moving light wooden dolls should be as easy as manipulating a sheet of paper, especially after the experience with the mithril. He ponders the nature of her magic, acknowledging that its impact depends entirely on the user's intention. Her gaze is fixed on her, wondering if the young woman understands the duality of her power. He worries that the mere imagination of the destructive potential of her ability frightens her. Seeing the confidence in his face, he turns away his worries and proudly announces the beginning of performance for the anxious crowd. When the doll comes to life and starts dancing, the villagers are amazed by the realistic and graceful movements. However, the charm is broken when some viewers recognize the magic of puppets and associate it with murders and other dark arts. Perceiving the mood change, the boy intervenes, encouraging the crowd not to judge and promising that Alta will show them a dance as they have never seen before, returning confidence to his friend. In his stunning display, Alta uses his puppet magic to drive a doll into a hypnotizing dance, captivating the crowd with precise and graceful movements that leave spectators amazed. With her flowing dress and fluid movements, the puppet enchants the villagers, especially the children, who watch the performance with their eyes full of admiration and fascination. At the end of the presentation, the young Manga faces the crowd, her face tense with expectation. While the puppet rests inert, awaiting the public's verdict on her art, the answer is an explosion of applause, Hands rise in unison, and the square is flooded by the sound of enthusiastic approval, dispelling any doubt about the girl's talent. The viewers express their delight. Adults comment on the beauty of dance, while the children, delighted, ask for an encore, leaving the young manga visibly surprised by the warm reception. Faced with public acceptance, a whirlwind of emotions runs through the gaze of the young woman, who begins to reconsider the nature of her power, once seen only as a curse. A memory of his former self, haunted by fear of his own abilities, arises in his mind, strongly contrasting with the present moment of acceptance and triumph. The mage squeezes the little doll against the chest, a gesture that symbolizes reconciliation with the magic she feared so much, now a source of joy and connection. Memories of a past in which its power was a cause of isolation and shame come to light, highlighting the depth of its current transformation. The girl remembers how she looked at the world, a lonely figure in front of a dark and judgmental crowd, who saw her magic as an unholy and dangerous art. The contrast between the past and the present burdens her, and emotion takes over her face, flushed and bathed in tears of relief and gratitude, an image of his ancient desolation, where he felt bent under the weight of a power he believed to be evil. With tears of happiness, the young mage realizes that her past beliefs were wrong. Her power was not a curse, but a gift capable of bringing joy. Mastered by emotion, she runs and embraces her master, a gesture of immense gratitude for having helped her find the light amid the darkness of her fears. The young lord comforts her, suggesting that she introduce herself again during dinner, assured that her art will bring even more happiness and solidify her new trusts. Determined to see her smile more, the host promises to build a stage for her and allow her to choose dresses for the dolls, making her blush with happiness with her continued support. In a moment of pure joy and companionship, the two friends end the night with a feeling of triumph and renewed hope. The scene transits to a moving carriage, where the imminent arrival to the destination is announced the next day, signaling a new phase in history. On board his carriage, King Dino of Skuetto reflects with a smile, expressing a rare excitement and interest in the new and promising Baron Van, whose fief are about to visit. Exhausted after a long day of work, the young lord enjoys a tea with Alti until, asked by Alti if he has already fainted due to excessive use of mana, he denies, leaving her intrigued. Alti begins to wonder about his own mana reserve, feeling inferior till, realizing her insecurity, comforts her, advising her not to compare herself to her master, whose capacity is exceptional. The narrative explains that a wizard's mana reserve cannot be measured visually. Power assessment for those with affinity with the four elements is done based on how many high or medium level spells can cast, or how long they hold low-level spells. The explanation continues, highlighting that even some magicians compatible with the four elements can only use low-level spells. The ability to cast high-level spells, as Panamera and Sword do, is considered an extraordinary achievement. Alti is shocked to process the information that her master can use high-level spells for long periods, a feat she had never heard of. The boy tries to minimize his ability, saying that Till exaggerates and that Espada has also worked alongside him for a long time. Sword, however, clarifies that she needed to rest after every high-level spell. The servant reinforces that the abnormality of his master is evident throughout the village and that the most powerful wizard in the world would faint in 2 hours if he tried to replicate his deeds. Realizing the unanimity about his extraordinary capacity, the young baron wonders, surprised, whether his ability should not be a cause of constant astonishment for all. Sword calmly responds that, in fact, everyone is surprised at him every moment, confirming the magnitude of his power while the group sits for tea. A month before the current events, the king of Skuetto instructs his eldest son, Prince Selgio, to rule the country for 3 months, leaving on a journey that he considers a valuable and interesting experience. The crown prince questions the necessity of the journey and the presence of the prime minister, Apeltau. The minister explains that he will accompany the sovereign, who, in turn, justifies his personal departure by the fact that the new baron, ruler of a small village, probably cannot leave his domain. The monarch reveals his concern for neighboring nations, making it essential to evaluate the lords of the borders. The extraordinary feat of a small village that defeated a dragon convinces him to meet his new leader personally. He reflects that his son, though intelligent, is too peaceful and can benefit from a good example to become a strong ruler. Reflecting on geopolitics, the sovereign concludes that in a world where all nations seek power, peace is a fragile ideal and that strengthening the kingdom itself is the only way to protect it. His thought turns to his youngest son, Clue, who is the same age as the promising new lord. The king decides to take with him the young Prince Clue, uninterested in politics, in the hope that the new baron will be an inspiration. Before leaving the capital, he encourages his eldest son, Sergio, to give his best as interim king during his absence. On horseback, the sovereign remembers his youth. Free from the formalities of royalty, he regrets not being able to observe the daily life of the people, for everyone kneels instantly as he sees the royal crest, an act of reverence that spreads throughout the crowd. The ruler expresses his boredom at the subservience of the people, claiming that he does not intend to reign by fear. He ponders on the delicate balance between maintaining authority, punishing crimes to avoid conspiracy, and excessive formality that prevents genuine interactions. In an aside with his advisor, the monarch laments the rigidity of the protocol, complaining that the formality is so much that his own guards would remain unfeeling even before an unexpected attitude on his part, which he considers extremely monotonous. Still aboard the carriage, the young Prince Pista draws his father's attention to something on the horizon, expressing his unbelief about how such a modest village could have accomplished the feat of slaughtering a dragon. As they approach their destination, the royal entourage is surprised by the vision of a colossal wall. The king and his prime minister are amazed at the magnitude of the fortification, a building far beyond their expectations for a small village. Prime Minister comments on the incredible pace of building the wall, which was once just a village with huts. Intrigued, the king smiles, finding the situation extremely interesting. With a laugh, the sovereign expresses his great expectation to inspect the fortress and discover how it was accomplished, agreeing that the visit had become much more promising. The scene moves quickly into the interior of the village, showing the vibrant life that developed behind the new walls. Inside the village, the atmosphere is of joy and prosperity. The villagers work and the children gather around Alti, who has become a popular figure with his dancing doll. Alti, surrounded by fascinated children, is happy to be able to contribute, even if little, to the joy of the community. Your puppet art is now an attraction loved by everyone. With a radiant smile, the young Manga practices with her doll daily. Her friends note with satisfaction that the curiosity of the villagers overcame her initial fear, fully accepting her magic. Suddenly, a messenger runs to inform the young lord that an extraordinary carriage has just arrived at the gates of the village. An imposing royal entourage with an ornamented carriage and numerous guards crosses the desert towards its destination. From the top of the wall, the baron and his subordinates observe the approach, speculating that he may be an officer sent to confirm the subjugation of the dragon. Other advisors joke that the visit may be related to the paperwork of their promotion or the newly discovered dungeon, questioning the reason for such a large entourage. Meanwhile, the villagers gather, curious about the visit and what it means to their lord, now officially a baron. With enthusiasm, a villager asks his lord if there will be another barbecue to celebrate his new title. For the slight irritation of the young noble, the mere mention of a barbecue leaves the villagers in awe, arguing about the preparation of the grill, showing how addicted they became to the celebrations. Espada, his trusted advisor, reports having confirmed the royal coat of arms in the carriage and suggests that they gather all their forces for the reception. Hearing the incessant cries of barbecue, the young baron ponders, with a serious air, whether to institute a forced diet of fruits and vegetables for his subjects. Following the suggestion of his advisor, the village troops begin to gather in formation to receive the important visit. One of the units presented is the Mechanical Beast Team, a specialized and crucial group for the defense of the village. Next, the Knights of Cheat Village, the main local combat force, stand in their armor. The Knights of Sword, the personal guard and elite unit of the Counselor, also join the formation. The full force, with over 100 men, is assembled. Its equipment is an optimized mix of materials, including iron shields and mithril swords, prepared for any scenario. With his troops properly positioned, the young baron assumes a confident pose and announces that he will generously receive the officer. The gates open, revealing a figure with long flowing hair. Surprised by the visitor's identity, the lord greets her, barely able to disguise the shock. Gates open, revealing Panamera. The young baron is shocked to see her, noting to himself, for the first time, that she can suppress her explosive presence. Panamera provokes him about his contained reaction, asking playfully if he has ever met another woman. Embarrassed, the stuttering boy, who was just very surprised, Alti runs to greet the newcomer with a radiant smile, happy to see her again and eager to tell about her growing friendship with her master. Surprised by Alta's new confidence, Panamera grabs her and questions the young lord in a playful tone if he used any brainwashing spells. He calmly explains that he just helped her recognize how amazing her own magic was. The mention of Alta's magic leaves Panamera seriously and visibly surprised, for it is the first time she has heard the young maga speak openly about her powers. With a loving gesture, Panamera holds the young woman's face and praises her, saying that her new attitude is incredible. With a fun smile, she turns to the young baron and calls him selective, deciding to save the rest of the fun for later. Realizing that he got carried away by the moment, Panamera quickly resumes composure, apologizing for his immersion in the meeting. Her expression changes to one of seriousness and she orders the baron to bow, for she is in the presence of her majesty, leaving the boy completely confused. An imposing man approaches and presents himself as Dino Shora Burnett, the king of Skedelia, to the total amazement of the young lord, who cannot believe that the monarch would travel to the most remote border of the kingdom. The king declares that as a new member of the nobility, the boy must demonstrate how his knowledge and power can strengthen the country, expressing great expectation in its potential. Kneeling and in shock, the young baron wonders why the king himself would be there in his humble village. His mind screws, questioning whether the sovereign can even leave the capital. The monarch, in turn, mentions hearing about the newly discovered dungeon and warns that the investigation guild will arrive soon. The king warns him not to lie, for the guild report will come straight to him, then praise the boy for the successful subjugation of the dragon and the auction of the items. The monarch explains that, due to extraordinary reports, he came personally instead of sending a knight, and asks if there is any objection to answering all his questions. Surprisingly, the young lord answers yes. With an unusual firmness for his age, the baron claims that he has one condition: I would like his majesty to make him a promise, which arouses the curiosity and astonishment of the king. The boy explains that he will tell everything, but fears that his words sound like lies. For this reason, he asks the king to promise to try his best to believe his account. Alongside the sovereign, his advisor, Duke Apelta, cannot contain a discreet laugh at the audacity and unusual proposal of the young man. The king, finding the whole situation very interesting, displays a slight smile, intrigued by the courage and condition imposed by the new baron. Before the kneeling young man, King Dino accepts the condition and, with a look of approval, promises that he will try to believe everything that is said to him. The young baron observes the royal entourage, noting that King Dino seems much stronger than his age suggests. Accompanying him are imposing figures that make up the elite of the kingdom. Behind the sovereign is the prime minister, Duke Apelta, whose constant smile causes a certain discomfort in the host. Next to them, Prince Pista and Shora Belnett, a young man of such remarkable beauty that the baron confuses him with an elf. As a guide, the boy begins to present the village's defenses. He explains that the site, once full of wooden huts, now boasts a fortification of which it is proud, with walls, gates, moats, and ballistics as main weapons. The king, impressed, asks for a demonstration of the weapon. The ballist fires with a devastating force, leaving the royal entourage amazed by its power and reach. The duke comments that the firepower is so great that it dispenses the aid of wizards or elite archers, and all are visibly excited by the demonstration. Asked by the prime minister about the peculiar shape of the wall, the young lord explains that the proximity to the enemy nation of Yalanta and the constant appearance of monsters led him to design a formation that optimized the use of ballistics. The king and his advisor evaluate the strategy. The duke admits that being the target of a rain of arrows coming from 3 directions would be frightening, and the monarch agrees that the formation is extremely useful and harder to invade than a conventional wall, considering it perfect, except for the air defense. In a diagram, the host illustrates how the 6-triangle wall allows the sides to cover any attack point, forcing the enemy to face fire from 3 directions simultaneously. The explanation concludes that while the triangle walls remain standing, the invasion will be impossible, highlighting the genius and effectiveness of defensive design. The young baron casually mentions that he already has some prototypes of developing anti-aircraft weapons, although its practical effectiveness still needs to be tested. The royal entourage is amazed to discover that the baron himself is the creator behind these innovative weapons in the complex fortress. The revelation that anti-aircraft weapons are being planned increases the astonishment of the king and his group, who realize to be before a military genius and inventor. The king expresses his unbelief, stating that a work of such magnitude would take years to be built. The boy attributes his accomplishment to the help of the villagers and subordinates of Viscountess of Panamera in collecting materials, which allowed him to carry out his project. Untrusted, the sovereign warns the young baron severely, reminding him of the promise not to lie. I am surprised by the prosecution. The Lord strongly reaffirms that he is telling the truth with an expression of shock and sincerity. Panamera intervenes, suggesting that a demonstration of the boy's magic would be the best way to prove his words and surprise his majesty. In front of the eyes of the royal entourage, the baron uses his magic of production to instantly create a 10-chapa list, leaving the king and duke completely speechless. An inner reflection reveals how extraordinary the feat is. Production magic usually consumes the whole mana of a wizard to create a single sword, but the young lord shows no sign of fatigue, indicating a reserve of mana from another level. The boy explains his method of creation. Inspired by a market beast, he improved design by trial and error to increase its size and speed. Duke Apelta, amazed, acknowledges that it is not just a magic of production, but a kind of invention capable of creating miracles. Finally convinced of the truthfulness of the young man's words, the king begins to bombard him with a series of questions about his other creations and the subjugation of the dragon. At the request of the monarch, the baron starts a tour of the villas, explaining that the wood used is exclusive to the region, durable and resistant to water, and that the furniture is handmade. The host humbly shares the credit of improvements with his subordinates and villagers, mentioning a woman who provides fruit and vegetables. The emotional woman expresses the gratitude of all, stating that they wish to repay for saving them from a life of misery. Overtaken by the thrill of meeting the king, the villager apologizes for talking too much, while the young baron and the monarch observe the scene with sympathy. The sovereign goes directly to the villagers, asking them to raise their heads and ask about the quality of life in the village, to the surprise and nervousness of the people. A villager honestly reports that before his master's arrival he was starving, but now he leads a stable life. The boy, satisfied with the compliment, decides mentally to grant a bonus to the man. In a relaxed way, one of the villagers invites his majesty to a barbecue, leaving the king thoughtfully and lightly entertaining with informality. During the walk, the king asks how long it took to build the walls and moats. The young lord responds promptly that the work took about 4 months. Intrigued by the speed of construction, the sovereign expresses his desire to observe the first-hand building process. The host informs that they are currently adding more walls near the lake and that the project will take another month or 2 to complete, surprising the king with continued expansion. Using a model, the baron demonstrates the next stage of the project. Adding more star-shaped walls, he explains that the long range of ballistics will cover any loophole, making the defense extremely difficult to overcome, even by a high-level wizard. Duke Apelta concludes that the fortress can be considered impenetrable, since magicians would be slaughtered before they could conjure up spells. The young baron, however, reveals that this formation is only the goal for next year, and that the final form of his village will be something even more formidable. The young baron explains to the king and his advisor that his ultimate goal is to create a fortress so formidable that even he would not be able to invade it. While the young lord demonstrates the construction methods of the village, the king and his prime minister are amazed, with the latter confessing that the defenses of the site far outweigh those of the royal capital. Exhausted with so many surprises, the monarch asks for a place to rest. The young baron suggests a hut near a lake, while the sovereign decides to send a designer from the capital to learn from the 8-year-old Prodigy. On arriving at the lake, the royal entourage is confronted, shocked, with a crowd of apocalypse. One of them, Ridabas, joyfully greets the noble young man, calling him the husband of Radbrira, to the exasperation of the boy. Ridabas insists, asking if there's anything wrong with your daughter. The host denies, explaining that she deserves to marry an Apukalulu of her own caliber. Another figure, Aftobaz, head of the Baz clan, presents himself. He reveals that, inspired by the accounts of Ridabas, he plans to move his clan to those lands, which arouses the king's curiosity. The king marvels at seeing such a mythical race at will. While the prime minister is embarrassed by the husband's rumor, Afto asks if the baron's companions are heads of other clans, and the boy explains that the monarch is a great boss who governs all others. Afto, as representative of his people, presents his respects to King Dino. The sovereign reciprocates, proposing to strengthen ties between his peoples, an offer that Afto willingly accepts. The young lord asks Ridabas if he would have any proper remembrance to offer to his distinguished guests. Ridabas readily agrees and decides to present the king with a stone he considers very rare. Upon receiving the gift, the young baron observes the unusual appearance of the stone, a mixture of gold and red that reflects the light in a singular way. The king and his advisor identify the stone as Orhalin, the legendary metal of God. They remember their mythical properties, superior to the mithril, incredibly durable, flexible, and resistant to magic, with legends that a single shield made of it could annihilate an army. Surprised to have a legendary mineral in his hand, the boy tries to use his mana on him, but discovers that his low magical conductivity makes transformation difficult. Meanwhile, the king and his group discuss the possibility of contacting the dwarfs, the only race that knows how to work with Orhalin. The young lord reflects that forging a blade with that material would be an expensive task and would require time and concentration. With continuous effort, he can purify the Orhalin, turning the crude stone into a bright and beautiful metal. He then realizes that after purification, metal became even more resistant to mana flow, making molding more challenging. Despite the difficulty, he decides for now to turn the metal into a blade, pondering the best shape. With his magic of production, the boy forges a magnificent and ornamented blade from the Orhalin, leaving the king and his prime minister completely amazed at the impossible feats. Recovering from the shock, the king confronts the young baron, reminding him of his promise not to lie and questioning whether he really has just forged a sword from the brood Orhalin. With a mixture of fury and fascination, the monarch presses him, wanting to know more about his ability and offering a deal in exchange for total honesty. The young noble is perplexed to see that the dreaded king of war is proposing a deal to him, a child without experience in battle. He understands that honesty is his only option. Firmly, the young baron presents his only condition: please grant me the right to live in this village forever. Asked by the king about the reason for his request, the young baron hears the monarch's offer: preferential treatment in the royal capital, regardless of its title, if he decides to move. The young lord panics internally, realizing that the king's generous offer was indeed an invitation to be exploited by his abilities in the capital. Recovering composure, the boy articulates his philosophy. His desire is to transform that land into a comfortable place to live a quiet life. He rhetorically questions who would protect the people if he left. He declares that his mission as lord is to ensure that his subjects can live in peace, without worrying about food, clothing, or shelter. With conviction, he states that, therefore, he has a duty to enrich and develop his land for the good of all. While the villagers who watched from afar are moved to tears with his speech, the young noble admits to himself that he only used a famous quote he heard somewhere to justify his position. The king acknowledges that the knowledge of the young prodigy far surpasses that of his own son. The prime minister, however, subtly warns that refusing a direct royal invitation is risky and can turn it into an enemy of the army. The boy reflects on the warning, recognizing his position as lord of a fief. Until then, he was under the protection of the Marquis family, which freed him from harassment even by taking over lands that once belonged to an earl. He considers that even in the capital, problems would not disappear. On the contrary, the king's preferential treatment of an 8-year-old would certainly arouse the wrath of other nobles, and he would still have to deal with the likely harassment of his 2 older brothers. The situation in the capital could be even more dangerous. It considers the real possibility of being poisoned if it is not extremely careful. In conclusion, the village is the safest place. He reaffirms his decision not to abandon his people. His firmness makes the king observe him with interest, finding him a peculiar boy. The monarch continues his mental evaluation. The young baron is confident but humble, talented, and, above all, loved by a people who see him as essential. The sovereign concludes that, as the boy has no ill will toward the kingdom, forcing him to go to the capital would be a mistake. The best strategy is to grant your wish, win your favor, and secure your loyalty as a powerful ally. The king expresses his understanding, but points out that the boy's abilities are too valuable to be wasted. Fearing that he may defect to another nation, he proposes a deal. If they send an emissary, would the young lord cooperate? The host agrees, as long as it is within his reach. With a smile, the prime minister declares that he will no longer be surprised and that he has decided to stop treating the young baron as a child. The king, in playful tone, suggests that he must be an elf or a half-elf. The royal counselor continues the provocation, stating that the boy must be at least 50 years old, the same age as him. Insinuation makes the young man visibly angry. The boy's reaction provokes a laugh in the king, who claims to be praising him and would even like him to educate his son. Despite the irritation of the young noble, the monarch continues to play, insisting that they are the same age. Angry, the host thanks to the rudeness of the old man, while the king, recovering his breath, thanks for the good laugh he did not have long ago. The sovereign explains that if you cannot take him with you, you must complete your investigation as soon as possible in order to return. He justifies the rush, stating that unfortunately he cannot leave the capital for a prolonged period. For this reason, the monarch expresses his desire to inspect the dungeon. The young lord suggests to postpone to the next day, for it is late. Informality amuses the Prime Minister and Pamela, with the counselor commenting that the boy is finally acting more appropriately with him. With the atmosphere relaxed, the Baron believes he can build a good relationship with the king, which will probably protect him from the harassment of other nobles. His reflection is suddenly interrupted by an urgent call. A messenger comes running and gasping, bringing alarming news. A grey dragon, though not too large, was spotted flying in the nearby skies. Faced with the imminent threat, the young Baron orders everyone to prepare for defense and summon the adventurers. Panamera offers to help, and the boy observes, with a certain irony, that dragons always seem to appear when she is around. The Viscountess, with a provocative smile, questions whether he has any secret to be so popular with dragons, before reprimanding him for calling her old enough to marry when he does not yet have a groom. Vividly dull, the young lord ignores the provocation and rushes everyone to the main gate, fearing for the safety of the city of the adventurers. A scout reports that although they hit the dragon with a hail of viruses, the injuries were not serious. The creature now stands on alert about the nearby city. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Baron decides to use a prototype, asking for the help of his subordinates and instructing Alti to remain safe. The king intervenes, offering his help and arguing that with his help, the chances of repelling the dragon will be much greater. The young host readily accepts, delegating tasks and asking them to lead the royal entourage to a strategic position. Watching the scene, King Dino comments with his prime minister on how exceptional the Marquis' son is. The counselor confirms, adding that he heard that the boy was kicked out of the house for not being a wizard of the four elements. The monarch bitterly reflects on how his own policies, which overvalue the elemental wizards, led to this situation. He is impressed by the achievements of the young Baron, despite his magical aptitude being considered lesser, and decides that research on all kinds of magic should be reassessed in the capital. A guard tries to prevent the king from getting too close to the battlefield, but the sovereign dismisses him, ensuring he is perfectly capable of protecting himself. From the top of the wall, the royal entourage sees the city of adventurers from a distance, with the silhouette of a lonely wyvern hovering in the skies above it. A brief analysis describes the wyverns as a sort of low-ranking dragon, unable to use dragon breath and little agile on earth. Although a single creature is a threat, they usually hunt in flocks. The king, finding the situation strange, asks the opinion of his counselor. The prime minister notes that the attack of a solitary wyvern is a rare event and raises suspicion that there may be another hidden threat nearby. The sovereign speculates that the kingdom of Yalanta may be behind the attack, remembering that some northern nations use puppet magic to enslave and control these creatures, a tactic that their own kingdom chose not to adopt due to complications. Alerted that the king that Wyvern is probably not the only enemy, the young man understands the danger and orders the immediate evacuation of the city of the adventurers to the safety of his fortress. His loyal subordinate, D, confirms the order out loud, promising to begin evacuation without delay. The king observes the scene with admiration, noting the speed, accuracy, and firmness of the judgment of the young lord. Their subordinates execute orders instantly, demonstrating unwavering loyalty while the adventurers flee in panic. The monarch is impressed by the discipline of the troops, which move with perfect coordination, even without direct instructions. He feels the strong unity centered on his young host and concludes that overthrowing that fortress would be an extremely difficult task. Asked about his defense plan, the Baron explains that due to the lack of preparation in the city of adventurers, the main battle will take place in the village. The king warns him about confronting human troops, who can use unpredictable tactics. The boy, however, reveals having already prepared himself for sieges, ambushes, and even for the possibility of leaving the village. Deeply impressed, the king regrets not having time to hear all the thoughts of the young wonder. He decides that even if he cannot take him to the capital, he must find a way to harness his talents for the good of the kingdom. The scene changes to a nearby forest, where a hooded and armored figure, clearly an enemy soldier, observes the fortress from afar, waiting for the moment to act. Through a bezel, the vision of two fortified cities where before there was only one desolate village surprises enemy scouts. A subordinate informs his commander that, according to Wyvern air reconnaissance, the village ahead has been evacuated to the new fortifications, an information that contradicts previous reports. The commander, revealed as Anamog Yalanta, the 8th prince of the kingdom of Yalanta, expresses his fury at the failure of his intelligence unit. He resents having received the task of conquering a remote village while his brothers lead more important operations in the great offensive to capture the city of Skuetto. Determined to prove its value, Anamog ignores the impossibility of building such a fortress in a few months. One of his men tries to advise him, arguing that it is reckless to attack with so few soldiers, but the prince believes that defenses are just a front. Furious by the insolence and pessimism of his subordinate, the prince silences him with a violent blow. Seizing the man, Anamog reprimands his lack of tactical understanding, insisting that they should attack before the city becomes a fully operational fortress. Yalanta's troops gather and advance toward the silent fortress. The enemy stands before the village walls, preparing for the attack. Prince Anamog observes the silence of the fortress, feeling confident in his strategy. He disdains the possibility of a trap, assuming with arrogance that the villagers, without an order of experienced knights to lead them, simply fled terrified by sighting their wyvern. Convinced that this is the perfect opportunity, Anamog orders with enthusiasm that his men break into the gates, planning to use the captured fortress as a support point for the future attack on Skuetto. To the astonishment of the soldiers, their metal hammers are completely ineffective against the gates of the fortress, which resist without a single scratch. Frustrated and impatient, the prince orders his troops to bypass the wall. Assuming that the rear gate, used for the escape of the villagers, is open, he positions his wizards for a rear attack and prepares for a possible ambush. When they reach the rear, the soldiers are amazed at the greatness and unusual form of the fortress, questioning whether it is not a secret military base. Anamog silences his doubts abruptly. Men observe the peculiar structure, noting evenly spaced defenses at the top of the walls and the presence of people nearby, increasing their apprehension. An advisor expresses the impossibility of the situation, stating that a construction of this magnitude would take years and could not have gone unnoticed by the intelligence of the kingdom. Fear spreads among the soldiers, who begin to doubt their chances of victory against such a formidable and mysterious fortress. With a look of contempt, Anamog reaffirms his decision to take the fortress, disregarding the concerns of his men. He instructs his troops to first test the defenses of the city and, if possible, take it by assault, reminding them arrogantly that, with a dragon at his side, there will be no problems. From the top of the wall, the young baron observes the careless approach of the enemy army, questioning its competence. Panamera, next to you, casually suggests burning the invaders until they are half dead. Despite considering the invasion a hostile act, the boy ponders the possibility that they are just fools or an official envoy of the kingdom of Yalanta. With prudence, he first decides to question the newcomers to understand their intentions before initiating any hostility. The young lord feels a glimpse of pride in realizing that his position as ruler of those lands will be respected, even by an invading army. He observes the advance of the enemy knights, who are already preparing for combat with raised shields, and reflects on the difficult decision he needs to make. The host asks Panamera if the enemies are within reach of his elemental magic. Viscountessa confirms, but weighs on efficacy. She explains that long-range magic takes time to be conjured, giving human opponents a chance to react. The king adds that in battle one must always assume that the enemy also possesses magicians, making a moment of attack crucial and suggesting that the seemingly reckless advance may have a tactical purpose. The monarch identifies the Wyvern Knight as a puppet wizard and explains the immense difficulty in controlling a living creature. The skill requires a continuous flow of mana, and giving orders that contradict the animal's instincts, such as attacking walls, is a hard task even for the most powerful magicians. From the top of the wall, the young baron announces that this is his territory and demands that the invaders identify themselves. Observing the situation, the king reflects on the reasons why his own kingdom chose not to adopt the tactic of using wyverns. While the young man listens attentively, the enemy troops are in formation, ready for attack. Dangerously approaching the fortress, the voice of a child from the top of the wall causes a brief moment of surprise and hesitation among the invaders. The enemy soldiers, realizing that the leader of the fortress is just a boy, mock his demand and underestimate him with disdain. While Panamera comments on the relaxed attitude of the invaders, his commander, Anamog, deviates from the question about his affiliation and questions the sudden appearance of the fortress, a behavior that the young lord notes as evasive. I am surprised by the direct question of the host. Prince Anamog reacts with shock by having his origin, the kingdom of Yalanta, revealed. The young baron quietly explains that the fortress was recently built as a necessary defense against the constant appearances of magical beasts in the region. With a satisfied smile, the host rejoices to realize that his interlocutor is naive and easy to manipulate, confirming the prince's suspicion. The boy reveals that he was merely bluffing for information, criticizing the lack of intelligence of the prince and his men. Enraged by ridicule, Anamog demands that he descend from the wall. The king and his prime minister fall into laughter with the foolishness of the enemy commander, with the monarch commenting that wars would be much easier if all his opponents were so incompetent. Ensnared by humiliation, Anamog retorts that they are fools, reminding them arrogantly that the walls are useless against an air strike by a wyvern. Believing that the defenders feel safe at the top of the wall, the prince orders that his puppet wizard be triggered to initiate the attack. It details the plan. Wyvern must fly low to terrorize the defenders, and, once the panic settles, they will demand surrender. His subordinate, however, considers the order absurd. The prince furiously questions the hesitation of his man, who warns him about the risk of Wyvern being shot down if there is an elemental wizard among the defenders. Disregarding the warning with arrogance, Anamog insists that a Wyvern, even from a lower rank, is still a dragon, and forces his subordinate to send the order of attack. Wyvern's wing cuts through the air as the creature prepares to dive towards the fortress. Wyvern advances at high speed, a tactic that, in theory, would make it an almost impossible target to be hit by conventional magical attacks. As the invading prince prepares to teach the defenders the meaning of fear, the order of fire echoes the wall, thwarting his expectation. A ballist fires a hail of projectiles with an overwhelming force toward the sky. The projectiles cut through the air, flying towards their target at impressive speed. A shuriken shell passes by the enemy soldiers, who still do not understand the nature of the attack. Wyvern is hit in full flight by the rain of projectiles, which pierce its scales and wings. Shocked by the unexpected counterattack, Prince Anamog desperately cries out for his men to raise their shields. Yalanta's troops panic in confusion, questioning if what they witness is some kind of magic. While their wounded wyvern falls from the sky, the defenders observe the creature falling, with one noticing that they had not considered where it might fall, and wyvern clashed violently against the wall. The impact of wyvern's body against the wall is so strong that the young baron, the king, and Panamera are forced to jump back to avoid the wreckage. On the top of the wall, the young baron observes the wreckage of the battle and is surprised to see that, despite the violent impact of wyvern, the wall remains intact. He reflects on their fate, recognizing that if the creature were a larger dragon, the defenses could have been broken. The king and his prime minister are perplexed by the overwhelming power of the weapon, with the monarch commenting that if used for offensive purposes, his strength would rival that of 4 elemental wizards. With the battle over, the king suggests they disarm the surviving enemies. The young lord, confident in his subordinates, assures that there will be no problems and decides that the best thing to do is to question the commander directly. Amid his fallen men, Prince Anamog finds no magic marks on his armor. His attention is then captured by a bright object on the ground. He catches a 4-pointed shuriken, finally understanding the nature of the attack that decimated his wyvern and his troops. It is clear that the weapon used was a 4-pointed shuriken. With a proud smile, the host explains his strategy. For being thin and light, he simply filled fragile barrels with numerous shurikens and fired them at once, a simple tactic that makes the king even more impressed with the genius of the boy. Despite the defeat, the prince notes the flaws of the weapon, such as its short range and the impossibility of being fired more than once. Consumed by rage, he tries a desperate counterattack with his magic of flames. The king intervenes calmly, invoking his water magic to neutralize the imminent attack. The monarch's magic manifests itself, completely involving the enemy projectiles. With a single command, the sovereign freezes the torrent of water, imprisoning the shurikens and the fire magic of the prince in solid ice. Impotent, the invading prince observes, unbelieving, his attack being completely annulled. Panamera joined the demonstration of power, conjuring a wall of sharp wind and sand to sweep away the rest of the threat. Defeat and immobilize. Prince Anamog murmurs in delirium that, in spite of everything, he is number one. His arrogance turns into absolute shock when he recognizes the face of his opponent, questioning why the king would be in such a remote place. With dread and disbelief, the defeated prince utters the full name of the monarch, Dino and Chaladernate. The invaders of the village of Seat are identified as from the kingdom of Yalanta, led by Prince Anamog Yalanta and his knights. The puppet wizard, who hoped to question, perished in battle as he crashed against the fortifications. Apparently, the invasion plan had been underway for several years and was put into practice 3 months ago. In a meeting, King Dino expresses his surprise at the seriousness of the enemy, who came to stage a large-scale construction project as a distraction without giving signs of military mobilization. Asked by the monarch about how he managed to extract state secrets from the prince, the young baron reports the method of questioning his subordinate. The simple threat of torture was enough for the prisoner to reveal everything. While the young lord enjoys the situation, Panamera expresses his contempt for the prince's cowardice. The king then directly questions what the full invasion plan is. The boy reveals the main objective of the enemy, the invasion of the Marquisado de Felteo. The revelation makes the young baron visibly shocked and apprehensive. The king, although hesitant, decides to share the details with the new baron. He explains that the Marquisado expanded its territory by 50% in the last decade, but development has not kept pace, leaving vast areas unprotected and vulnerable, a weakness that the kingdom of Yalanta explored. The young lord deduces that they are under attack. The map reveals the enemy strategy, a simultaneous attack on 3 sites, including its own village, with the aim of isolating the fortress city of Skuetto. The sovereign advises you to remain calm despite the seriousness of the situation. The prime minister details the counteroffensive. He and the monarch will return to the capital with a minimum escort to gather the royal knights and march towards Skuetto. The Viscountess Panamera is ordered to report to Count Ferdinand and immediately organize a supply unit and horsemen to join the war effort at Skuetto. The royal advisor explains that although normally a village lord only provides supplies, the exceptional skills of the young baron led him to formally request his direct participation in the defense. Faced with the boy's hesitation, the prime minister presses him for an answer, questioning whether his reluctance means a refusal. Internally, the young lord struggles with the conflict. Although he knows it is his duty, he is reluctant to leave the village because he hates the war and sees himself only as the protector of his people. The royal advisor contests, reminding him of the formidable defensive weapons he possesses, capable of killing wyverns. Even so, the boy insists that, as a gentleman, his wishes to protect his village, which he considers still in development and vulnerable. With passion, the young Prodigy explains that the village is not yet as he wishes and that there are many other things he intends to create. Fun with the boy, Panamera advises him to accept the request, reminding him of the pact that all nobles make. In times of national crisis, personal interests must be set aside to cooperate with the kingdom. The Viscountess then realizes that, having acted as his representative during the filling, he may never have formally learned about the duties of a nobleman. The young baron admits to himself that he learned about his duties with his subordinate, Sword, but briefly considers the possibility of pretending ignorance to refuse the summons. Recognizing the impossibility of refusing, he says and fatally agrees to participate, accepting his duty as noble. However, he imposes a condition. As a lord, he wishes to decide the number of people he will take from the village, a term the king readily accepts. The monarch is impressed, commenting that the boy's research surpasses that of his own royal scholars, while the young lord casually mentions that the new weapon will be prototype number 28. The sovereign specifically asks him to bring his dreaded ballistics, and the host agrees, promising to prepare a more robust and mobile version. The young noble minimizes his creations, claiming to be only variations of what already exists and that, with the right materials, he could create more effective versions. The prime minister, feeling the urgency, encourages everyone to begin their preparations. The king estimates that it will take at least 3 weeks to reach Skuetto, sending messengers along the way to summon reinforcements. He believes that despite the siege by tens of thousands of troops, the city's famous defense will resist. He instructs the young baron to wait for his arrival so that they can launch a simultaneous attack, advising him not to try too hard. The boy understands and agrees. With definite plans, the royal entourage hastily departs to initiate the counteroffensive, leaving the young lord behind to organize his own forces. In saying goodbye, Prince Pista expresses his admiration for the young baron, stating that the visit gave him a new understanding of what it means to be a noble and aroused a great desire to learn more. With gratitude, Calista proposes to meet again. The host agrees, suggesting a barbecue for the next occasion. Inspired, the young prince runs to his father, the king, and declares with conviction that he has now found his purpose in life. His son's statement takes the monarch by surprise, who wonders if the boy's goal would not be himself, while the prime minister watches the scene with a fun smile. As the royal entourage departs, the young lord reflects upon the power of a prince, while recognizing the formidable nature of the king. After the departure of the nobles, the host is burdened with preparations for war. He decides that, to protect the village in its absence, Espada will act as interim lord, supported by knights and skilled villagers with the ballistics. Sword questions if he's sure of his decision. The boy confirms the appointment of Sword and announces that he will take D and his men as escort. His decision is immediately interrupted by Till and Kansen, who strongly insist on accompanying him, leaving him no choice. More timidly, the young Art also presents herself, declaring her intention to go with the group. Art asks permission to take the doll he won as a gift, surprising his lord. Concerned, the baron tries to dissuade her, reminding her of the dangers, but Art claims to be prepared. The young lord is momentarily confused with the request of Art about the doll in the midst of a military expedition. Sincerely, the young woman explains that although she cannot match him, she wants to approach and be useful. She continues, expressing her desire that her power may be useful to everyone in the group. The reason for Art is clear. She longs to approach the one she admires, even if it is only a little. With her hands put in prayer, she firmly declares that she wishes to use her power to help her companions. The young baron realizes that the determination of Art is unwavering. It interrupted him and made his will clear. He then gives in, but imposes a condition. She must remain at his side all the time during the journey. The young Manga accepts the condition with a radiant yes and a blushing face of happiness. While the rest of the group watches them with warm looks, the boy finds the scene somewhat inadequate for those who are about to leave for war and decides to prepare a more robust model of the doll for Art. Observing his troops and wagons, the noble young man cares whether his strength is sufficient. D reassures him, stating that capacity is more important than number and that, considering the age of his lord, everything is fine. Unexpectedly, the leader of the adventurers, Alto, approaches and offers to accept the escort mission. Hai explains that although adventurers generally do not engage in wars, they are willing to fight to protect their benefactor. The young baron accepts the offer enthusiastically, suggesting that they ask other adventurers if they wish to join. The host then turns to the scout, Zara, and declares his participation mandatory as the village has no recognition experts. Zara complains of her lack of choice, but gives in immediately when the lord threatens to build her new home. The young baron instructs highly forward the offer to all adventurers, an advance payment of 5 gold coins and an additional reward. Asked about adherence, Alto assures that the majority will accept, because the life of an adventurer is already a constant battle for survival. He also reports that, thanks to publicity, there are about 150 adventurers in the village. Worried that so many adventurers overload the dungeon, the lord is told that they take turns to increase everyone's chances of survival. He decides to provide more weapons and armor for the Berlingo store. Alto explains the rotation system. Adventurers explore the dungeon for a day or two and then return to the village to sell their materials. The decision to arm adventurers has an immediate and comical consequence. Berlingo, the blacksmith, is completely overwhelmed by the sudden increase in demand and goes into despair. With a resolute expression, the young baron confirms his decision outside the blacksmith's collapse. Lingo, the blacksmith, addresses the young lord in desperation, overwhelmed by the sudden growth of the village. Adventurers complain of the lack of equipment, food supplies are low and new employees, former slaves, need training and often discuss with each other. The boy consoles the blacksmith, comparing his problems to those of an overworked manager during the inauguration of a new business and reminding him that managing a team is an essential skill. The young baron asks for Medizai, the experienced merchant, and Lingo confirms that she is helping manage the situation, but is also completely exhausted. With tears in his eyes, Lingo describes Medisai as an angel, in a comic contrast to his stressful situation. The host offers to assist in the sales of arms and armor for the relief and joy of Lingo, who hails him as a god. In this store, Medisai is also on the verge of collapse with the avalanche of orders. Upon seeing her lord, she falls into tears of gratitude when he confirms that she has come to help, asking them to give her the materials so that he can start making the items. The news that the baron himself is forging weapons attracts a multitude of adventurers, and he spends all day working tirelessly, questioning whether his new routine resembles a factory worker rather than that of a nobleman. Days later, the young lord heads for the Knights of Seat, announcing his first expedition to the fortress city of Skuetto. He warns them that the enemy is experienced, but encourages them not to fear. A knight named Bora asks why they want fight in the front line. The boy explains that, being a small order, they would be annihilated. The strategy is to remain in the rear, since the king is mainly interested in his weapons and the situation of the fortress. Hai expresses relief with strategy, but the young baron reaffirms that the main objective of the mission is more important than glory, to ensure that everyone returns to the village safely. With the armored troops and wagons ready to leave, D notes that the father of his lord, the Marquis Feltio, should be leading the rescue, since Skuetto is part of his territory. D reflects on the Marquis' competence, describing him as a ruthless meritocrat who rebuilt his order of knights from scratch. Confident in Skuetto's strength, the expedition leaves for war. On board one of the wagons, a maid comments on the difficulty of caring for the young lord, while he notes that he and his closest companions, Art, Till and Konzen, will remain together in the vehicle throughout the journey. During the voyage, the host reflects on the nature of the siege wars, concluding that, even with magic, The scarcity of powerful enough magicians to destroy fortifications makes the sieges long and exhausting. Contrary to all expectations, the expedition arrives to find the fortress city of Skuetto in ruins and wrapped in smoke. The battle, which should be underway, ended with a shocking defeat. The impregnable fortress had fallen. In the main city of his domain, the Marquis Felto Jalpa gives urgent orders to mobilize his knights and magicians, as well as sending messengers to the neighboring lords to request reinforcements against the annual assaults of the Yalanta kingdom. While the Marquis reflects on the enemy's wear-and-tear tactics, his butler, Silhouette, informs him of a nearby village ruled by his son, Van. Jalpa, however, discards the idea that such a place can offer any military assistance, believing that they can barely sustain themselves. Silhouette insists, mentioning rumors that Van subdued a dragon and became barren, but the Marquis rejects the information as absurd, questioning how his son, with his limited production magic, could accomplish such a feat without his being informed first. Ignoring the butler's insistence on Van's potential, Jalpa closes the conversation and orders preparations for battle to continue. In his thoughts, the noble remembers the past of his son, Van the Prodigy, a reputation tainted by his poor magical aptitude. This disappointment led him to lose interest in the boy a long time ago, concluding that the greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Considering the idea of his son becoming a completely ridiculous noble, the Marquis decides that after repelling Yalanta's army, he may visit the village. His forces, experienced in battle, prepare quickly and arrive at Skuetto without delay. On arriving, however, the commander and his troops are welcomed by a shocking and absurd view. The fortress city they came to defend is already in ruins. The image of the once robust and impregnable walls of Skuetto, now completely destroyed, leaves the newcomers in a state of shock and unbelief. Approaching the fortress with his own contingent, the young baron notes that Skuetto's fall in a few months would be unimaginable, to which his companion, D, points to the obvious cause of destruction. A frightening sight reveals itself, a swarm of wyverns flying over and landing on the city walls, confirming the effectiveness of the enemy air strike. Although the logical conclusion was that a city fell due to an overwhelming magical attack, the reality observed is that of Skuetto's fleeing troops, in complete disorder and without any formation. The young lord's group arrives to witness the exact and tragic moment of the fall of Skuetto, the legendary fortress city. Despite the apparent fall of the fortress, the noble young man notes that the battle is not yet over, as he realizes that the defenders continue to fight in the midst of chaos. From the sky, an enemy wyvern casts a mysterious black sphere toward the walls of the fortress. The ball, smooth and sinister, plummets at high speed, an omen of imminent destruction. Upon reaching the wall, the artifact explodes with a devastating force, surprising the young baron who watches from a distance. Shocked, the boy recognizes the weapon as a bomb, questioning the existence of gunpowder in a world dominated by magic, while his companions, without understanding what they see, speculate on the nature of the attack. He comes to the frightening conclusion that Yalanta's kingdom developed and now possesses gunpowder, a technology of war unknown to them. D evaluates the tactical situation, inferring that the duchy riders are probably organizing the evacuation of the fortress civilians. He speculates that the enemy did not use this weapon against the village for underestimation, but now, without countermeasures, it poses a deadly threat. Remembering the king's orders not to risk themselves, his subordinate realizes that the current situation is much more serious than anticipated. The enemy, focused on destroying Skuetto and chase the survivors, still hasn't noticed the arrival of the small contingent. The young lord ponders his options. Although he wants to help civilians escape, he hesitates to risk the lives of his men against a number-superior army, wyverns, and the new bombs. Your priority is to make sure everyone comes home alive. With the decision taken, the commander gives the order to his troops: prepare for battle, but be ready to retreat at any time. Following orders, the soldiers begin to modify the armored wagons, preparing their defensive formation. With speed and efficiency, they unfold the mechanisms of the vehicles, starting the transformation. The roof sections of the wagons are erected, revealing their secondary purpose as moving barriers. Made of light and resistant wooden blocks, the roof sections of the wagons are quickly converted into huge defensive barriers by only a few men. Aligned in formation, the wagons create an imposing movable wall on the battlefield. These improvised barriers will serve as shields, providing vital protection for both troops inside and for those fighting outside armored vehicles. The leader of the adventurers listens attentively attentively as the plan is outlined, with the strategic withdrawal being a key component. The young Baron details his strategy, a flashy attack to assist in the evacuation of civilians. He asks out to use his puppet to attract the attention of the enemy, giving them time. The young Manga agrees, believing it to be the best way to protect everyone. Trusting in Art's skill, the boy asked Till and Kamzen to protect her at all costs, as she will be exposed outside the armored vehicle. The wizard accepts the mission with determination. Inside the command wagon, the young nobleman and his closest companions prepare for action. Declaring this is his first war, he gives the final order to advance. While the enemy wyverns bombard Skuetto's fortress with explosive black spheres, the Marquis Feltio and his butler, Silhouette, observe with perplexity, questioning what kind of magic is being used, as it does not resemble anything they have ever seen. Strael, the commander of the Marquisado Knights, analyzes the situation. The strange air strike is causing critical damage to the walls. He proposes two tactical options: try to destroy the projectiles with magic, or quickly advance on horseback to fight the ground troops, avoiding bombing. Considering too risky to attack the wyverns or their projectiles, the Marquis decides to focus on ground combat. Strael, his trusted man, promptly goes over the order, instructing his knights to remain in motion and attentive to the attacks of the sky. Despite the plan, the situation on the battlefield deteriorates rapidly, forcing a change of tactics. Realizing that things will not go as expected, the Marquis commands the soldiers ahead of him to make their way. With a determined expression, the nobleman declares that he will intervene personally in the fight, an order that is received and executed without delay. The knights move away in haste, creating a corridor for their leader, while enemy troops inside the fortress observe the sudden maneuver. An alert is given for allied troops to retreat, for the Marquis is about to unleash an overwhelming power. The commander invokes his spell, Flare, releasing a massive torrent of flames and dark energy. The wave of magic fire spreads across the battlefield, a demonstration of the immense strength of the leader of the Marquisado. Magic advances as a tsunami of destruction, completely involving enemy forces. In panic, Yalanta soldiers shout to retreat into the walls, but it's too late. The wall of fire reaches them, incinerating everything in their way. Despite his demonstration of power, the Marquis contemplates the battlefield, questioning whether his intervention will be enough to turn the game around. While the bombings of the wyverns continue to reap the lives of their men, a dark vision reveals itself. The ground is covered by the bodies of its knights, victims of explosions. The effectiveness of the new enemy weapon is brutal and undeniable. Observing the carnage, the Marquis Feltio concludes with regret that this war will be different from all before, foretelling the difficult decision to retreat. Realizing that this war is different from all the others, Marquis Feltio makes the difficult decision to retreat. He orders his troops to prioritize the evacuation of civilians and regroup, as he considers it unwise to face an attack with unknown weapons. As he prepares to cover the retreat of his men, the Marquis promises that while they are now retreating to prepare for a counterattack, they will surely resume the fortress. Watching the wall of fire created by the Marquis, the third prince of the kingdom of Yalanta, Reincarnation, smiles with confidence. He comments that the appearance of Skuetto's guardian was exactly what he expected. The prince gives orders to his wyvern unit to initiate the planned formation and launch the black spheres. He believes that this fearsome new weapon will forever change the history of suffering of his kingdom. The power of the black spheres allows even non-magos to achieve extraordinary results in battle. Though expensive and in limited number, their generous use proves terribly effective, decimating the knights of the hated Marquis Feltio. Reincarnation delights in the results, which exceed his highest expectations. He exalts the magnificence of his strategy, for not even the mighty Marquis Feltio can respond to a weapon he has never seen, allowing them to conquer the supposedly impregnable fortress. With Skuetto's possession, the prince declares that they now have control over the entire area, a basis for future invasions. In an access to ambition, he proclaims that his own hands will transform his nation, once considered a lesser power, into a great one. The bombing strategy is effective, for even the enemy forces, formerly dedicated to the defense of the fortress, now show clear signs of a desperate retreat. To ensure full victory, Reincarnation commands his knights to advance and take the head of the Marquis Feltio. He reflects that, while pursuing fleeing civilians and knights may be tedious, it is in this persecution that the true beauty of war is found. With a sadistic smile, the prince gives a cruel order to his wyvern unit to pursue the fleeing enemies, bomb them with the black spheres and attack them from behind. He demands that there be no survivors, so that they feel the shame of complete defeat. Ryzan's satisfaction is abruptly interrupted when the severed head of one of his wyverns falls from the sky, landing right in front of him, leaving him completely shocked. Stunned, the prince hears a strange and sharp sound echoing through the battlefield. Unable to identify its origin, it looks around in panic and confusion. In the midst of chaos, Prince Ryzan of Yalanta observes, horrified and confused, while his wyverns are suddenly shot down from the sky, with one being beheaded in the middle of flight. Understanding that their puppet-controlled wyverns are too slow to react, the monarch desperately orders all perched units in the walls to lift to the sky, seeking air safety. The strategy is useless, because in an instant the wyverns are crushed in the air like flies. A soldier points to the walls while the prince shouts, unbelieving to the absurd situation. Following his soldier's finger, Ryzan's gaze is fixed on a solitary silhouette at the top of the fortress wall, the source of the massacre of his air troops. A closer view reveals the figure, an imposing woman, or rather a combat puppet with feminine features, dressed in complete and intricate armor. Horror spreads among Yalanta soldiers by identifying their opponent not as a human, but as a combat automaton, a war machine of unknown origin. The automaton moves with a stunning speed, killing another wyvern with a single clean blow, demonstrating a force and agility that defies logic. An enemy commander, still believing in air superiority, orders a tactical retreat, declaring that the skill of a swordsman on land is irrelevant to troops in the air, a theory that is being brutally refuted. Enraged, Prince Ryzan declares that the puppet is a greater threat than Skuetto himself and orders a concentrated air strike. His fury turns into shock when he realizes that the attacks are ineffective and that the enemy's true main force must be elsewhere. A scout spots a new threat and points to the southwest, reporting the sudden appearance of an enormous structure, similar to a large wall, on the battlefield. The wall reveals itself as a defensive formation of armored wagons. Yalanta's troops realize that they do not face a lone enemy, but an organized and unknown force. Seeing that the knights of the Prodigy are already in full retreat and to avoid being flanked, Prince Ryzan orders a change of target, directing all the fury of his army to crush the new arrivals. On the side of the Marquisado, the retreating soldiers look at Yalanta's entire army abruptly to face the mysterious reinforcements that have just arrived. Perplexed by the interruption of persecution, the Marquis Felteo seizes the opportunity to order the evacuation of civilians, wondering who could have brought such powerful reinforcements so quickly. While the Marquis ponders the identity of his saviors, the focus turns to the leader of the new force, his own son, the young Baron Van, who watches the unfolding of the battle. Within the command vehicle, the young Baron and his companions observe, astonished, the incredible feat of art on the battlefield. Surprised, the young lord questions the skill of art combat. The girl explains that her intention was only to create a distraction with a sword dance, but decided to interfere by seeing the enemy chasing the civilians on the run. The manga continues, praising the puppet built by its leader, highlighting that its robustness and the precise control it allows are the factors that enable its audacious movements. Despite her success, she admits that she cannot perform such complex and powerful maneuvers all the time. The narrative details the specifications of the combat puppet. With more than 3 meters high and armed with a 2-meter blade, its control parts are made of wood to ease the burden on the manga, while a mithril armor ensures its resistance. The young woman confesses that while she has learned some movements observing Dee's training, her only real knowledge is sword dancing, leaving her insecure about her performance in a real battle. The boy reassures her, stating that her intervention was a resounding success, ensuring the escape of civilians and allied forces. He realizes that, as King Tino had predicted, the wyverns controlled by puppets are slow to react due to delay in command. In sharp contrast, the art puppet dominates the battlefield with speed and dexterity, moving freely and overcoming enemies with agility. Automata movements are so fluid that they exceed expectations for a puppet, or even for a living being. The young nobleman concludes that, despite her fear of magic, she must have practiced exhaustively. Recognizing the magical talent, but concerned with the weight of taking lives, he warns her to stop if the situation becomes unbearable for her. With an unwavering determination, Art declares that he is prepared both to die and to take lives. Having strengthened his resolution, she reveals the core of her determination. The idea of losing people close to her is something she could not bear. The young Baron is shocked by the depth of the girl's resolution, recognizing her not only as a magician, but as a true warrior. It reflects on the incredible strength of Art, which fights bravely despite its fear. His gaze turns to Tel and Kanzen, realizing that this same ferocious determination is present in them as well. The commander understands that this is not an exception. Everyone in his company shares that same unwavering resolution. This perception leads you to a conclusion about yourself. In this world of warriors, your own mentality, focused on avoiding losses at all costs, is the one that escapes the norm. His reflection is interrupted by D, who warns that they have been sighted and that the entire enemy army is avessing them. The leader immediately orders the retreat, instructing his troops to return to the wagons and use the ballistics against the wyverns to cover the escape. One of the adventurers questions the order to retreat, arguing that with most wyverns already defeated, they would have a chance of victory if they continued to fight. The noble young man firmly reaffirms his top priority to avoid casualties and ensure that all return home safely, explaining that a direct confrontation with such a large army would leave them in a critical situation. Directly, he asks if anyone there wants to die, making it clear that his decision to retreat is final. The logic and frankness of their leader convince the adventurers, who agree with the withdrawal amid laughter. The commander then establishes the retreat formation. The wagons must form a single row on the wide road, protected by the riders on the sides, while the adventurers will take care of any skirmishes, attacking from within the vehicles.